Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Monster Hunter? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Come on young Midoriya. Let's put some pep in your step here. All Might, or rather, Yagi Toshinori said to his successor from a tall pile of garbage. Izuku Midoriya, on the other hand, was getting the training of a lifetime from his idol All Might himself. But he didn't expect hauling around 2 air conditioning units on a crisp Saturday morning while doing laps along a beach to be a part of it. Exhausted, he decided to stop for a breather but made the mistake of letting go of the weight of the air conditioners, causing him to land hard on his back. Izuku let out a groan of pain before mustering his strength once more and continuing. If he wanted to become a hero and properly utilize One for All, this was the only way. Izuku wasn't going to afford any shortcuts. His legs ached, every muscle was in constant strain and agony, the weight of the garbage strapped on his back was threatening to overtake him. But Izuku kept on running regardless. That's it, young Midoriya. Surpass your limits. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Yaji encouraged the green-haired boy. Finally, after some time he managed to complete several laps, with many air conditioning units stacked neatly at the edge of Takaba Beach. Izuku was busy resting on top of one, a bottle of water on his right hand. Izuku, exhausted as he took a little glance at his progress in front of him, a significant portion of the beach had now been cleared up, another portion of the sea was now visible, which gave Izuku a little nudge of pride and accomplishment. Okay, break time's over. Back to training. Yagi suddenly announced, much to Izuku's dismay. But All Might. I just sat down. Izuku protested, his back still ached from hauling air conditioners, microwaves, box televisions, and tires. Heroes get little to no rest, I'm afraid. You must constantly be ready in case of an emergency. Cough. Yagi declared, when suddenly some blood sprayed out of his mouth. Are you all right, All Might? Izuku asked the skinny man. Yagi simply assured the distressed boy, quickly wiping away the blood with his handkerchief. I'm all right, young Midoriya. Thank you for your concern. Yagi said, but as I was saying, time will always be your enemy. You still have 5 months left before the UA entrance exam. And you still need to prepare your body in order to properly inherit my power. Izuku realized All Might was right, there was still lots of training to be done and in so little time as well. With a refreshed sense of eagerness, he stood up from his little break and was ready to haul more garbage, but he stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see something blue shining brightly along the horizon on the sea. Say, All Might, do you see that over there? Izuku pointed towards the sea. Over where? Young Midoriya? Yagi questioned, looking over toward the sea and taking a good look at the shining blue light. Curiosity took over the two as they wanted to see the source of this mysterious blue light. Izuku ran around the pile of garbage with All Might following suit, then what they saw was an extraordinary sight. Among the hazy orange morning sky of dawn lay a giant sapphire star almost as big as the sun, high as the sky would allow it. Its beautiful rays of blue light enchanted the eyes of those who stared at it. It was like staring at a symbol of some awesome power. All Might, what is that? Izuku stammered. He was awestruck by the beauty of this phenomenon. His logical part of the brain wanted to know more about this sapphire blue light, but he was too busy staring at its magnificence to bother thinking. I do not know, young Midoriya. It looks like the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Yagi was simply overwhelmed by the sight to explain to his successor. But it was not only these two who were experiencing this beautiful sight. People around Mizudafu, Japan, and even the entire Earth saw the shining sapphire star, suddenly appearing and captivating everyone who took gaze upon it. Izuku stood there watching the star with amazement for what felt like an hour, before seeing as the star suddenly began to descend. It started slowly, then it began increasingly falling faster. A trail of azure light was left behind as the star fell, until it finally hit the surface of the sea. A bright flash of blue light bursted out of the star. Izuku and Toshinori closed their eyes in surprise as the unexpected flash blinds them. The flash covered the entire land, bewitching blue light surrounding everything in a magical burst. The flash was gone as soon as it came. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, finding himself on the same beach and staring at the same sea, but now the sapphire star has disappeared. That was amazing. I wonder what caused that blue star to show up. Was it somehow someone's quirk? Or is it something else entirely? Is it a meteorite? A distant supernova of some sort? Wait, what if it was aliens? Izuku began to speculate, and began to drown in his own mutterings once again, but he was interrupted by All Might's coughs. Cough, cough. As much as I like to wonder about this extraordinary phenomena, I believe we are getting off task here. Yagi said to Izuku. Oh yeah, alright, I'll get back to training. Izuku quickly returned to his training, however he started to notice that something was off but he didn't know how to put it on. It was mainly the shadows that passed over him. While it was true seagulls were occasionally flying around this area, Izuku noticed that these shadows were rather much bigger and in a different shape as well. Curious, he took a look at the sky and was shocked to the very core, so surprised that he actually fell down on his butt as he was staring at the sky. All Might heard Izuku's thud onto the ground. Young Midoriya, what's going on? He said while turning toward his successor. Izuku said nothing as a shocked expression was plastered on his face, his eyes locked in the direction toward the sky. Honestly, young Midoriya, you seem to be easily distracted today. All Might said as he was looking toward where Midoriya was staring at, then a feeling of surprise overtook him once more. In the sky were several small pteranodon-looking creatures soaring through the sea breeze. They had bluish skin and yellow, hatchet-like bills. Well, what are these things? All Might began to exclaim before a thunk was heard before him. He quickly turned to see a pair of those same pteranodons roosting on top of the tower of air conditioning units that Izuku had created. They paid no attention to the two humans before them, occupying themselves by stretching and cleaning their wings. Classification: Wingdrake. These small monsters love to snack on a certain nut, scatternuts to be precise. When these guys get spooked, they will travel long distances as a flock to a safer location. They also make a pretty good air taxi. All Might, look at these creatures. They kind of resemble a small pteranodon. Izuku gawked as he stood up from the sand. Why yes, young Midoriya, they most certainly seem to look like an ancient creature, but why and how exactly are they here? All Might began to speculate. More and more of these creatures began to flock on the beach. They seemed to be looking for some kind of food. All Might, don't you think there's too many of them? Izuku said as more of the Mernos began to surround him, observing him with curiosity. An acute observation, young Midoriya. But I don't think they mean any harm. All Might said as one of these creatures seemed to have spotted a garbage can. The animal tipped it over and ripped up the garbage bag, and took out what seems to be a bag of peanuts. Hey, you there. I know you must be hungry, but you can't open up garbage like that. We just cleaned that area. As All Might began to confront the bird-like dinosaur, some of the monsters started to suspiciously survey their surroundings. Then suddenly one of them near the water started squawking loudly, causing the others to do the same. They all took up in the sky in a matter of seconds, leaving behind a very confused Izuku and Yagi. But it did rather lead to suspicion. There must be a bigger reason for why creatures left in such a hurry. Whatever the reason, All Might got a bad feeling about it. All Might? Why did all of those things leave so quickly? They almost seemed to be distressed about something, Izuku wondered, walking with his back toward the ocean as he looked at the Mernos in the sky. Usually, when flock animals like those pteranodons-looking things all run away together is most likely because a predator is nearby. The ocean suddenly exploded upward. A tidal wave of blue and white raced toward Izuku. The boy took a single glance toward the noise and only saw the single glimpse of a wide, open jaw, and for a moment, Izuku's body readied itself for death, only for the jaws to snap on empty air. Izuku blinked several times before realizing that he had just avoided death, his mind racing with thoughts like a roaring storm. But before he could explain to himself what was going on, he saw a huge figure standing in front of him, giving him a hearty laugh that cleared the confusion in Izuku's head. Well, that was certainly a close call, wasn't it? But don't worry anymore now, young Midoriya. You know why? All Might's smile was as bright as a clear sky. Because I am here. All Might. Izuku screamed. He even started smiling himself, happy to see his idol in action once more. Ahem. You there, I won't stand idle as you try to eat me, successor. What do you have to say for yourself, foul beast? All Might pointed at the monster in front of him. Izuku looked to see what All Might was pointing at, and he almost lost his breath at what he was witnessing. In front of All Might was a large, slender, crocodile-like creature. It had blue scales and a white underbelly, with several orange spikes prodigy out along its long back. Its long, orange, frilled tail swished back and forth in a slow and dangerous motion. The monster, no larger than All Might, snarled at the hero, revealing its rows of lethally sharp teeth. Teeth that almost made contact with him, Izuku realized. The creature stared at All Might with merciless red eyes. The spikes along his back began to emit sparks, before it pointed its snout into the sky and gave out a mighty roar, loud enough for even All Might to block his eardrums. Lagiacrus. Classification, Leviathan. These guys are the top dogs, or rather, monster, in the aquatic food chain. They are known to sink ships, with sailors fearfully calling them the Lord of the Seas. This guy can also store electricity in his spinal organs. Enough to make the whole ocean surge. You can occasionally see them getting themselves a nice tanning sesh on land. The Leviathan braced itself before lunging toward All Might with an alarming burst of speed. But it was too slow for All Might, who quickly sidestepped out of the way. The monster quickly retaliated with a hip check, using the side of its body and attempting to crash into All Might. But once more, the hero's speed was too great and dodged the attack, causing the Lagiacrus to hit the piles of junk that were littered on the beach instead. The junk was obliterated into smaller pieces, making Izuku see that the monster held enormous amounts of physical strength. If All Might actually got hit, he may have some trouble. But his doubts were increasing as he saw that the spines that dotted along the monster's spines began to glow and emit small arcs of electricity. Lagiacrus roared as electricity coursed through its blue-scaled body. It opened its mouth and began sparking with electricity as it spat out several balls of electricity at All Might. Izuku was definitely caught off guard by this attack. The creature was emitting electricity like an electric eel, and projecting that electricity by turning it into spheres. It fascinated and terrified Izuku. He heard that some rare instances of animals were able to manifest a quirk, but for a creature of this scale and stature, Izuku began to fear that All Might could be harmed in this fight. But All Might remained vigilant as he easily dodged all the orbs. He began a mighty leap toward the aquatic creature with a smile, all while he pulled his arm back and prepared for one of his signature attacks. You're quite the creature, aren't you? Sorry, but I'm busy training my successor, so I'm going to have to send you back where you came from. All Might said as the familiar glow of power appeared on his right arm. Izuku watched with wide eyes, knowing what was going to happen next. Detroit Smash. The monster was taken aback at the sheer audacity of the human, for it to charge straight toward him in some suicidal charge. It would eat with one bite. But the Lagiacrus would soon realize that it had vastly underestimated its prey, as the impact from the punch sent it painfully flying across the beach and smashing into another pile of junk, sending scrap metal and sand everywhere. All Might proudly smiled as he stood with a sense of accomplishment. Izuku was once again wide-eyed and filled with awe with All Might's power. Whether in a video or in real life, All Might's quirk never ceases to amaze him. But his state of shock would be overcome with worry as he heard the monster growling as a shape shifted within the sand. The creature was still standing, however. His face now looked scarred and broken from All Might's Detroit Smash. Nonetheless, the monster cared little for this major injury. It lifted its head as it gave a roar once more and began charging up electricity. It started shaking as he was sending the electricity through the ground. All Might only had a seconds before pillars of blue electricity erupted all across the beach. Lagiacrus used his serpentine-like body to slither its way across the beach and attacked All Might with a quick bite. His sharp teeth managed to tear All Might's clothes, but his enhanced body took no damage. All Might grunted as the monster went in for another wide bite, this one threatening to swallow him whole. All Might grabbed both ends of the jaws right as he was about to be swallowed. The two combatants were now in a standoff of power. Lagriacris used all of his strength to try and overpower All Might. But the human was, of course, much more powerful than the monster, and All Might quickly acted by twisting the Leviathan and slamming it into the sandy ground. Lagriacris quickly recovered, enraged by being overpowered by a mere human and then activating its organs, the arcs of electricity becoming more chaotic. The Leviathan roared as it blasted a wave of electricity followed by orbiting electric orbs toward All Might. All Might, however, did not have enough time to dodge this time. He braced for impact as the electricity shredded through his ruined clothes, but did nothing to his actual body. Yikes. You truly are a formidable foe. But still, it's not enough to take me down. All Might smiled once more as he leaped toward and pulled his hand back, one for all coursing through the fibers of his muscles. This time for sure, I'll send you back to the sea. Once more. Detroit smash. Lagriacris was ready to dodge the smash, but its injuries made it too slow to dodge it. Once again, Lagriacris could feel the impossible power of the human as it made contact with its face once more. This time, it was sent all the way back into the sea. One might mistaken it for a flying wyvern for how far it flew across the sky. The monster let out one last roar of pain and rage as it splashed back into its home turf. All Might has won, celebrating with another hearty laugh. Oh, you were amazing, All Might. Izuku cheered. But are you okay? That blue electric crocodile thing looked really strong. Ha! Fret not, young Midoriya. While powerful, its shocks never fazed me. Although, All Might suddenly exploded in steam, and out of said steam was his skinny form, whose suit was now shredded and too loose for the man. My suit got totaled. This was one of my favorites as well. Izuku was relieved that All Might could get out of the fight unscathed, even though it was almost impossible for All Might to be injured like that. But still, many unanswered factors remained within Izuku's swirling mind. Honestly, what was that creature? Is it some sort of ancient species of some sort? Is it connected to those pteranodons that we saw earlier? Those two creatures did seem to mysteriously appear when that blue star fell down. Oh, and it was also dispersing out high amounts of electricity and was able to slightly manipulate it. Is it some sort of quirk, maybe? I heard that there are very rare instances that animals are able to manifest quirks. But that creature did look abnormal. Maybe it's a mutation-type quirk, along with an organ that acts similar to that of an electric eel's. Izuku was, once again, sinking himself in the abyss of his mumbling. All Might sighed. He would have to fish him out there before he got too deep. Young Midoriya, you're mumbling again. Yagi declared as he lightly hit on the green-haired boy's head. I'm sorry, All Might. Was I mumbling again? Izuku asked, nervously chuckling to himself. It's a bad habit, I know. But I can't help myself, although whatever the animal you fought was pretty dangerous, it also did fascinate me. I mean, it was able to spat out electricity like that. It was quite the specimen, I say. Although I wonder, what truly was that monster? I have never seen anything like it. Yagi also questioned. Oh, that was a Lagiacris. Sea-dwelling leviathans that have a powerful thunder sac. I'm surprised you were able to fight one off, especially with that super buff guy. A new voice answered Yagi's question. The two turned their heads toward the new voice. To their surprise, there was a young Caucasian man sitting on top of a worn-down refrigerator. He had short and spiky ash-blonde hair and light brown eyes. He was wearing some sort of armor made up of leather, fur, iron, and some scales. It resembles something out of a medieval time PRD. The most surprising characteristic was the outright humongous sword that was strapped to his back. It was almost twice the size of the man. He was smiling brightly like a hysterical school kid. Izuku and Yagi both gave the young man looks of shock. Who is this guy? Did he see All Might's true form? Why did he have a huge sword in his back? How did he know that creature's name? Many questions bounced around in the two's heads, and seeing these confused and frozen expressions, the man decided to speak first. Oh yeah, Mama said I gotta introduce myself when I meet new people. Well, my name is Keith Coleman. I'm a hunter for the guild. Nice to meet ya. For Katsuki Bakugo, it could have been a normal day, a good day even. He was waking up early to get some exercise in, training his body physically, but not his quirk. Katsuki's mother would yell at him for waking up everybody with his quirk. It was irritating, wasting precious time he could have spent training his explosions. It also didn't help that some giant blue star came out of nowhere while he was stretching outside in his backyard. It was pretty nice and all, but it flashbanged him when it fell down, which greatly irritated Katsuki. Now he was inside of the house, scarfing down his breakfast his mother made, which consisted of not only a significant serving of white rice, but eggs, bacon, and a handful of cherry tomatoes. Katsuki, slow down while you're eating, you're going to choke on something. Drink some water, you brat. Mitsuki, Katsuki's mother, angrily scolded his child from the kitchen. Shut up, you old hag. I still have work to do. Katsuki angrily yelled back at his mother, with food in his mouth. It was truly a bizarre relationship of mother and son. Katsuki, listen to your mother. Also, don't speak while you're chewing. Masaru, Katsuki's father, gently yet sternly scolds him. He was busy watching the news on the television while drinking a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Whatever. Katsuki yelled as he finished up his breakfast, scarfing down the remaining buds of grain from his bowl. After vacuuming the rest of breakfast, he chugged a glass of water and slammed it on the table. I'm finished, thanks for the meal. What? You're done already? It took me 10 minutes to cook that up for you, you brat. And you scarf it down in 30 seconds. Mitsuki yelled in disbelief. Hey, at least it was even delicate, you old hag. Katsuki yells as he grabs his dishes and delivers them into the sink, all while scowling at his mother. While he was washing the dishes, however, Katsuki's ears were catching the report of a newswoman on the TV. And now to our main story. Many people around the world have witnessed an extraordinary sight this morning. At around 6 a.m., eyewitness accounts state that they saw a glowing blue star in the sky. It stayed in the air for a few minutes before it fell, creating a bright blue flash as it made contact with the horizon. A truly bizarre sight. Scientists are still speculating about this phenomena, but so far, no concrete explanation has been found as of yet. It didn't seem to have any harmful effects as of now, but there is still much speculation. Additionally, there has been a huge surge of internet activity on social media and other platforms in the past few hours. These come in the form of various posts and videos of iTiny's accounts stating that they have seen bizarre creatures. And when I mean bizarre, we are talking about fire-breathing wyverns, giant mammals, and dinosaur-like creatures. We will show you some of the most prominent and popular videos. Some of these videos may be graphic. Viewer discretion is advised. The TV then cuts to a video clip. It was a shaky recording, likely someone was flimsy filming it on their phone. Guys, can you see what I am seeing right now? The man who was recording the video whispered as he pointed the phone out a window. Outside was a city under a rainy, gray sky. What surprised the viewers the most was that there was a giant creature that was perching on top of one of the buildings. What the bleep? The man said softly, with the TV censoring his cursing. Is that a bleep dragon? It was hard to make out the creature since it was still pretty dark out, but the creature looked like it had red scales, with a sand-colored underbelly. It did not have horns, rather, spiky outcroppings of its shell on the sides of its face, along with breaks like a bird of prey. The creature did nothing but look around curiously. At its surroundings, it would sometimes flex its wide wings and jaw. It was truly strange. Katsuki had never seen such an animal before. It looked like something out of a middle-age fairy tale. The next clip, however, was much more scary. It showcased a dashcam recording of a car going down a road in a rural area. All was well, until the car drove through a curve. The driver didn't know what hid behind the natural blind spot before it was too late. The clip then revealed a giant creature with dark blue and red-colored scales that was in the middle of the road. The driver cursed as they slammed on the brakes and barely saved themselves from crashing into the foot of a giant dinosaur. The camera was too close to the creature to properly see it, but it roared in annoyance at the car. The camera picked up sounds of shuffling, likely the driver panicking to shift the car into reverse. As the car began to drive backwards, the creature roared once more before its mouth and throat lit up and fired what seemed to be a fireball at the car. The camera then died and ended the clip before the fireball could hit the car. The last clip was very disturbing. It showed someone recording outside of their window like the first clip, but instead of a city, it showcased a forest and several RVs parked in the surroundings. The recorder was breathing heavily as the clip showed what seems to be an animal resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had pink skin and a patch of dark gray fur on his back. What the bleep is that thing? It just showed up out of nowhere from the forest. The camera woman spoke loudly. The creature seemed to be sniffing over a nearby RV directly across the one the camera woman resided in. It made a grunting noise as it nudged its snout on the RV, causing it to slightly rock back. You could also hear faint screams coming from the vehicle. Once the monster realized that there was something inside of the RV, it tipped it over on its side with one mighty shove, growling as it placed one foot on it. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's going to eat the family there! Where are the heroes? Oh my god! The camera woman panicked before pointing the camera down and ending the clip. As the TV went back to the newswoman, Katsuki didn't bother listening to the rest of her yapping. Those clips of those mysterious creatures did leave Katsuki's parents worried and distressed, but not Katsuki himself. So what if some giant, purple-colored dinosaur tried to eat him? He could easily beat it up with his quirk easily. That's concerning, Mitsuki whispered to herself, before turning toward her son. Oi, brat, you mind taking out the garbage for me? Do it yourself, you old hag. I gotta train for the entrance exams. Katsuki yelled back at her mother. Mitsuki sighed rather than shout back in anger. It was almost hopeless. Both Mitsuki and Masaru knew full well of their son's goal of attending UA and becoming a hero and wholeheartedly supported him. But it does seem like that was the only thing Katsuki did, train for UA. Mitsuki grabbed the tied-up trash bag and left out the door and to the trash cans outside. Katsuki, on the other hand, was about to go out in the backyard to practice his quirk, but before he could, he suddenly felt a shudder crawling through his spine. Katsuki froze for a second after feeling the phantom shiver. It was as if his instincts were telling him something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, a scream from his mother was heard outside. Katsuki and Maresu, after hearing Mitsuki scream, wasted no time going out the door. The two almost smashed the door open after entering the door at the same time. Mom, honey, what's wrong? The two of them said, looking outside, and coming forth on a terrifying sight. Mitsuki was covered in blood, with bleeding claw marks along her arms and cheek. She was laying down on the floor, with on top of her was a small, reptile-like creature no bigger than a wolf. It had sharp claws and teeth, with yellow scales and dark green striped patterns along its lower body, along with long spiked proportions coming out of its back. Three other creatures surrounded Mitsuki, screeching toward the air in celebration of their newly caught prey. Jaguars. Classification: Fanged Wyvern. These small monsters always hunt in packs. But if one guy retreats, everybody else retreats. These guys keep their distance from large monsters, but they'll jump them if they feel threatened. The jagras on top of her opened its jaw, with intent to finish her off for good. In the heat of the moment, Katsuki's body was filled to the brim with unbridled and explosive rage. Get the hell away from my mom! Katsuki screamed as he launched himself toward the monster. His palm began glowing as he felt the familiar heat coming from his quirk. With one mighty strike, he blasted an explosion at the jagras and sent it flying toward a wall, with an audible crack and dent. Katsuki scrambled once more and blasted more explosions toward the remaining three, but because of all the loud noise he was creating, especially with his screaming and explosions, the creatures were immeasurably intimidated by Katsuki and promptly ran away with their tails between their legs. As for the one Katsuki struck, it was dead. The shock from the explosion and hitting the wall killed it instantly. Its lifeless jaw will be opened forever. As Katsuki was beginning to calm down from the burst of adrenaline, Maresu quickly attended to his wife. Mitsuki! Oh my god, are you all right? Maresu panicked as he helped his wife off the floor. I'm alright, just surprised, that's all. Mitsuki said as she stood up, but she was clearly not unharmed. She was profusely bleeding on her arm and cheeks. If not treated soon, she could go into shock or worse, die by bleeding out. No, you're not alright. The bleeding isn't stopping, we have to take you to a hospital. Murasu exclaimed, Katsuki, help me get your mother in the car. Tee. Katsuki simply scoffed as he carried her bleeding mother into the car. He grabbed some spare clothes from his room and used it to at least treat her bleeding. She simply had to wait until she could be properly treated by the professionals. Katsuki got in the car along with his parents and Murasu drove to the Musafuda hospital with the gas pedal to the floor. From the back of the car where Katsuki was sitting, he could hear the audible heavy breathing from her mother. Now that the adrenaline has worn off of him, a wave of fatigue and dare say, worry, trickled through him. What the hell were those wolf lizard freaks? And how dare they hurt his mother? She was his main source of food after all. He wasn't worried or scared, not at all. The Bakugos reached the hospital in record time. Murasu quickly carried Mitsuki straight to the emergency room, leaving Katsuki in the waiting room. After waiting for some time on a cheap leather couch, Katsuki realized that this was a waste of time. He could have been training his quirk with this time waiting, but no, there wasn't anything he could really do about it anyway. Luckily, after a while, Murasu came back with a somewhat relieved yet worried expression on his face. He told Katsuki that his mother would thankfully live and make a full recovery very soon. However, her wounds will scar for how deep they are. Katsuki felt somewhat relieved by this info, but he was still angry for wasting time and getting so worked up over his mother. While Murasu was busy writing down some paperwork with the reception lady, Katsuki began to glance around the hospital. He didn't care about the pale white walls or the boring houseplants. He began to wander toward the window, and then something caught his eye. On top of the rooftops of the nearby buildings, he could see a pack of creatures jumping from one rooftop to the other. When he squinted, he saw that these monsters looked like the same ones that attacked his mother. The feeling of rage boils inside of once more, bubbling uncontrollably and threatening to breach the surface. So that's how those cowardly freaks got the jump on his mother, using the DMN rooftop of his own home. But that's the last time they got to use their little trick on him and his family. Next time, with a scowl directed right toward the distant eyes of his next victims, Katsuki is going to blast those yellow cowardly freaks into extinction. Say, where did that really muscly guy go? Keith said as he wandered around the beach. Meanwhile, Izuku and Yagi were busy talking amongst themselves. Both were confused and worried about this strange person that came out of nowhere. All Might, I think this guy may have seen you in that form. What should we do? Izuku worriedly asked Yagi, hoping his mentor could provide a solution. I don't think he did, young Midoriya. He looks like he's actively searching for All Might, even though he's right here. Yagi figured, referring to himself. DMN. I could have sworn that guy was nearby. He disappeared in a puff of smoke. I really needed that guy's help. He looked really strong, especially beating a Lagiacrus with his bare hands. Keith cursed as he sat on a metal appliance in defeat. He then turned toward Izuku and Yagi. Hey, I actually didn't get your guys' names. What are they? The duo were still wary about this mysterious young man, but he appeared to be friendly, especially with his goofy bright smile on his face. Oh, well, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stammered slightly as he introduced himself. I'm Toshinori Yagi. I'm Izuku's trainer. A pleasure to meet you, young Coleman, Yagi said as he extended his hand in a handshake. A pleasure to meet both of you, Izuku and Yagi, Keith said as he shook Yagi's hand. Say, Mr. Yagi, do you know where that super strong guy with the bright smile went? I kinda need his help. Yagi's expression changed from friendly to serious. If he wanted to get out of this situation without revealing his true form, he would have to say and act carefully. But he did wish to help this young man. That's what a hero does regardless. He didn't need to ask. You mean All Might? I'm sorry, young Coleman. But he left somewhere as soon as he defeated that Lagiacrus, or whatever that thing was. But I could call for his help again, Yagi suggested. Keith's expression brightened. That's great. Me and my comrades could really use his strength. Here, follow me. Keith said as he started walking along the beach. Izuku started walking with Keith and until he realized that Yagi wasn't with him. He turned to see his staying behind, Yagi's thumb pointing toward a pile of scrap. Izuku gave him a nod of understanding. His mentor would have to turn into All Might without anybody knowing, and after that he could help what was troubling Keith. Izuku followed Keith through the piles of scrapped appliances on the beach. Say, what's with all of this metal on the beach? Keith inquired about Izuku. Oh, well, the tides on this beach don't really go out to sea, and instead go toward here. All of this junk is from people littering in the sea and ending up here. Izuku stammered through his explanation. Even when talking to a nice stranger, his poor social skills are the death of him. That's kinda mean. Why would anybody want to dump all this valuable metal, especially out on the ocean? Keith berated. Why? It is. Izuku agreed with the stranger. He was still bewildered by the strange appearance of this young man. Being the observant and curious boy he is, he started inspecting the young man. The armor looks extremely worn out, filled to the brim with scratch marks, burnt marks, and dents. Unfortunately, he can't properly see it all with the ginormous sword strapped to his back. It was far too large to be called a sword, let alone a weapon. It was more of a hulking mass of iron. And Izuku was still shocked on how casually this man was carrying the sword. He must have some sort of strength quirk. Izuku's curiosity piqued, and wanted to know more about this guy, especially if he was a hero. Excuse me, Mr. Keith, sir. How are you able to carry that sword? Is it a support item? What is your quirk? Is it a strength enhancement, quirk, or something else? Izuku was starting to delve into his mumblings once more. Before Keith rooned around with a confused expression. What's a quirk? Is it food or something? Keith asked the green-haired boy. Izuku was shocked once more. Was this guy living under a rock? No one alive today doesn't know what a quirk is. Did you even have a quirk, Mr. Keith? Izuku asked the armored man once more. Last time I checked, I didn't have one. Is something wrong with not having one of these quirks? Keith wondered as he gave Izuku another confused expression. Izuku was simply blown away. Was this guy quirkless? Just like him once? Then how is he able to lift and walk with all that heavy equipment on him? More and more questions filled his mind, enough for his brain to physically expand and burst like a balloon. He wanted to ask more questions, but he couldn't get the chance to once they arrived at the location. Here we go. We need someone super strong like that huge buff guy to lift up our capsized ship. Keith pointed toward said capsized ship. However, something was clearly off. Instead of your typical metal boat, this one was completely made of wood, and it also had sails as well. Around the ship were people just like Keith, wearing medieval-era styled armor and having ginormous weapons on their back. Some did not wear armor or wield weapons and instead wore robes or tunics with some armored parts. There were even cats that were standing on their hind legs and talking to the humans. One of these armored men saw Keith and Izuku and pointed at them. Hey, looks like Keith's back. The armored man quickly hustled toward the duo, with a few more gathering from his call. This guy instead wore a ghillie suit-styled armor with what seemed to be many leaves or green feathers attached to many parts of the leather on the armor. The man also wore a mask and some goggles, but he had them lifted off for Izuku to see his tired and grizzled face. His weapon seems to be some sort of mix between a firearm and crossbow. The man took one look at Izuku and frowned. Sorry, Keith. But when I mean go get help, I didn't mean go and drag some poor random kid here, the man criticized in a serious tone. No, Weston, Izuku here knows a guy who's super strong. I saw him myself. His name's All Might, and he beat up a Lagiacrus with just his bare hands. It's true, Keith proclaimed, causing many of his companions to look at him in confusion. I hope the seasickness didn't get to your head, man. You must have mistaken a Rajong for a human. Weston, the ghillie armor-wearing man, pat the shoulder of Keith. I'm not joking, seriously. My eyesight is as good as a Cerigio's. All right now, stop arguing, both of you. An older voice came into the conversation. This man was likely in his early 60s. This man wore a much bigger tunic and coat, combined with his mighty gray beard, he reeked an aura of age and wisdom. The two nodded in understanding and respect for the old man, and the latter walked up toward Izuku. "Hello there, young man. Do you mind telling us your name?" he inquired in a very polite and calm voice, unlike the authoritative and commanding tone he heard from the man before. "Why, yes, sir. My name is Midoriya Izuku, sir," Izuku said as he straightened his posture. The old man chuckled as he saw Izuku act so tensed up in front of him. "At ease, Izuku. Thank you for coming here. We need all the help we can get right now." The man turns toward the capsized boat. "I am Commander Zimmerman. I'm the superior and head of this expedition. Me and my crew still have many valuable supplies and resources in our ship, and if we wish to repair it to get her seaworthy once more, we need to get her straight back on her keel." "Oh, I see. But I don't know if I'm going to be much help, honestly. I am a rather puny boy," Izuku said as he scratched the back of his neck. "Nonsense. I can see it in you. You're training your body to become stronger, aren't you? I can see the progress. Keep up the good work." The commander acknowledged. Izuku got a swell of pride and embarrassment flooding his brighting cheeks. "Why, you flatter me, sir. But in all honesty, I think calling for a hero or emergency services would be your best bet." The man confusingly looks at Izuku. "Who exactly are you referring to, these heroes, you say?" Izuku gave the man the same confused expression as the old man. It would be crazy for someone to not know who or what a hero is. It's like not knowing that breathing exists. Izuku instantly went ham on his explanation, saying that being a hero was a career revolving around serving the public and defeating villains. Heroes use their quirks for the good of society. They're so cool. They save people every day. That's why I want to become one of them one day, so I can save people with a smile on my face." Izuku finished passionately, not realizing that his speech garnered a crowd. Embarrassment quickly swimmed up his face. Commander Zimmerman laughed wholeheartedly at Izuku. "Well, you certainly got some passion for these heroes. You would make a fine hunter. But still, I must ask, what exactly is one's quirk that you keep referring to?" Izuku once more was dumbstruck by the man's lack of knowledge on quirks and hero society. Were they all lacking knowledge on the subject just like Keith? Izuku hoped not. But something did add up. The wooden ship, medieval-style armor and clothing, and the ginormous weapons. It was as if these people came from a completely different world. The thought lingered in his mind until something came out from the sky and appeared right beside everybody that Izuku was spared from explaining further. "Hello there, everyone. I heard from a troubled citizen that you need some help. And you don't have to worry anymore, you know why." A booming and proud voice gathered everyone's attention toward the cloud of dust and sand. When the sand settled, to almost everyone's shock, appeared a very tall and muscular man with blonde hair and a bright, big smile. "Because I am here." "Holy, is that Rajang in human skin?" One of the armored men cursed at the sight of All Might. That's the guy. The super buff guy that beat the Lagiacrus," Keith said as he pointed toward All Might. "Indeed I am. I am All Might, the #1 hero and the symbol of peace," All Might said to Keith. "Now, what seems to be the problem?" Commander Zimmerman was very surprised to see this strange and abnormally proportioned man come out of nowhere and offer help. But nonetheless, the commander quickly snapped out of his daze. "Oh, hem. Greetings there, Mr. All Might. My name is Commander Zimmerman. Our ship is, as you could see, capsized on this shore. If you could help us get it upright, it would be of great help." The commander requested. "Ah, that's easy. Here, allow me then." All Might simply walked toward the boat, grabbed it and turned it back on its keel. The ship was now successfully dry-docked, and it was all possible with the help of one man and one man only. "There we go. Now I must be off. The work of a hero is never truly done. If you need any more assistance, Commander Zimmerman, just call for help. Farewell, everyone." With his final message, All Might quickly leaped into the air, leaving a completely baffled and awestruck group. "I'll be d'med. You really were right about some super buff guy," Weston said to Keith. That's impossible. For a single man like him to be able to lift our ship with his bare hands. A man wearing a fine robe and glasses and pointed ears said to his colleagues. He turned to Izuku and grabbed him by the shoulder. You there, boy. You said that you knew that hero, correct? Does he have to do something regarding his quirk that you have told us earlier? Please tell me more, young man. Izuku was very much concerned and worried about the Professor Elf man with his eyes wide. Geez, did he look like him when he was obsessing over heroes and their quirks? Also, where was All Might now? Surely he would have come back to Izuku by now. I am here, Deku. Speaking of the devil, Yagi Toshinori came running toward the group with a heaving lung and blood trickling out of his mouth. I mean, Mr. Toshinori, you're here. Izuku beamed as he quickly assisted the frail-looking man. Thank you, young Midoriya. Well, we have quite the unique gathering here. Yagi said as he observed the various individuals in their noteworthy attire. My name is Yagi Toshinori. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I was the one who called in All Might to help you. Various murmurs came from the group, all contemplating the bizarre duo in front of them. Hey there, Mr. Yagi. Keith greeted the aged man. You missed the most awesome sight. That All Might guy came in and helped out the boat. Man, he was super cool. Yagi smiled at Keith's enthusiasm. Well, that's good to hear, Yagi said. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you this question, but who exactly are you people and where do you come from? Commander Zimmerman was the one who stepped up this time. We are all members of the guild. We were all traveling upon the seas on an expedition to conduct further research on a certain region. However, the most bizarre phenomena happened. The sapphire star that was guiding us suddenly shined bright and engulfed us. We were unharmed, but we found ourselves and our ship washed ashore on this very beach. Zimmerman recalled. I see. And what exactly is the purpose of the guild? Yagi inquired more. You haven't heard of us? That's strange. Oh well, we of the guild are responsible for humanity's safety from monsters. We train and dispatch hunters, specialists in monster hunting. He pointed toward the people in armor. They utilize weapons crafted by our finest blacksmiths. They take on quests posted by the locals of various environments and locales. That's interesting, Yagi nodded. In his mind, however, he was very surprised that people that could hunt these monsters existed. And what exactly is a monster? Monsters are the creatures that make up our world. They come in many forms and classifications. They constantly threaten our very existence. That is the purpose for why the guild was founded. We want to understand our world and find a way to survive in it. Commander Zimmerman spoke proudly with many of the hunters nodding in agreement. Our goal is not to drive monsters toward extinction, far from that. But in order to discover and understand the deepest mysteries of our world, we must become just as strong as the monsters. Izuku gulped at how serious and passionate the man was speaking. It was truly admirable. These hunters are like heroes. They risk their life to keep everyone safe from these monsters. Heck, Izuku almost got eaten by one of those said monsters. He wanted to know more about their way of work, how they hunt monsters, and everything about the monster themselves. Speaking of which, if I inquire, Mr. Toshinori, why are you and Mr. Midoriya here on this beach? Oh yes. About that? I'm training young Midoriya's body so he could properly use his quirk in the upcoming exams for UA. Yagi answered, but Zimmerman's confused expression became even more confused. Exams? UA? This is certainly the first time I've ever heard of all this. Could you elaborate? Commander Zimmerman inquired. Yagi was at a loss for words, but Izuku wasn't. You mean you don't know UA? The UA? The top heroics academy in Japan. How could anyone not know it? Izuku shouted, somewhat in disbelief and in exasperation. We haven't heard of this academy, like ever. Keith was the one who spoke up this time. And also, you said that we're in Japan. That's not a country I've ever heard of before. Izuku and Yagi felt a feeling of surprise and concern. Could this mean that these people were not from their world? To test out this theory, Yagi pulled out his cell phone and opened up an online map. Even the curious and astonished gazes on Yagi's phone was evidence enough. You are currently here. This is our country, Japan. Yagi said as he pointed at the map, which was showing the entire island of Japan, with a tiny red dot to specify their exact location. This is truly bizarre. We have never seen this kind of landmass before, Commander Zimmerman spoke as he grabbed a giant book that was holstered on his side. He opened it to a certain page and showed it to the duo. It was a hand-drawn map, with 2 continents and many labels and notes. Needless to say, Izuku and Yagi have never seen this map. This map looks completely different to ours. Yagi said as he went on his phone once more. This time it showed all of Earth's continents. Impossible! Wait, could this mean? Commander Zimmerman exclaimed, the pieces of the puzzle all coming together in his mind. You could be right, Commander Zimmerman. Yagi's sweat dropped. He didn't want to believe it, but it seemed to have happened. We've been transported to a different world. Come on, Izuku. Swing that sword. It's either shape up or ship out. Keith shouted from the top of a refrigerator. I'm trying, Keith. Ack. Izuku screamed as the weight of the greatsword took over and caused him to lose balance, falling right on top of his back. Wow. All those months of muscle training and you still can't swing a greatsword. That's pathetic. Another hunter said from a distance. She wields a giant hammer that's strapped to her back. That's not very nice, Rochelle. He's still very young, you know. Keith berated the messy-haired woman. Hey, you're the one who said, shape up or ship out. You should point out that the kid would be eaten alive if he can't hunt. Rochelle countered as she crossed her arms. Izuku has entered a new training regime ever since he and All Might met the hunters of the guild. If monsters have been appearing in Japan and other parts of the world now, he deduced that he should also train to be a hunter as well as a hero. Really? Are you sure you want to become a hunter, young man? Commander Zimmerman asked Izuku in the past. Yes, sir. The job of a hero is to protect the public. If I can't defend helpless people from monsters, then what am I? Izuku said to the commander. That's why I want you and the guild to train me. Train me to be a hunter, so that I can protect people from villain monsters. Commander Zimmerman nodded, silently admiring Izuku's resolve. It seems I was right when I saw your potential of a hunter. It shall be done. But take warning, the guild's training procedure is a harsh one, and you will be Theongesto be ever trained by us. Do you rethink your choice? Commander Zimmerman asks once more. I've made up my mind, Commander Zimmerman. And so began the next 5 months of even more grueling hell. All Might accepted and supported Izuku's choice of becoming a hunter along with becoming a hero, but his intense training regime did not ever lighten. The first month was him training to gain more strength. The second month was him getting used to wearing armor and carrying standard guild equipment. His third month was him trying to work out the slinger, an arm-held slingshot that can fire a variety of ammo, from stones to flash bombs, as well as grappling onto objects and monsters. His fourth and current month was him training on using the weapon of his choice, the greatsword. He decided that this weapon would dish out the most amount of damage, combined with one for all. Unfortunately, despite his strength, it was still very hard to properly swing the sword. Izuku laid on the ground panting. He was exhausted. He felt like laying on the sand for the rest of the day. But he cannot stop and rest. He has to figure out how to swing the sword and not fall on his butt. Just before Izuku was about to grab the sword again, Keith came along. Hey, here's a tip, Izuku. It looks like you're trying to do the work. Instead, have the great sword do it for you. Keith points out. What do you mean by that, Keith? Izuku questioned. You need to use the weight of the great sword in your favor. The great sword is very heavy, and it needs a solid base rather than you moving around. Keith says as he pats his own legs. You should put all of your strength in your legs. Do you get what I mean? Sort of. I'll try it. Izuku said. He grabbed the sword once more, the weight of it already trying to fumble Izuku. But taking the advice that Keith said, he bends knees and plants his legs to the ground. The sword was more controllable than last time, so Izuku pulled it over his back, not so much that he would start falling, and lifted it just enough for gravity to take over and swung it. He successfully swung the greatsword in a simple slash without falling over. Izuku grinned as he heaved the greatsword up from the ground. "How was that, Keith?" Izuku asked Keith. "Your form could use some work, but you got it." Keith praised as he draws his own greatsword. "I'll show you some other greatsword techniques, watch and learn." For the rest of the past month, Izuku has been training with Keith with the greatsword. From simple movements, to blocking, to other slashes, to shoulder bashing, and the most powerful attack of all, the true charged slash. Izuku got a mouthful of sand when he attempted to do his first one. The fifth and final month was a combination of all the lessons he learned previously. He became very adept with using the greatsword. He studied the various ecology of monsters he would possibly encounter, and most importantly, learned how to cook a well-done steak. "Why would I need my own grilling spit?" Izuku asked Keith, who was busy cooking away. "So you could cook something out on hunts whenever you get hungry," Keith said as he was rotating his own barbecue spit while cooking a piece of meat. After a brief second, Keith took it off the grill and took a bite out of it. So tasty. The guild was also busy as well over the past few months. It was very impressive to Izuku. The guild was able to utilize much of the garbage that littered the beach to create a little base of operations for them. Supplies, building materials, and food were being shipped around left and right. Not a single person wasn't busy. "Come on, you lazy bums. I need more of that scrap." The guild's Smithy Smithson yelled out to two hunters that were pulling a wagon full of metal. "Those need to be sent over there, and that shall go over there." The guild's provisions and logistics manager Amber pointed to hunters carrying supplies. "It seems like you guys are really busy," Izuku said to Keith. "Oh, this? Nah, this is hardly anything busy. We're just working harder than normally because we're in a brand new world." Keith replies, taking another bite of his well-cooked steak. "Man, I still can't believe we managed to be transported into another world. And it's filled with people with superpowers of all things." "Yeah, it truly is hard to believe." Izuku nodded. "Say, I wanted to ask you a question if you don't mind." "Sure. What do you have in mind?" Keith said with a mouth full of meat. "Why did you want to become a hunter?" Izuku asked. Keith swallowed before his expression turned serious. After a silent moment of thinking, he responded, "Originally, I didn't really want to become a hunter. I was fine with being a miner like my father. But it all happened on one fateful day, when a great storm came rolling in. My family lived farther away from the village. There was a nearby mine where we lived. My father was the leader of the miners who would go down there and bring back iron and other valuable ores. My mother took care of me most of the time. She always made the greatest stew. When I got older, I began helping my father and mother more. I chopped trees for firewood and I would occasionally help my father in the mines. They were peaceful times. Suddenly, when I was around 16 years old, a huge rainstorm came along. It was nothing we have ever experienced before. Rain that continuously poured down on you so much that the land started to flood and the winds howled loudly in your ear as they blew you off your feet. The house I lived in barely stood a chance against the winds. One night, however, I went out to deliver something important for my father to his friend. My rain cloak did absolutely nothing in that weather. I was soaking wet from head to toe. I was going back home until something horrible happened, something that would change my life forever. Keith grunted as he took one more step in the howling rain. He was fighting both the gale and the flood that lasted for more than a few days. His rain cloak, which was made from the mane of a royal ludroth, wasn't standing much of a chance against this deluge. Not to mention the times where Keith almost flew into the air with the cyclone happening around him. He looked up and saw his house in the distance. His parents were waiting for them. He had to get there now. With a new sense of strength, he marched ever so closely to his humble dwelling. Finally, he was a yard's length away from the door, but suddenly the storm violently picked up. A blast of wind blew Keith away as his house finally collapsed. Fear and worry overtook Keith. His parents were still inside of the house. As if the force of the wind had no effect on him, he ran toward the crumbled building, seeing his parents trapped on top of some wooden beams. "Mom, Dad, hold on. I'll get you out of there," Keith shouted as he gripped onto a soaking wet log. No matter how hard he tried, his hands would always slip off the beam. You need to get help from the village. Leave us. Keith's father screamed from under the rubble. No. I won't leave you guys alone. Do it. Keith grunted as he dug his fingers into the wood and attempted to lift it up, just barely enough for his parents to crawl out. Just as he was beginning to make some progress, another blast of wind took over and blew him away. Keith was sent rolling into the mud, disoriented yet still worried for his parents' safety. He stood up against the wind, all while being caked in mud. A tempest has formed as the wind intensified even more, carrying broken branches and debris from the environment. Keith could barely see anything now with the wind and rain assaulting his face. He barely could make out a shape inside of the clouds. Something was forming inside of the tempest. Then the tempest expanded and died away, revealing a beautiful yet terrifying sight to Keith. An elder dragon, whose body was entirely made up of metal, its great giant wings controlled the winds and took up most of the sky. It was staring right down at Keith, with its blue eyes piercing through his soul and judging him. Keith gulped at the sight. He silently deduced that this monster was the cause of this storm. He felt as if this monster would hurt his family. Keith closed his eyes, breathed in, focused all of his willpower and thought to one sole purpose: to protect his family. Opening his eyes, he stared back at the monster and stood firm. The winds of the storm had no effect on him anymore. This is where your rampage stops, monster. Keith challenged, grabbing his pocket knife from the handle and unsheathing it. He didn't know if it could penetrate the hide of the beast, but he had no other options regardless. The elder dragon's eyes slightly widened, seemingly insulted for being challenged by some lowly human. It raised its head and took an enormous intake of air. It would blow this puny human away like a divine wind. Keith, however, did not waver in the slightest, still standing firm like a great bastion with his knife raised. The monster unleashed a blast of wind sent toward Keith. He closed his eyes and braced for the worst, but he did not feel his body lighten or his body torn to shreds. Instead, when he opened his eyes, in front of him was a man wearing shining armor and wielding a giant sword as a shield. "Are you all right, boy?" The man spoke with kind concern. The man also wore a half cape, and on that cape was a shielded symbol that even Keith knew. "Ooh, you're a hunter. From the guild," Keith exclaimed. The man gives out a hearty laugh. "Indeed I am, boy. But it is all right now, for I shall slay this beast." Keith was in disbelief. He occasionally saw hunters in the village. They would come for a quest to get rid of any monsters that got too close to them, but he never saw one this close. The hunter simply walks toward the dragon with his weapon resting on his shoulder, without any regard of his safety or the ferocity of his foe. Keith only felt inspiration and admiration for the man standing firm in the middle of the hurricane. To Keith, standing defiant and courageous in the face of overwhelming odds and challenges for the sake of protecting others, was the most heroic thing of all. I didn't get to see the hunter fight the monster, because I still had to rescue my parents. After I managed to help my parents out of the rubble, I took them to the village to be taken care of. The hunter managed to ward off the monster, and the storm subsided soon after. Me and my parents rebuilt our house after the storm, and everything went back to normal. But not me. Instead of wanting to become a miner, I wanted to become a hunter, just like the hunter that fought that Kushala Daora. Keith retold with fiery passion in his eyes. My parents were worried, but ultimately supported my dream. I then traveled to Dundorma, the headquarters of the guild, and they trained me to become a hunter. I hunted plenty of monsters, big and small, throughout my career. But then they assigned me to this group and sent us off. And then we had that whole Sapphire Star thing, and now I'm here. Izuku couldn't help but feel his jaw drop from Keith's entire story. That's amazing. Huh, really? It's not that special. Other hunters have a similar story to mine. Keith said while scratching the back of his head. I'm just saying that not many people have this experience, you know? Since this is a modern society and all. Your world sounds old, Izuku said. Yeah, I guess you're right. Your world is way cooler than ours, I suppose. And much safer, Keith said, all while taking another bite of his meal. Your story kinda sounds similar to mine. We both take inspiration from our idols. For me, it's All Might, and for you, it's that hunter, Izuku responded. Keith smiled at Izuku. Hey, I guess you're right. But did All Might have to save you from an elder dragon? What? But he did save about 1,000 civilians in the hour just after his debut. Izuku stated, recalling the very video that he would rewatch hundreds of times as a child. Really? Man, All Might really is such a cool guy. Keith smiled even brighter, just before he swallowed his last bite from his steak. By the way, Izuku, can you show me your cell phone again? I still can't believe such a small thing could have so much info. Sure, here it is. Izuku stammered as he grabbed his phone from his armor pocket and unlocked it. Keith stared at its screen with sparkling and curious eyes, like that one annoying cousin that asks you if you have any games on your phone. So you told me that this is connected to something called internet, and it's some invisible conduit of endless information? Keith said as he recalled the first time Izuku introduced them to the cell phone. It's hard to explain, but that is sorta the ghost of it. You can access the internet with a browser, and you can search up stuff with it. Izuku said, tapping on the respective app and opening it. But, hey, how about you search up stuff about monsters? Keith asked Izuku. I don't think I won't have the specifics on monsters, since they're brand new here in this world. But let's check the news. Izuku said as he typed into the search bar, which had Keith's interest growing even more. Izuku searched up monster news and came across various articles regarding the subject of the mysterious beasts that suddenly revealed themselves out of nowhere to the world. Keith gave out a "oh" as Izuku scrolled through the articles, and something caught his attention. Wait, hold on. Airplane crashes skyrocket? Izuku spoke with worry in his tone as he tapped onto an article, which then showed a video of a news outlet delivering today's news. This one's pretty recent. The news anchor played its intro, then it revealed a newsman with deer antlers holding onto some papers. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we come bearing some grave and alarming news. Over the past few months, there has been a disturbing rate of increasing number of airplane crashes all across the globe. The most notable places being in the US and Europe. From our sources, the main causes of these crashes seem to be these flying creatures taking down these aircraft. The cause for why these creatures are attacking airplanes is still being discussed. As of now, a total of around 25 flights have been lost, and thousands of passengers have died in the unfortunate accidents. Millions of dollars are lost in the case of destroyed aircraft. In response to this alarming casualty rate, heroes with flying quirks have been in high demand to solve the problem, and no-fly zones have been established around the world in places where aircraft crashes occur frequently. Izuku paused the news video, with a face of shock and disturbance etched in both Izuku and Keith's faces. That's hard to believe, Izuku said, shocked. Thousands of people dead. Keith muttered from under his breath, his brain did the thinking and came with a conclusion. Rathalos. Are Rathalos? Izuku stammered. He knew what a Rathalos was, and how it should be feared, from the many accounts of the hunters while he was training. Do you think they're the cause of all this? No doubt about it. I reckon that they set up territories, and these airplanes full of people are flying right through them without them knowing. Keith stated, with concern etched in his face. Rathalos are highly territorial, they'll fight any monsters that take a step in their territory. If we could have been there to hunt those Rathalos, none of these people would have to die. Izuku felt the guilt in his friend's voice, and offered words of comfort. Why you don't have to beat yourself about it. Why you can't be in two places at once, you know, Izuku said. Although it did pain him for all of those people to die, there was unfortunately nothing they could do about it. We need to expand our influence, Keith said suddenly, surprising Izuku. If monsters are having this much of an impact in this world now, the guild needs to be active in order to protect people. We're stuck on this stupid beach. If only we had vehicles like you said, like airplanes and helicopters and trucks, we could mobilize around the world and gather more people to become hunters. You mean the guild going public? I'm sorry to tell you this, Keith, but the guild's technology is super outdated. And in this hero society, the guild won't cut it when it comes to hero work. Izuku said. That's true. The Hunters Guild Codex states that hunters cannot brandish their weapons on another human, only on monsters. We're somewhat useless against villains. Keith wondered, trying to think of ideas for what to do. As Izuku and Keith were busy thinking of solutions, they were interrupted by a skinny old man with wild blonde hair. I believe I could be of assistance. Izuku and Keith turned their heads to Yagi. I overheard your conversation earlier about the guild going public. While it's true that the guild's ways are very old-fashioned, compared to hero societies, but I believe there's a way to integrate it, Yagi proposed. Keith stood up with a smile of gratitude plastered on his face. What do you suggest then, Mr. Toshinori? I have an old friend who could be interested in investing in the guild's endeavors. I could talk to him about what you hunters do, and then perhaps he could provide some assistance, Yagi explained. That could work. Oh, have Commander Zimmerman come with you and discuss it with your friend. Keith suggested. Yes, that could work as well. I think he'll like Commander Zimmerman very much. Yagi nodded. He and Zimmerman became close friends over the past months. Yagi personally taught him about the technologies and laws of modern hero society. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Toshinori. I swear, the guild will not let your friend down. Keith smiled brightly as he held his fist. Don't worry about it, young Coleman. I've heard about how monsters are putting innocent lives in danger, while us heroes, unfortunately, don't have a solution to combat these threats. I believe the guild will do an excellent job of protecting humankind from monsters, Yagi proclaimed. As for you, young Midoriya, you should be going home now. It is getting late, and you need a good night's sleep for the UA's entrance exams tomorrow. Oh, it is getting late. Izuku shouted in disbelief, seeing the setting sun in the distance. Thank you for the help you have given me for these past months, Keith. You're welcome, Izuku. And good luck with your exams tomorrow. Keith gave Izuku his signature toothy grin. Today was the date of UA's entrance exams. Every aspiring young hero was training for this very moment, to see if they have what it takes to become a hero. Toshinori Yagi had various thoughts while he was driving to Takaba Beach. Was his successor truly ready to inherit his power? Yagi shook that doubt away. Of course he was. He made sure that Izuku's training would prepare his body effectively. Problems started when Izuku was overworking himself and not following the regime, but like he always said, Izuku was just going plus ultra in order to become the hero he aspires to be. What about the guild? In truth, Yagi admired the hunters' tenacity and strength, although he hadn't seen them in action in their hunts. He had no doubt that recommending them to his friend was the best decision. After arriving at Takaba Beach, he took notice of how the beach looked somewhat different. Yagi deduced that it was because the guild was reusing the garbage for their buildings, but he then heard cheering from somewhere. Come on, Izuku. You got this. The distant voice of Keith cheered on. Curious, and now slightly worried, Yagi walked toward the railings of the beach and saw his pupil in his glory. Izuku was screaming topless into the morning air, sweat covering his muscles as he yelled an accomplishment, and Yagi could see why. Young Midoriya has cleaned up the entire beach, including the part where he didn't specify. Now all of the garbage was on top of one large pile onto the side, with Keith cheering from the bottom of the pile. Oh my goodness! Yagi spoke to himself in shock. He then eyed his pupil on top of the mountain of metal, but then realized his body was beginning to falter. Oh crap! Watch out, Izuku! Keith shouted from below. Realizing that he was about to fall, Yagi grunted as his body transformed into All Might. With his superior speed, he leaped across the railing and caught Izuku midair, and then landed on the beach safely. You've done it, young Midoriya. You cleaned up the entire beach. You even went beyond. I'm proud of you. All Might spoke to his fatigued successor, who smiled weakly in response. Wait, All Might? But I thought, wait a second. Is All Might actually Mr. Toshinori? Keith shouted in disbelief. S8. Not so loud, young Coleman. But it is true, my true identity is Yagi Toshinori. All Might revealed. Mind blown. Keith simply said, Heh, thanks for saving me, All Might. Izuku said, yes. It's all right, young Midoriya. But look at yourself now. All Might said as he stood Izuku up. He took out his phone and showed his pupil a photo. This was you 10 months ago. Now look at yourself. Be proud, young Midoriya. Keith compared the two images of Izuku. One was him crying hopelessly on the sand with a wimpy body, and now the current Izuku sported some solid muscles and physique. Oh, what a change. You look super cool now, Izuku. Congratulations. Thanks, Keith. And thank you, All Might, for taking me on and training me. It was my pleasure, young Midoriya. Now for the fruits of your labor, your body is now ready to take on the torch of One for All. All Might said as he plucked a single strand of hair out. Eat this. Ha! Both Izuku and Keith muttered at the same time. Well, you need to ingest some of my DNA in order to inherit One for All. So I thought my hair would do the trick. Now eat it. All Might bluntly stated. Yes. You gotta do what you gotta do. Right, Izuku? Keith chuckled slightly. Oh man. Izuku hesitated as he grabbed the single strand of golden hair. Ultimately, Izuku ended up swallowing the hair and thus inheriting the legendary power of One for All. This was it. The moment that he was training every day for. Izuku Midoriya stood proudly in front of the entrance of UA, the most prestigious hero academy in the whole world. They produced some of the top-ranking heroes, including but not limited to Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and All Might himself. Izuku remembers the harsh training with All Might, Keith, and all the other guild members and was proud of it. Now this was the starting line to his path of becoming the greatest hero. Wow. This is UA. That's a pretty huge building there. It's almost in the shape of a U, or is that AH? Keith said from beside him. Oh yeah, Keith was here as well. I forgot you were there. Izuku stammered. Currently, Keith and Izuku were standing in front of the UA school building, on a red brick path with many other examinees coming for the entrance exam. It wasn't uncommon for people to take long glances at Keith, with his whole armor and giant sword attire. One might mistaken him for a hero. Come on, dude. I want to see what this whole UA thing's all about. Keith pumped his fists in excitement. I know you're excited, Keith, but you're not an examinee. Why, you're supposed to be with Yagi and Commander Zimmerman. Oh yeah, I guess I was. Oops. But who can help it? Can't I spend some time with my friend instead? Visit. I'm your friend? Izuku stammered. Yeah. What am I supposed to be? Your comrade in arms or something like that? Keith smiled. Izuku was actually crying tears of joy. He had a genuine friend, and he didn't realize it sooner. Soon he was crying tears of joy, or rather rivers of joy. Hey, stop crying, Izuku. Geez, dude. Keith smiles sheepishly at Izuku, only to be rudely interrupted by someone. Hey, stop crying and get out of my way. That rude voice belonged to no other than Bakugo Katsuki, who was trekking ever so menacingly toward the duo. You and that night-looking weirdo too. Kei-Kachin. I didn't see why you there. I mean, I heard you but... The stammering Izuku was ignored by Bakugo as he simply walked away with the still set-off expression glued to his face. Oh. He looks angry as a tigrex. Do you know that guy, Izuku? Keith asked the still stammering Izuku. Oh, this, my childhood friend. Kachin and I aspired to go to this very school, why you know. Izuku answered. Really? He sounds pretty mean though. Keith said with a skeptical look. He may be mean, but he's still my friend. Izuku said, chuckling nervously. And I kind of admire him, honestly. Admire him? How so? Keith asked. It's hard to explain. Izuku said solemnly as he straightened his backpack. Alrighty then. Good luck with your exams then, Izuku. I guess I gotta go with the commander and Mr. Toshinori now. See ya. Keith waved goodbye before walking toward the exit. Yeah. See ya later, Keith. Izuku shouted back. Now he turned toward the UA building. His focus was now ready to be fully utilized. Alright, Izuku. This is it. Your first step to becoming the greatest hero. Izuku thought as he took one step, then having his feet getting caught by the other, causing him to fall. Or so I thought. Izuku expected to fall face flat on the ground, but he was then suspended midair. Izuku was surprised and confused as he started flailing around and panicking while floating barely above the ground. "Oh, sorry for surprising you there. I used my quirk on you here," said a young girl's voice. Izuku turned around to see a bubbly-looking girl with auburn hair and eyes. Her hair was shoulder-length with bobbed bangs. She effortlessly grabbed Izuku as if he was weightless. She set him up properly on the ground before touching the pads of her fingertips. And release. Izuku finally had his feet on the ground. He was thankful to the girl for saving him from a faceplant, but he was in front of a girl now. "You're here for the UA entrance exams, right? Well, good luck. I hope you get into UA." The girl gave Izuku a smile before walking away. Izuku, on the other hand, was a blushing, stuttering mess. He actually managed to talk to a girl. No, he didn't, technically. But Izuku quickly regained his focus and started to walk quickly toward the testing site. He didn't want to be late after all. Meanwhile, Keith and Zimmerman were walking alongside Yagi Tashinori as they traveled through the pristine metal halls of UA. They were walking through a special entrance only for UA staff, in which Yagi revealed himself to be a staff member of UA. Impressive. The greatest hero, who is also a teacher at the greatest academy. Truly, this year's students would be in great hands. Zimmerman praised. He too was now in the secret that All Might was actually Yagi Tashinori. "Oh, this place is even bigger on the inside." Keith looked around as they walked. "I'm glad you two are enjoying yourselves." Yagi smiled at his two guests. They now arrived at a door labeled, "Staff Meeting Room." "Now, allow me to introduce you to the staff of UA." Yagi opened the door to reveal a wide room with a table in the shape of a U. Alongside the table were individuals of various characteristics, much to the curiosity of Keith and the commander. A tired and depressed-looking man wearing ragged clothes and black clothes. A man with a blonde, tall, outlandish hairstyle, along with a goofy smile. A huge guy who was literally a block of cement. A woman with lovely purple hair wearing a skin-tight suit, a domino mask, and a sultry expression. A person who was wearing a large, white fluffy outfit similar to that of an astronaut, was it called? A man wearing a bizarre mask and headgear. A creepy-looking creature who looked like a zucchini and wore a large coat and a freakish smile. A rather short man with wild orange hair who wore an extraordinary set of metal armor. A man with a great physique with a red skin-tight suit. He had a small pointy tooth pointing out from his lower lip. And finally, to both the guild members' surprise, a small, animal creature who was standing on his hind legs wearing a pair of sneakers and suit. The bear, dog, mouse-looking also had a scar on his right eye. "Whoa! You guys look so weird," Keith exclaimed as he pointed toward everyone, much to Yagi's and Zimmerman's dismay. "Hey, that's very rude to say, little bro," said the man with his bizarre hairstyle with a nonchalant smile. "Maybe he wouldn't say that if you didn't take an hour of the day doing that ridiculous hairstyle, Mike," said the tired man. "What? But that's my style. My very icon. I'm not present Mike without it," Present Mike said, faking a hurt tone toward the hobo. "Now, that's enough, you two. We have guests now," the rodent said out loud, surprising both Keith and Zimmerman. Seeing the two's shocked expressions, he smiled. "My name is Nizu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal." "Wait, what? That's crazy," Keith shouted as he crouched down to see Nizu most closely. "You're so tiny. How could you be the big boss around here?" "Ow!" Keith yelped in pain as Commander Zimmerman slapped him on top of the head. "Excuse my subordinate for his bluntness, Mr. Nizu. Although I am too shocked because of your nature, I still restrain myself from saying anything that might be offensive." Commander Zimmerman apologized while Keith rubbed the back of his head as he stood up. "Allow me to properly introduce myself now. I am Commander Zimmerman, and this is one of my hunters, Keith Coleman." "OSU. Keith Coleman at your service." Keith smiled proudly as he fixed his posture and saluted. "Nice to meet you, Keith. Since you've introduced yourself, I believe I should introduce you to my staff," Nizu said, pointing his paw at the respective individuals as he called them. "We have Eraserhead, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, and our newest addition, All Might. Yagi Tashinori nodded toward Nizu. It's an honor. I'm grateful for you allowing me to teach here at UA. Oh, it's quite alright, Tiashin. But I'm much more interested in our guests here. Nizu looks up toward Keith. Tell me, young man, have you ever hunted a monster? Yes, I have, sir. Keith nodded with a smile. I have hunted plenty of monsters in my career, enough for a whole night of camp stories worth. Nizu smiled as the other teachers began to be intrigued by the young man. Hey kid, that's a huge sword you got on your back. How much does it weigh? Said Power Loader. My great sword? Maybe 80 pounds. Keith replied. 8 to 80 pounds? How exactly are you holding that thing? Power Loader gasped. It's most likely some strength quirk. It's illogical to think it's just physical strength, said Aizawa. Actually, I don't have a quirk like you guys, Keith stated bluntly. There were more looks of shock and intrigue on the teachers. Nizu rubs his chin with a gleam of interest in his eyes. My, you must have a really strong body for such a young boy, Midnight said seductively, biting her lips. Thanks, Miss Midnight. It's all thanks to the guild's super harsh training they put on me. Keith smiled as he puffed his chest proudly. Midnight seems to slightly cower back from the bright boy's innocence. So innocent. How adorable, Midnight thought. The mouse in the room glanced toward the clock. As much as I want to keep hearing the exploits of the guild, I'm afraid it's time for the entrance exams to begin. Oh yeah, I gotta go there now. Smell ya later. Present Mike shouted as he raced out the door. Now, let us head to the observation room, Nizu announced, climbing up Aizawa and resting on his shoulder. The latter not caring in the slightest. Izuku nervously looks around his surroundings, looking worse for wear in his teal-colored tracksuit. He sees the other students making witty statements of confidence and preparing for the practical exam with a variety of stretches. Izuku's confidence right now could have been better. It didn't help that a blue-haired student with spectacles yelled at him for his murmurs again. He definitely needs to learn how to break that habit. Another doubt circling in his mind was his quirk. He would probably need it for this test, as he can't go around beating up robots with his bare fists. He tried to snap out of his negative thoughts and tried to focus. He surveys through the crowd and to his luck, finds the brown-haired girl that helped him from his fall earlier. Izuku uses whatever confidence he has left and tries to walk over to her and talk. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the chance as somebody stood in front of his way. You there, muttering boy. I suggest you leave other people alone when they're trying to focus, said the same stern, glasses-wearing boy from before. Wait. I'm not trying to distract anyone. I just wanted to dash, Izuku stammered. And begin. Everybody looks up toward the direction of the loud voice, seeing that the announcer was Present Mike on top of an observation tower. What are you doing? There are no warnings in the real world. Now go. Present Mike screamed. Seeing that the test had already begun, the students immediately took off and entered the testing area. Izuku was caught off guard and immediately took up the slack and rushed into the testing area. He wanders around aimlessly for the first minutes trying to find a faux villain to beat. He got his chance when a one-pointer robot suddenly appeared from a pile of rubble. Prepare for termination, hero, the robot villain declared as it raised its metal claws to strike Izuku. The feeling of determination fills Izuku's veins. This is it. I'll use All Might's quirk and I'll dash. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted as a shining blue beam pierced and destroyed the one-pointer. Pardon, mon friend, but I will be taking that point. A blonde, literally twinkling, teenage boy said to Izuku. He had a strange device that surrounded his stomach, most likely some support item for his quirk. Izuku refocused his efforts and once again wandered around attempting to find just one villain, any villain, to gain a point. But from everywhere he looked, he saw students taking down all kinds of faux villains left and right. The brown-haired girl was smashing villains by taking away their gravity and suddenly releasing them down. The spectacle-wearing boy was delivering high-powered kicks toward the faux villains. Izuku realized that in order to pass the exam, he would have to act a bit selfishly. It was first come, first serve if you wanted to score any points, and there was only a limited number of foe villains on the field. Izuku was beginning to become nervous, moving his gaze desperately around the field for any foe villains he could defeat. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the UA staff was observing the various screens showing off the participants in the exam. Keith and Zimmerman watch in awe as they see the many young individuals and their quirk in full action. In this exam, we sent out the students in an unknown area filled with an unknown number of foe villains and with a limited amount of time. Niza begins to explain. The students need to be creative with their own set of skills and the ability of their quirk in order to pass. The ability to gather information and take action before anyone else. Mobility, which is not only essential, but is able to be used in different circumstances. Those who are able to keep a steady and calm mind in any given situation, and those who wield pure, raw power to obliterate any obstacles. All of these aspects are utilized to fight crime on the streets. I see. By suddenly forcing the students in this specific situation, they must utilize these traits in order to even get a chance at passing. Zimmerman concluded as he observed the other students. Whoa, all of these quirks look so cool. Man, I sorta wish I had one. Keith said as he surveyed the screens and found Izuku. The green-haired boy was running around frantically like a coolieku. Keith frowned in response. He was rooting for Izuku to pass the test, but it would seem that his friend wasn't doing so well. Well, doesn't this year's group look promising? Midnight added, with many agreeing. Not yet. It is time to bring out their true test. Niza states as he reaches and pressed a red button. As if on cue, a giant, towering green robot appears in the test, shocking both the students and the guild members. Oh, that thing is huge. Keith exclaims as he stares at the monitor in shock. That thing looks strong enough to take down an elder dragon. Nizu laughs at the boy's excitement. It is our zero-pointer, designed by yours truly. In this test, it has no real purpose if you take it down. That doesn't mean it stopped others from trying, however. Now, it is time to see what the examinees will do in the face of such overwhelming odds. Back at the exam field, Izuku was slack-jawed upon seeing the humongous robot that was rolling and destroying anything in its path. Seeing that the impossibly enormous robot was the zero-pointer, the other examinees book it, seeing no real value in trying to take it down. Sadly, Izuku slightly froze up upon laying his eyes on the robot. The noise and destruction it was causing was staggering. He snapped out of it when he saw that the robot was throwing back its metal arm to deliver a destructive strike. The impact from the punch sent huge clouds of dust in the face of Izuku, who blocked it with his arms. The air pressure that the foe villain created was unreal. Then Izuku too decided to run away and try to find a foe villain that was worth taking down. But just as he was about to run away, he heard the sounds of pain from behind him. Looking back, he saw the same brown-haired girl that prevented his fall. Her leg was trapped under a pile of rubble and she was struggling to get out. The zero-pointer was inching closer and closer to the trapped girl, threatening to hurt and outright crush her. Something overtook Izuku's mind and body in that moment. It was the same unexplainable feeling when Bakugo was kidnapped by the slime villain. He focused sharpened as his body immediately turned around and ran straight toward the giant robot. It didn't matter if he couldn't get any points, he needed to save that girl. Izuku felt the power course through his veins as he was ready to leap and deliver a spectacular smash on that robot. But then, a giant shadow flew over him and he froze. Just like how a baby bunny would shiver and hide away in fear if it saw the shadow of a hawk, Izuku instead felt fear trickle up his spine. Suddenly, something hit the zero-pointer in a humongous explosion, as multiple smaller explosions began peppering its body. Unfortunately, it was all it could take. The zero-pointer succumbed to its damages caused by the explosions and fell onto its back, being obliterated in one final explosion. Izuku was shocked by how the zero-pointer suddenly was defeated, but he reimagined his focus as he saw the girl still trapped under the rubble, but she had the same expression of bewilderment as Izuku had. Hey, are you all right? Here, I'll lift this rubble. Izuku asked the girl as he grabbed the piece of rubble and lifted it, having just enough space for the girl to grab her leg out of the rubble. Thank you. I don't think it's broken, just bruised. The brown-haired girl rubbed her foot. Did you take that 0-pointer down? That was amazing. I actually didn't, but I'll help you get up. Here, grab onto me dash. Attention all students. Please evacuate the testing field immediately. This is not a drill. Present Mick's voice once more interrupted Izuku. But this time he sounded urgent. Something flew into the test. Leave the field now. Izuku and the girl were looking at Present Mike with concerned expressions. Something flew in? What could that possibly mean? Izuku was about to help the girl stand up and carry her to the exit, but then he felt something crawl upon his back, as if his instincts told him to run away immediately. His senses were proven right when they both heard the sound of low growling from the smoke coming out of the 0-pointer. He looks back slowly and sees the silhouette of a giant creature coming out of the smoke. It revealed itself to the world, shocking both Izuku, the girl, and the other examinees. A giant, wyvern-like creature has appeared from the smoke. Its body was massive and chunky, along with a pair of wide, huge wings. Its upper half was covered with heavy and sturdy-looking bronze scales, as opposed to his underside, with teardrop-shaped scales that looked like they were ready to fall off from the creature. Its yellow eyes landed on the duo, and they both froze in fear, like deer stuck still by headlights. It raised its neck as it roared proudly into the air, deafening Izuku and the brown-haired girl. Basilgeese. Classification: Flying Wyvern. This infamous flying wyvern glides through the air and blasts his prey by scattering those explosive scales everywhere. Those scales are made up of his sweat that solidifies when it makes contact with air. Talk about a living B-52 bomber. What is that thing? Cementos stood up from his chair as the UA staff saw the Basilgeuse take down the 0-pointer. That's a Basilgeese, Zimmerman shouted. They are extremely territorial and extremely powerful monsters. You must evacuate the examinees immediately. Right, Midnight said as she grabbed her earpiece. Present Mike. Get the examinees out of the area, now. You don't gotta tell me twice. I'm doing it right now. Present Mike screamed from the earpiece, causing Midnight to recoil. The examinees' safety is our top priority now. We need to get down there and take it out. Keith, we need to dash. Commander Zimmerman turns toward Keith, but to his astonishment, the young man was already out the door. One of the exits to the observation room was left open. It would appear that our hunter is already on the move, Nizu said as he saw Keith running toward the testing field on one of the camera feeds. Evacuate the examinees, but let Keith fight the Basilgeuse. I wish to see a hunter in full action. Yagi gulped as he saw the flying wyvern roar into the air, with young Midoriya and another examinee, young Uraraka, in the middle of it. He silently prays that none of them get seriously hurt in this incident. The Basilgeuse raised its body as its explosive scales began to fall toward the ground. Izuku snapped out his thoughts and acted fast, grabbing the girl and jumping out the way before the wyvern slammed onto the ground, detonating the scales into several explosions. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asks the girl as they recover off of the ground. Why yeah, but what exactly is that thing? The brown-haired girl pointed at the wyvern, the hulking Basilgeuse standing up from the ground and turning toward the duo once more. I think that's a Basilgeuse, Izuku said, recalling his lessons from studying with Keith about monsters. Its scales on the underside are explosive, and it can scatter them to blast prey. Extremely territorial and extremely aggressive, it could and would fight anything it comes across. Wait, you're telling me we could actually Dieto this monster? The girl panicked. Yes. Surviving an encounter unarmed is very unlikely, but Izuku balled his hand into a fist. I think we can take it down. Take it down? Are you crazy? We need to run away. The girl shuddered. The Basilgeuse was about to attack them again. But you can't run. Also, if we let this monster go, who knows what kind of damage it could do. Izuku braces himself as he stands up and starts running toward the monster. The other examinees, including Uraraka, were stunned and shocked to see Izuku start running toward the monster and note away from it. Is that kid insane? He's going to get eaten alive. One of the examinees screamed. Ida, the spectacle-wearing boy, on the other hand, was horrified yet intrigued by the boy's actions. Izuku's legs started glowing as the power of One for All began empowering his muscles. With a mighty leap, Izuku sprang toward the monster while pulling his arm back. Izuku begins to recall the lesson that All Might gave him. Think of this when using my quirk, young Midoriya. Tighten your muscles, clench your butthole, and scream from the bottom of your heart. Smash! Izuku screamed as a punch from One for All made contact with the Basilgeese. As it made contact, the bronze scales along its body began to crack. Its underside scales were already being detonated from the sheer force of Izuku's punch. With a mighty heave, Izuku sent the Basilgeuse crashing toward another building, all of its windows shattering into several pieces as the wyvern literally exploded through it. All of the examinees, including Izuku, were in disbelief at the sheer power of his quirk. Suddenly, reality set back in and Izuku fell face first onto the ground. Izuku groaned in pain as he tried to move his body, realizing he couldn't. He looked at his right arm and legs to see that they were both completely broken. This must be the backlash from using One for All. My limbs are still intact, but they're seriously broken. Izuku bites his lip as the pain comes to his limbs. Oh my gosh! You seriously blew that Basilgeuse away. Are you okay? The brown-haired girl limped toward Izuku with a half-worried and half-amazed expression on her face. No, I'm actually not. My legs and right arm are broken now, Izuku grunted. Oh no, that's really bad. Here, I'll carry you, the girl said as he carefully grabbed onto Izuku's left arm and lifted him up, Izuku hissing in pain. Don't bother. You're injured too, I shouldn't burden you. Izuku grunted. He never really thought that having your bones completely shattered on 3 limbs is extremely painful. It's alright, I could simply just make you weightless. The girl said as she used her quirk on Izuku, the feeling of gravity loosening on his body once more. Oh, I didn't introduce myself all this time. My name is Uraraka Ochako. Midoriya Izuku, Izuku muttered, teeth. I didn't even get 1 point in this test. Ochako saw the look of shame and disappointment on his face, and decided to cheer him up a little bit, but as she opened her mouth, a loud roar came from the building. The duo felt pure dread decline down their spines. They turned to see the same Basilgeuse wobble out of the building. It looked extremely hurt, most of its scales were either broken off or cracked, one of its wings was damaged, and it had a look of pure malice toward Izuku and Ochako. The gaps between the Basilgeuse scales started to glow a menacing orange, as its underside began to grow more explosive scales, glowing the same orange as its body. The Basilgeuse roared into the air once more. It Wazenrajed toward the human that almost took it out with a 1 punch. No, no! Izuku grunted as the monster started running toward the duo. Uraraka, run. Go and save yourself. What? I can't leave you here. You're seriously injured. Ochako panicked. She too was scared of the monster, but she could never find herself running away when someone like Izuku needed help. I still have my left arm, Izuku says as his quirk begins to glow on his remaining functional arm. I could hit it 1 more time. This time for sure. Ochako saw the look of determination on his eyes, but she also saw how his body was barely managing the sheer power of his quirk. With a decision clear in her mind, he grabbed Izuku's weightless body and began to run away. Uraraka! What are you doing? Izuku asked Uraraka as he was being dragged midair like a balloon. You're in no condition to fight anymore. Let me handle it now. Ochako said to Izuku as she ran across the destroyed field, uncaring of how her bruised ankle was hurting her. She jumps and vaults over rubble, destroyed robots, and runs through alleyways as a way to lose the flying wyvern. The Basilgeuse, however, never gave up on its pursuit. It would have those 2 humans burned into nothing, no matter the cost. It charged through rubble with little difficulty. Explosions leveled the testing field as it roared into the air in rage. Ochako was now feeling the aftereffects of her quirk, using it on heavier objects or for long PRs makes her nauseous. Her face was starting to turn green as her stomach was signaling her that she couldn't take more of this. But she swallowed that feeling of nauseous back down. She couldn't give up, not while with an injured person on her hands such as Izuku. But she was starting to lose focus. She desperately summoned all of her remaining willpower and ran. But as she ran, she saw a shadow pass over her, and several orange glowing scales dropping in front of her. Uraraka! Watch out! Izuku warned, but it was too late. The scales detonated, knocking Ochako off on her side and forcing her to release Izuku. The boy screamed in pain as he fell on the ground. A crash shook the ground as Izuku and Ochako looked up to see the Basilgeuse walking toward them, specifically Izuku. The boy looks up to see the powerhouse of a flying wyvern scowl at him, its narrowed eyes full of hate and malice. Izuku could feel his heart pound in his chest like a drum. His throat was dry, and fear had taken over his mostly broken body. Just like how the Legacriss almost took him, this Basilgeuse was about to end Izuku's life. He wanted to run, he wanted to fight back. Izuku was now an animal trapped in a corner. He could either surrender and die, or fight back with his remaining left arm and live to see another day. He couldn't calculate the risks or benefits, as the mouth of the Basilgeuse began glowing with bright, hot fire. Izuku closed his eyes as the monster delivered a blast of fire toward him, inspecting hat to envelop and scorch him, but he didn't. Izuku opened one eye, and saw his savior in his full glory. Sorry for the wait, Izuku. Keith said he was standing in front of him, using the flat side of his greatsword as a shield to block the blast. Keith. Izuku faintly smiled at his friend. I'm so glad you're here. I'm too. I got here just in time, Keith said as he pointed his word toward the Basilgeuse. This was the first time Izuku saw how different Keith was now. His tone of voice was more calm and serious. He had a stern frown on his face as he stared at the Basilgeuse's eyes. Keith turned toward Ochako, who was recovered from the explosions. You there? Round cheeks girl. Whoa! Emmy? Ochako pointed to herself when Keith yelled her name. Yes, you. Get Izuku out of here now. Keith ordered as he kept his eyes on the flying wyvern. Oh, of course. But what about you? Ochako asked. I said now. Don't worry about me. Keith said before the Basilgeuse crashed into him. Luckily he blocked the strike before it could hit him. Yes, sir. Ochako quickly said before reactivating her quirk on Izuku and running away with him mid-air, and they were able to reach the exit of the testing field. Keith gave a brief sigh of relief, before focusing on the wyvern before him. He held his sword high as the Basilgeuse roared at him in challenge. Now, time to begin the hunt, Keith declared as he glared at the monster. Ochako was finally able to carry Izuku all the way toward the exit. She gasped out as she touched her fingertips. Our release. Izuku grunted in pain as the feeling of gravity overcame him and slammed him down once more. He looks around him to see the other examinees all giving him looks of bewilderment, worry, and amazement. He turned his head toward Ochako, but she was unfortunately occupied with barfing out her breakfast. Huh? You were safe now, Izuku said to himself. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Your legs and arms are all busted up, said one of the examinees. You don't have to worry any more, kiddies. I'll fix him up. Everybody turns to an elderly voice belonging to a small elderly woman with pink outfit befitting that of a nurse. She slowly huddled toward Izuku, with a cane stylized as a syringe. When she arrived at Izuku's side, she puckered her lips and kissed the injured boy. While Izuku was flabbergasted and confused, his bones started to mend and were able to be moved again, but Izuku became extremely fatigued. You must have quite a fight, getting chased by that big old monster. Here, have some candy, the elder said as she reached out of her pocket and offered some hard candies. No thank you. Did you use your quirk on me? Izuku asked tiredly, deducing that it was a side effect of hers. Indeed, my boy. My quirk simply enhances and accelerates your body's natural healing abilities, but it leaves you very tired from using up your nutrients, the lady said. My name is Recovery Girl. I am UA's nurse. I see. Thank you, Recovery Girl. Izuku said as he tried to stand up again, but his body was too tired to move anymore. The adrenaline that kept him going has all washed away. All right, is everybody accounted for? Present Mike asked, arriving to assure the safety of the examinees. Yes, Present Mike, sir. I personally did a head count, nobody seemed to be unaccounted for. Ida said with his posture straight. However, there was one individual who I saw running toward the creature that interrupted the exam. Is he a hero, perhaps? No, he isn't. Izuku spoke up, surprising everybody as they looked at the boy on the ground. Izuku hastily smiled. He's a hunter. Keith has always wanted to hunt a Basilgeese. Sure, there were some rare cases of Basilgeese sightings in the old world, but there was always an unprecedented occurrence that would prevent him from hunting one. Like the time where he got a nasty cold just as a sighting of a Basilgeese was reported, or the time where a huge thunderstorm prevented him from returning to base camp and missing the opportunity once more. But right now, he was face to face with an injured and enraged Basilgeuse, a bad combination for any monster to go up against. Keith had no time for thoughts, his body instinctively went into hunting mode. It was the time to act seriously now. The Basilgeuse growled before slamming his head into the ground and dragging it toward the ground toward Keith. The hunter simply rolled out the way and quickly recovered to deliver a quick overhead swing on the creature's foot. The monster grunted in pain before whipping around his tail, scattering explosive scales that exploded as soon as they touched the ground. Keith unfortunately got caught in one of these explosions, hissing in pain as he was affected by fire blight. Hot, hot, hot! Keith cursed as he quickly rolled around on the ground to put the fire out. Once he got rid of the fire blight, he was caught by surprise by another tail swing from the wyvern, this time launching him away. His armor took most of the blow, but he still took damage. Quickly recovering, he chugged down a potion. The bitter-tasting green sludge quickly eased the pain and healed any injuries. The Basilgeuse raised its body in an attempt to crush and burn Keith with its mass and scales. Keith quickly dodged as the monster slammed to the ground with a large rumble. Keith saw the opening and drew his weapon again, delivering 2 charged overhead swings on the monster's head, tearing more scales apart and drawing blood. The Basilgeuse hissed in annoyance at the persistence of this hunter. It took up to the skies and began scattering its scales around the area. Its scales blew up many buildings in the area, scattering rubble and collapsing the weaker ones. Keith, who was on the ground, was busy running out of the way of the wyvern's bombing run, before jumping in a Superman dive as the wyvern dive bombed into the ground and caused an enormous explosion, taking down another nearby building as a result. Meanwhile, Nizu was observing the hunt. From his monitors, very intrigued and concentrated his attention on the fight. He had a bright smile on his face, but his eyes were also on full focus, observing every inch of movement of Keith Coleman as he fought the monster. I got news from Present Mike. He says that the examinees are all safe and accounted for, Midnight reported. Excellent. That's one loose end. Nizu simply said as he continued watching the hunt in earnest. I must say, it's hard to believe that Keith Coleman is able to use that enormous weapon to its fullest. From the monitors, Keith swings his sword sideways, making the monster flinch and stagger as it slashes its face directly. Yagi Tashinori was amazed at Keith. He was able to dodge the Basilgeuse attacks, and attacks he couldn't dodge in time he blocked with his sword. Even if Keith did manage to take a hit or set on fire, he quickly recovered and continued to fight. Yagi hasn't seen such determination or willful from the young man, as most of the time he was smiling goofily and talking and making jokes with Izuku. But right now, from the monitors, he couldn't see the same man in his serious expression and narrowed eyes. Literally speaking, he was locked in. Not only does Keith Coleman hardly give up, he has the strength and power to back up his indomitable spirit. Nizu notes, along with the ability to adapt on the spot, he also utilizes every advantage he has on the field. Take a look here. Keith Coleman was now fighting defensively. The Basilgeuse was now extra pissy, scattering a multitude of his scales as it used its body as its weapon, smashing and ramming into buildings in an attempt to trample the hunter. Keith, on the other hand, was blocking and dodging all of its attacks. He was now used to the body slams of the Basilgeuse. He took a brief look around his surroundings, and he saw a particular building with one of its stone walls just barely hanging on with its weakened rebar. An idea quickly took place as he began running towards said building with the Basilgeuse giving chase. He reaches below the hanging wall and the wyvern charges toward him. Keith dodges out of the way at the right moment as the Basilgeuse ran into the building as its scales exploded. The impact was enough for the rebar to break and the hanging wall fell on top of the monster, causing it to topple over. Keith took the opportunity and rushed toward the Basilgeuse and began charging his sword. He delivers an overhead slash once, then another one. He begins to charge his greatest attack, the true charged slash. As soon as Keith was finished charging, however, the Basilgeuse managed to get back on its feet. The momentum of the weapon took over and Keith missed his attack, instead breaking the floor where the Basilgeuse had once been. Uh-oh! Keith realized his mistake as he was greeted with a blast of fire. The blast sent him rolling on the ground, but he swiftly got up on his feet and put out the fire. He unfortunately wasn't able to get his sword out of the ground in time, now weaponless. He began running around as the Basilgeuse continued to chase him. Oh dear, now he lost his weapon, Nizu said from the observation room. Yagi's worried expression kept growing as a result. Should we go help him? I can't just stand here while someone else is risking his life out there, Yagi said as he began his transformation into All Might. Mr. Toshinori, I suggest you stop worrying, Zimmerman calmly said, interrupting Yagi's transformation. Coleman understood the risks of being a hunter. Hunters constantly fight monsters like that Basilgeuse on a daily basis. There are unfortunate cases of hunters losing their lives on hunts, but that risk does not deter them from their goal in the slightest. So I ask of you, Mr. Toshinori, to let Keith do his duty as a hunter. Yagi wanted to argue with the commander, but seeing the look of assurance on his face, he decided to leave Keith alone on this hunt. Sighing, he stood down. I understand, but it is also my duty as a hero to help those in need. I completely understand, Mr. Toshinori, but trust me, Keith Coleman never loses on a hunt. Back to the hunter, he decided that enough was enough. He ran toward a pile of rubble and grabbed some of it, utilizing it as ammo for his slinger. He loaded a rock before taking a stance and launching one straight into the eye of the Basilgeuse. The flying wyvern cried in pain as it closed its eyes and recoiled from the attack. Keith then ran toward his great sword, grabbed the handle and heaved it out of the ground. The Basilgeuse recovered and began its attack by jumping into the air, its wings flapping heavily as it was about to begin another bombing run. Keith then ran toward the monster with an unbelievable speed, delivering an upward swing with his momentum. The slash managed to hit the bottom of the Beetlejuice's face, making it flinch midair and causing it to crash down on the ground. Keith Coleman quickly grabs his sword, resting it on his shoulder as he runs toward the toppled wyvern, delivering 2 slashes on its head. He then reaches back to deliver another charged slash, then a strong charged slash. The Basilgeuse was desperately trying to recover from off the ground, but it began to run out of strength as its injuries were now taking its toll. With one more heave, Keith charged all of his energy and strength to this very slash. He took a slash onto the ground. Using the momentum from the swing, he monetarily flips through the air and yells as he delivers a true charged slash on the Basilgeuse. The slash caused the nearby buildings to shake as its impact was the final blow to the monster. The Basilgeuse, with its last moments, gave one final weak roar into the air as it finally succumbed to its wounds. Keith exhaled as he lifted off the sword from the corpse, covered in blood and dulled. Keith began by wiping off the blood and sharpening his blade. It was tradition to do this after every hunt, to pay respects to the monster who perished. Finally sheathing his blade on his back, he gave a simple prayer to the monster's soul and brought out his carving knife. He would carve out some parts from the monster and leave the rest for the guild for research. The teachers in the observation room were in awe and disbelief. Only Nizu and Commander Zimmerman were smiling in the room. What they witnessed was a quirkless young man take down a giant, flying, fire-breathing, exploding scales monster, all with an oversized sword. Quest completed, Commander Zimmerman said as he wrote down in his book. Mr. Nizu, allow us to take the corpse of the Basilgeuse. It will provide our researchers with a plethora of data and something to do finally. Of course, I'll leave the cleanup to you. Nizu nodded, but before asking, if I inquire, Commander, are your other hunters just as skilled as Keith Coleman down there? Keith, on the other hand, was busy writing down a report in his own book. All hunters must report their hunts to the guild. This was no exception. After jotting down on his book, He put it away and hustled toward the exit, likely to check up on his friend. You are correct, Mr. Nizu, we have 13 other hunters. They are all just as skilled, if not better, as Keith Coleman. Nizu hummed as he spent a few moments thinking in the room and made an announcement. As the principal of this establishment, I declare that UA will provide and fund the efforts of the guild. The other teachers, including Yagi, were surprised at Nizu's proclamation. In addition, I want to implement a brand new system to teach our students to be hunters, taught and trained by the guild themselves. Commander Zimmerman realized what this meant. UA was giving the Hunters Guild to carve a foothold in hero society. He was extremely grateful for the offer. Thank you very much, Mr. Nizu. Truly, from the bottom of my heart. My hunters will not disappoint. After slaying the Basilgeese, Keith began to search for his friend. During the hunt, he noticed that the Basilgeese was injured prior to the hunt. Keith believed that maybe Izuku may have fought the wyvern head-on, which greatly worried him. He picked up the pace and began running toward the entrance of the exam area. Keith saw many of the examinees gathered around there, but he did not see Izuku's bushy green hair from the mass of people. Hello. Excuse me, I'm looking for my friend Izuku Midoriya. Is he here? Keith asked the group of examinees. They all turned to look at him with mixed expressions, amazement, confusion, and surprise. Hey you, did you take down that dragon thing? One of the examinees asked. Yeah, I did. But I'm looking for my friend, get out of my way. Keith began moving his way through the crowd. Murmurs and whispers passed along the examinees like a wildfire, amazed of how this young man was able to take down such a beast. Keith? Is that you? A quiet, tired voice reached his ears. Keith turned toward the direction to see Izuku resting on some boxes. Izuku, you're all right. And your bones are all healed, for some reason. Keith proclaimed happily. It's all thanks to Recovery Girl. She healed my broken bones. But I'm super tired now, Izuku said, a saddened expression resting on his face. Hey, what's wrong, Izuku? Keith asked. I didn't score a single point on the test. All the effort you and all Yagi put into teaching me, it's all a waste. Izuku scolded, tightening his fist. Keith sighed. He hated his friend looking sad like this, but it is also concerning that Izuku has potentially failed the entrance exam. I think you did great regardless. I saw you save that girl, you know. That's a passing score in my book. Izuku saw Keith's signature smile and he smiled back. All right, I guess I should stop sulking. Izuku said. Also, you look super dirty and hurt yourself, Keith. Oh yeah, I guess I am. Keith laughed at himself. He grabbed Izuku and supported him with his shoulder. Also, check this out, Izuku. Keith reaches into his bag and brings out a bronze-colored plate, almost like the scales on that Basilgeese. It's a Basilgeese shell. Check it out. It's sturdy and blast-proof. Izuku was amazed and wide-eyed at the body part. Keith holds it out to him as Izuku grabs it. He feels the groove and texture of the part. It was rough yet somewhat shiny. He could even still feel the warmth of the explosions on the shell. Wow, this looks incredible. Suddenly, Ochako appeared in the conversation. Hi there, Midoriya. I'm glad you're all right. Uraraka. Izuku blushed in response. He still wasn't used to talking to girls. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Thanks to Recovery Girl. Ochako smiled, thankful that the boy was safe and sound. She then drew her attention to the blonde man beside Izuku. She was quite put off by the appearance of him. He was wearing primitive armor and had a giant sword strapped to his back. Was he some sort of hero? Hello there. Are you a hero? Tako asked, curious. Nope. I'm a hunter from the guild. The name's Keith Coleman, and thanks for saving my buddy Izuku from that Basilgeese. Ochako got flustered from the praise. Oh no. It's all right. Ochako blushed. I'm Uraraka Ochako. It's a pleasure to meet you, Coleman. Likewise, Ochako. And call me Keith. Keith smiled as he gave her a hearty handshake, causing him to break her hand. So you said that you were friends with Izuku? I've never heard of the guild. Is that a new hero agency or something? Ochako began asking questions. Nah, I'm not a hero. The guild isn't a hero agency either. I don't even have a quirk. I just hunt monsters. Keith smiled, but Ochako's and others' faces were aghast. Wait, see, could you repeat that? A tall, blue-haired boy wearing a pair of glasses joined in the conversation. Hi there. I'm Keith Coleman. What's your name, new guy? Keith gave the new guy his signature smile. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Ida Tenya. No, that's not it. Tenya shouted as he went back on topic. Please excuse me, but I find it hard to believe that a man like you was able to hunt down a creature of that magnitude with that extremely large and unreliable weapon. Especially without a quirk. Is that a bad thing? Keith genuinely asked while scratching the back of his head. Was it? Keith actually doesn't have a quirk, not even a minor strength quirk. He's able to hold that sword because he's that strong physically. Izuku explained. What kind of training makes you that strong? Ochako asked Keith, disbelief and curiosity etched in her eyes. The hellish kind, Keith somberly replied, remembering that extremely brutal training the guild put through him. Incredible! Tenya had nothing but respect for Keith and his duty. If he wasn't truly a hero, he had the traits of one regardless. Please excuse my rudeness, Mr. Coleman. It's all good, Tenya. No harm done. Keith said while slapping Tenya's back, causing the boy to choke. This man is too humble and simple-minded. Tenya thought in disbelief. All right, everybody. That's a wrap. Present Mike announced to everyone, gathering their attention. We actually got enough data from the entrance exams to deduce who will pass. We're gonna move on to the writing portion of the exam. Please make your way back inside. As everybody began to funnel into the UA building, Izuku had to be carried back inside with Keith. Come on, Izuku. You got this. If you ace the written exam, you'll be too smart. It would be stupid to not let you attend their school. I would like to make corrections. Examinees must both pass the practical portion and the written portion of the exam in order to attend UA. Tenya corrected Keith. Hey, that's not a nice thing to say to your friend. Keith said to Tenya. Friend? Not to be rude, but Midoriya and I are not acquaintances. Tenya argued. But I thought you were. I mean, you were talking to Izuku, so that would make him your friend, right? Keith argued back. Nonsense. Exchanging a few words with each other hardly means we are friends. Tenya declared. I kinda think I know why you could not have many friends yourself, Tenya. Keith bluntly said, causing both Izuku and Tenya to gasp. Tenya had no real comeback to Keith's reasoning. Thinking back, Tenya considered his classmates in his private school colleagues, but not so much as any friends. It's alright, Keith. Tenya doesn't have to be my friend if he doesn't want to. Izuku said. Come on, Izuku. I can't be your friend all the time. You gotta make friends by yourself. Keith argued. As the three boys argued and bickered back and forth between the definition of a friend, Okako was by herself with her thoughts. She felt guilty for someone like Izuku for not getting any points on the practical. It wasn't fair. Izuku had a powerful quirk and the traits of becoming a good hero. After much thought, she decided to meet up with Present Mike after the exam for a discussion. After all of the tests, the entrance exam has officially closed. After escorting Izuku home, Keith then walked all the way back to Takaba Beach where the guild was currently residing. He heard from Commander Zimmerman that Nizu has agreed to help provide a foothold for the guild. This excited Keith. This means that they should be able to hunt monsters that are causing so much chaos around the world currently. When he arrived at the base, Keith saw that everyone was inside of the ship. He went inside and he saw the ecologist and his fellow hunters, all listening intently on the announcements from Commander Zimmerman. After much consideration and agreement to terms, Mr. Nizu of UA Academy has agreed to fund and help our efforts. Zimmerman announced. Whoops and cheering from the hunters filled the room, but it went back to silence as the commander began speaking again. However, this means that we must return to our duties. I believe our hunters have now fattened up thanks to our inaction. Zimmerman spoke. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. A Basilgeese has attacked examinees during the UA entrance exam today. Thankfully, nobody was injured, and the Basilgeuse was swiftly taken care of thanks to Keith Coleman. Everybody turned toward Keith and they all gave him applause and praises. "Dude, you slayed a Basilgeese. Good job, man." Max Whitney, a hunting horn hunter, says under his long bangs covering his eyes. "Well done on your effort, Keith Coleman." Itachi Shikuto, a long sword hunter, congratulated Keith with a nod. However, their attention returned to the commander. "In addition, we will start by moving our supplies and setting up a proper base of operations within UA. Our first job is to extract the Basilgeese corpse and have our researchers study it." The ecologists all have expressions of glee and excitement from the announcement. Also, Nizu has seen fit to add a new curriculum to UA. A hunting class, to be precise. Hunters, not only you will be hunting but teaching the next generation of hunters. The hunters in the crowd all have varied reactions, but they were all up to the task to teach. Remember everyone, we are in a completely different world than our own. The people here all have different rules, laws, cultures, and customs. We need not attract suspicion of our origins. Nizu will guide us on how we will properly introduce ourselves to the public, then we can get started on global-scale hunting and investigations. For the time being, let us begin packing up our supplies for tomorrow. Everybody is dismissed, and may the sapphire star guide us. Ryuko Tatsuma has never been busy in her entire hero career. But being one of the top 10 heroes in Japan, she was always busy, but not as active currently. Ryuko was currently going over some paperwork and recent news. As of late, there have been concerns from all across the globe of the current airspace situation. It didn't help Ryuko's thoughts that over thousands of people have died over these thousands of airplane crashes. Her eyes twitched uncomfortably as she scanned over the statistics. There were no survivors to these crashes. All of these crashes have one thing in common: they were shot out of the sky from an unknown cause. There has been evidence of scorch and blast marks, deep slashes, short-circuited electronics, and sharp scales embedded into the airframe. There were deductions that this was all because of a group of villains with the respective quirks, but these attacks looked more unorganized, more primal. The HSPC has been taking blows left and right from the public ever since this information was broadcasted. The public demanded something to be done about this concerning issue. Ryuko and the number 3 hero, Hawks, were directly ordered by Madam President to investigate one of the recently established no-fly zones in Japan in a joint investigation. As she was busy reading the briefings of the mission, her phone rang. She moved in to pick it up and was surprised to see Hawks calling her. She answered the call, and Hawks' voice called out, "Yo, Ryukyu. You read the mission briefing, right?" Hawks' nonchalant voice sounded off. "Of course. But how did you get my phone number?" Ryuko asked the hero. "The top 10 heroes have access to each other's phone numbers. You didn't know that?" "Oh, whatever. Anyways, just wanted to let you know that I'll be heading toward the coordinates. Be there or be square," Hawks remarked as the phone call ended. Ryuko sighed. When she met Hawks for the first time, she thought he was a lazy and carefree man. But she did have some respect for if he was able to rise to the rank of number regardless. It was time to do her job as a hero. She informed her agency about her departure, and using her quirk, she transforms into her dragon form and takes up into the skies. Soaring through the skies, she takes note of the city down below, seeing all the various civilians below the concrete jungle. The urban landscape slowly turned into rural woodlands, and Ryukyu was beginning to arrive at NFZ Site A1, a large woodland territory that restricts all air and land access. She arrived at the edge of the zone, landing down with her quirk and transforming back into a human. She takes a few stretches in her human body. Flying for long periods of time leaves her joints aching. She turns to see the giant monument for the victims of Site A1. An immeasurable amount of flowers, offerings, incense sticks, and photos all dotted the memorial. Ryukyu could see the photos of various families with their children that have perished. It made her heart sink and grip her palms. She offers a silent prayer for the lives that have been lost here. The locals have called this zone the airplane graveyard. With over 2 flights have fatality crashed around this area, Hawks interrupt Ryukyu, giving the latter a slight scare. It's proclaimed as a hotspot for paranormal investigators and high schoolers to film themselves exploring the place illegally at night. "And what exactly does that mean, Hawks?" Ryukyu asks the man. 'Cause there's some pretty spooky videos on VideoTube about high schoolers getting chased away by something, Hawks said looking at his cell phone. There's fireballs and the sound of something roaring in the background while they're running. Take a look. Hawks shows Ryukyu his phone, playing a video titled, Visiting the Airplane Graveyard. Did we find ghosts? What happens at the end will shock you. It shows a group of students wearing what appears to be the uniform of Shiketsu High School. The group wandered around the woodlands of the graveyard. They had flashlights illuminating the dark, but it was mostly ineffective as the cameraman wasn't properly pointing the camera at the illuminated parts of the forest. Dude, this is super scary, said one of the students, his flashlight illuminating the branches of some trees. Piesich, it's just some forest. Where are the crashed airplanes? Are we going to see corpses? Now that's the scary part. An easygoing female voice replied, shining her flashlight in the distance. Guys, I think this is a horrible idea, whispered the cameraman, a timid and shy male voice. Don't the signs say, no trespassing? I think there's a good reason for why they put it up. Stop talking, Michi. You're going to get us in trouble if you keep talking. Another male voice, this one was much more aggressive, shouted at the cameraman. Besides, Kami senpai will take the trouble off for us. Just because I'm the only second year here, doesn't mean you get to put the blame all on me. Kami snapped back. Now come on. Let's find something interesting. Isn't it the duty of our upperclassmen to take responsibility for their lowerclassmen's actions? The first male voice said. In response, Kami blew her tongue at the boy. Male A, Male B, Michi the cameraman and second-year Kami continued their exploration of the graveyard. Until the video comes, the group comes across a crashed plane. Their flashlights illuminated the mostly destroyed airframe, and their voices got excited. Finally, looks like we found something interesting, Male B shouted. Whoa, that thing looks super banged up. Wonder what took it down. Male A commented. Never mind that, let's see if there's any dead people. Kami said excitedly. What's with you and corpses? Male A asked Kami, disturbed with how casual his upper-class woman is. They inched closer and closer toward the wrecked plane. The camera takes a sweep in other directions and it is revealed that there were a dozen more planes that have met their end in this forest. Moss, vines and even trees were growing out of the frames of metal. It was almost like an entire new ecosystem was created. The students were about to enter the cockpit until a horrifying, awful, loud roar split the silence of the night and froze the students where they stood. What the hell was that? Male B yelled into the air, swinging his flashlight. The cameraman started to run, the camera facing toward the ground. But the audio of the video was still useful. Ryukyu heard more roars and even distant stomping coming toward the students. Holy shit dash. What is that thing? It's shooting fireballs at us. Kami shouted with a mix of excitement and alarm. The camera makes a sudden pan toward the source of the stomping, with Hawks stopping the video at the right moment. Ryukyu catches a tiny glimpse of a big, green creature. Unfortunately, she can't get enough details because the frame was too blurry. There you have it, a little clue on the thing we have to deal with. Hawks said as he put his phone away. Wait, are you saying that all of this was the result of some animal? Ryukyu referred to the thousands of crashes. She was no stranger to the very rare cases of animals developing quirks. But what kind of animal was this? Can animals develop mutant quirks? Along with the ability to breathe fire? All of these questions concerned Ryukyu greatly, and she was ready to get to the bottom of it. I dunno. Our orders from the HSPC is to take a good look of the zone, find out what exactly is the cause of these airplane crashes and try to take it out. Additionally, the HSPC requests that we try to recover one of the plane's black boxes to gather more data on what happened. But how come others weren't able to recover the black boxes? Ryukyu asks. Same thing that chased those students out, we actually lost 5 workers trying to recover the airplane wrecks. Hawks answers nonchalantly. You're taking this very light, Hawks. Ryukyu remarked, somewhat annoyed about the hero's casual nature. Well, I'm just me. I suppose. Hawks shrugged. He started to flap his wings as he flew into the air. I'll take the bird's eye view, you investigate on the ground level, we'll keep in touch with our comms. Good luck. Hawks take off into the sky, and have Ryukyu be alone again. Saving all of the questions for later, she enters the forest and begins her search. Entering before the towering trees, she could feel the cool air and gentle breeze on her skin, fitting for a resting place of so many. The trees create a sort of cathedral of leaves, the sunlight piercing through them and giving them a beautiful green glow. All sorts of vegetation and fungi, of all different shapes, color, and sizes all decorate the forest floor. It was like entering a completely different place, while it made Ryukyu wander around in awe. Her toned instincts from being a hero keeps her vigilant for anything unexpected. It wasn't until she encountered one of the crashed airplanes. Its main body was shattered into segments. The wreck, despite being a much different color than the forest, was bizarrely blending into its surroundings. It was half buried into the ground, moss and vines covered its metal fuselage, as bushes and shrubs grew from the inside. There were no traces or indication of human corpses. Ryukyu decided to take the black box from the plane, wherever it was, but a part of her wanted to explore more of the forest. Deciding that it wouldn't hurt to explore the forest a bit more. She walked around and saw more planes crashed in the forest. Some were found in clearings, some were actually in the trees. Their metal components were complementing the forest in a surprisingly unique way. It was honestly surprising how little the fires or impact from the planes did to damage the forest. It was unusual, phenomenal, yet terrifying. How did the forest retain its beauty while sticking true to nature? The airplane wrecks almost make them a part of the forest, in its mysterious and exclusive way. Ryukyu, having been satisfied with her sightseeing, decided to get back on her task. But her interest was caught on a certain landmark in the forest. There were several airplane parts plus tree branches that were joined together haphazardly in a circle, like someone made a bird's nest out of them. As Ryukyu got closer, she could pick up the faint sound of breathing from the nest. It was animal-like. It sounded rough, scratchy, like it was a lizard that was sleeping. Ryukyu steeled her courage as she continued to walk carefully toward the nest, bracing herself for a fight if she had to. She was a hand's length from the nest. The dragoon hero takes one small peek over the nest. In the nest was a one-of-a-kind sight. In the nest was a dragon, or more correctly, a wyvern. It had a pale green shell and a muted white underbelly. Its underjaw had a long, pointed chin. It had some sort of mossy-looking hair on its backside and the tips of its wings. Its tail was in a club shape, but it had multiple menacing needles coming out of it. It was busy sleeping, its chest rising and descending peacefully as it occasionally shifted its body slightly. Around its chest were 3 brown eggs. The wyvern was holding the large eggs snug to her body. Instead of feeling shock or fear, Ryukyu felt a wave of loveliness wash over her. This giant, green wyvern was most likely a mother, sleeping with her unhatched children. Ryukyu couldn't help but coo as her heart beat blissfully at the cuteness. But a worrying thought made itself present in her mind. This creature could very well be the cause of all of these plane crashes. Ryukyu understood that the creature's actions were justified. It was a mother, and it perceived everything else in her established territory as a threat to her unhatched children. A part of Ryukyu wants to get rid of this problem no matter the cost, but another part of Ryukyu wanted to at least relocate this mother and her children somewhere else. But of course, she didn't know exactly the location, and it's not like there were any zoos or habitat reservations that would take in such a beast. Perhaps the continent of Africa? That would be very costly, and considering that most of the world's aerial transport was on a lockdown, it was unlikely. Ryukyu ultimately decided to report to Hawks about her discovery. Hawks, this is Ryukyu reporting. I think I found the culprit of the crashes. Ryukyu reports as she touches her earpiece. Oh really, that's cool. I'm coming to your location. But tell me, is it a villain hideout or something else? Hawks respond from the earpiece. It's an animal. It's a wyvern and a mother. I'm pretty sure she attacked all those airplanes because she thought they were a threat to her children, Ryukyu said. Huh, that's a problem. You got a way to get rid of it. Hawk says, get rid of it? Do you mean killing it? Ryukyu said with shock. Yeah. That thing killed a lot of people. Plus, if it has children, then we have more of those wyverns to deal with. Hawks reasoned. I know the potential danger that she could bring. It's too cruel. There's got to be a more peaceful solution to all of this. Ryukyu argues as she turns her head toward the nest. She immediately stops talking and freezes as she sees a singular yellow eye staring right at her. Ryukyu's heart lurches in surprise. The green wyvern begins standing up from her resting bed, all while keeping a cautious yellow eye on Ryukyu. Ryukyu, you were saying something? Are you there? Hawks talked in the earpiece, but Ryukyu was currently in a serious situation and couldn't respond. The green wyvern gives Ryukyu a few low growls of warning. The dragoon hero heeds the warning and decides to slowly walk back from the nest. As she walks, however, she accidentally trips on a vine and her back hits a tree as she falls. The tree was unfortunately holding up a jet engine of an airplane, and it fell, causing a huge crash to resound across the forest. Ryukyu, what was that? I'm coming toward the source of the noise. Hawks shouted as the connection closed. No, Hawks. Ryukyu desperately tried to reconnect with Hawks, but unfortunately, the green wyvern has perceived her as a threat. With her throat and mouth aglow with an orange, blazing fire, she roars into the air, a declaration to protect her children no matter the cost. Classification: Flying Wyvern. This ferocious wyvern is also known as the Queen of the Land. They mostly spend their time patrolling the ground of her and her mate's territory for any intruders. Strong legs and venomous needles from her tail. Also, they can breathe fire. Crazy woman, am I right? Is that fire? Ryukyu asks herself as her hearing recovers, but before she could think, the Rathian raises her head and spits out a flaming fireball straight toward Ryukyu. The heroine, with her built-up reflexes over the years, dodges the fireball as it hits a tree and turns it into charcoal. Adrenaline filled her veins as Ryukyu uses her quirk. In a near-instantaneous transformation, Ryukyu was now in her dragon form. She roars at the Rathian, hoping to scare her off and not have to fight her. The Rathian was taken off guard when Ryukyu transformed from a puny human to a giant dragon, but it wasn't enough to deter her at all. The Rathian growls with even more ferocity. She braces her wings and with a flicking motion, she uppercuts Ryukyu with her tail, her needles managing to get some scratches on her and stabbing into her skin. Ryukyu roars in pain as sharp needles scratched her neck and chin, but thanks to her enhanced durability in her dragon form, it wasn't anything serious. Ryukyu had no choice but to resort to violence, so she powerplay delivers a weak overhead swing to try and knock out the Rathian, but it flies out of the way. The Rathian then delivers another fireball from the air, but Ryukyu blocks it with her arms, the fireball doing nothing. The wyvern returns to the ground, scratching her legs on the floor, preparing to charge toward Ryukyu with her body. It looks like she's about to slam into me. I can grab her. Ryukyu's thinking begins to slur and slow as her body suddenly is filled with weakness and nausea. Ryukyu jitters and coughs. Her aching stomach makes her curl up slightly. The sudden surge of pain distracts Ryukyu from the Rathian and the latter slams into Ryukyu with full force charge, knocking her down into some trees. Ryukyu ummed in misery and pain, trying to figure out what was wrong with her body. She then feels the needles that have pierced her scales. She previously hasn't felt them because of the adrenaline. Realizing that the needles were filled with venom, she grabs the needles and pulls them out her body. Although the source was removed, the poison was still coursing through her body. Ryukyu either must get an antidote or have her body combat the poison naturally, but both options seem difficult to achieve currently. Ryukyu looks toward the Rathian. The Queen of the Land approaches the weakened heroine, ready to deliver a royal decree of her soon-to-be fiery death. Ryukyu tries to fight back, but she struggles to get up as her body isn't used to being poisoned. The Rathian's throat glows as she prepares to deliver a lethal blast of fire at defenseless Ryukyu. She rears her head back as she spits out the fireball, but it was split in half and never hit Ryukyu. Both flying reptiles were confused at the interception. Ryukyu then sees a red blur of feathers strike the Rathian, delivering many slashes across her body and sending her back slightly. These red feathers belonged to Hawks, and the latter landed in front of Ryukyu, already creating two feather swords in his hands. Yo, you're alright, Ryukyu? Hawks looks back at the heroine. Cough. Actually, I'm not. That wyvern poisoned me with the needles on her tail. Be careful, Ryukyu warns. DMN. That's honestly pretty scary, Hawks nonchalantly said, but he pointed one of his swords at Rathian. But that won't stop me from bringing it down. Hawks flap his wings and fly toward the Rathian in a burst of speed. He spins around as he delivers precise slashes on the Rathian's feet. The Rathian tried to shake Hawks off by swinging her tail horizontally, but the hero simply ducks underneath the attack and continues his attack. Hissing through pain, the Rathian leaps into the air, trying to put some distance from the human. But Hawks simply flew into the air with the Rathian and delivered a large slash across the Rathian's face. The wyvern staggers midair, causing it plummet down below and crash into the ground. The wyvern attempts to get up from the ground, but Hawks swiftly commands his feathers to pierce the wings of the Rathian, essentially pinning her down like thumbtacks. The Rathian hisses in pain, but attempts to get back up regardless. I don't think so. Hawks berates as he delivers a swift kick on her jaw, causing her to flinch and stop her movements. Take a good look, my feathers pierced your wings. If you try to move, you might just end up tearing your wings, and you'll be flightless. The Rathian growls at Hawks, giving the human a murderous and hostile glare. But he was right, any more movement and she risked permanently scarring her wing membranes, rendering her flightless. But on the other hand, the Rathian wouldn't let anyone touch her nest and eggs. The Rathian raises her head and gives out a loud, more guttural roar into the air, but she is quickly silenced by a stomp on her mouth by Hawks. Hey, I have sensitive hearing, you know? Don't go roaring randomly like that. Hawks smirked at the Rathian. The flying wyvern gave him an angry chuff as a response. Hawks, did you beat her? Ryukyu asks, and she walks toward him in her human form. The poison was still cycling through her veins, but she recovered enough strength to stand up and walk. Yeah, I did. But it's weird though. You said that it was sleeping with its eggs in its nest. Right? Hawks asked Ryukyu. Yes, I presumed that she was the mother of those eggs. Ryukyu replies. Right? So if this is the mom, where's the dad? Hawks concluded there was another one in the no-fly zone. But before Hawks and Ryukyu could act, a huge red blur came out of the clouds and grabbed Hawks by its talons. Sheet. Caught me off guard. Hawks cursed as the talons began crushing his body. Ryukyu. Looks like IF found the father. Ryukyu looks up into the air in horror as talons stab into Hawks' body. The wyvern in the sky growls in hatred as it takes a look at Hawks in its talons. It then does an aerial somersault and throws Hawks into a tree, the wing hero crashing through said tree with a resounding smack. The red flying wyvern roars at the humans, declaring death to all that intrude his territory and harm his queen. Rathalos. Classification: Flying Wyvern. This terrible wyvern is also called the King of the Skies. They have a huge expanse of territory that he and his lovely wife, Rathian, protect. Not only do they breathe fire, but they have venomous claws to swoop in and poison ya. We got a real power couple here, ladies and gents. Ryukyu cringed at the sight of the Rathalos. He looked mad, very mad. The Rathalos then lands on the ground near his mate. He then quickly removes the feathers that were ensnaring his mate. Ryukyu then transforms to fight, but the poison was still effective in her, but at least she had a decent fighting chance against the Wrath duo. Hawks on the other hand recovered from the Rathalos's throw, but he was bleeding from the side of his chest. Crimson was starting to stain his black uniform. Ah shit, this suit costs a lot you know. Hawks shouts back as he clutches the wound on his side. Well, this got a whole lot tougher. Ryukyu, give me your support? As Hawks's vision and speech started to slow, he suddenly gained a coughing fit. He looks down on his wound to see a slight purple-like substance mixed in with his blood. Hawks realized that he had been poisoned by the Rathalos when it stabbed its talons into his torso. Hawks, don't tell me! Ryukyu shouted, worried about the worst-case scenario. Sorry, Ryukyu. Looks like I got poisoned too. Hawks curses as he bites his tongue. He can't focus his quirk when the feeling of pain floods through his systems, which gives the Rathalos plenty of time and opportunity to free his mate from the feathers that were holding her down. Now with the two heroes at a severe disadvantage, How could they complete the mission? With Hawks now sluggish thanks to the poison, Ryukyu was the only one that could hold a candle against the Wrath duo right now. Biting through the pain, she transformed into her dragon form and prepared for battle. Ryukyu decided that taking the two wyverns together would be too difficult, so she decided on a plan to separate the duo and take on them one by one. Ryukyu leaps into the air and flies toward the Rathalos. In response, the Rathalos begin by delivering a fireball from the sky. Ryukyu simply dodges as she continues toward the wyvern. The Rathalos tries to fly away, but she quickly races toward the Rathalos, grabs him by the neck and throws him away toward the forest. The Rathian on the other hand attempted to slash at Ryukyu with her own talons, but the Dragoon hero raises her tail and slams down on the Rathain's head. I feel like I'm about to hurl. I need to take down these wyverns one by one as fast as I can. Ryukyu focuses her strength on her next attack by pushing away the Rathian into a tree with her wing. The Rathian roared in pain as the tree broke, causing her to crash through it and hit the ground below. Ryukyu attempts to knock out the Rathian with a downward hammer strike, but the Rathian flexes her wings and feet, and Ryukyu at the last second decides to step back. Ryukyu successfully dodges the Rathain's attempt at another tail uppercut. With the attack missing, the Rathian made herself vulnerable, an opening that Ryukyu exploited with a scaly right hook to the Rathain's face. The Rathian staggers, falling onto the ground and flailing around desperately to try and get back up. Ryukyu attempts to knock out the Rathian again with another hammer strike, but she is interrupted with a sudden blast of pain and heat on her back. She turns to see that the Rathalos has returned, his mouth and throat lit with blazing fire. The Rathalos raises his head to deliver another fireball, but a spear made of red feathers pierces his foot, the surprise attack causing him to halt his attack. Come on Ryukyu, you got this. Hawks cheers on as he conjures another feather spear with his quirk. I'm not gonna sit back now with this sucky poison, I'm a hero after all. Thankful for the help, she decides to leave the Rathian alone for now and focus her attention toward the Rathalos. She flies into the air, locking eyes with the Rathalos on equal levels. The Rathalos roars as he flies straight toward Ryukyu with his talons outstretched. Ryukyu flies above the attack and delivers a well-placed blow on the Rathalos' back. It would seem like the poison was starting to wear off now. The wyvern staggers, but he continues his attack and flies straight toward Ryukyu and bites down on her neck. Ryukyu grunts as the Rathalos' teeth try to sink in her flesh, but thanks to the hardy scales of her quirk, the Rathalos was unsuccessful. Ryukyu spins her body around and using the momentum, she throws the Rathalos into another tree on the ground. Ryukyu dived to continue her attack on the Rathalos, but not before she had to dodge a fireball from a recovered Rathian. The Queen of the Land roared at Ryukyu before spitting out a volley of 3 fireballs at Ryukyu, but the Dragoon hero expertly dodges them all like a draconic ballerina. The Rathian was about to fire again, but her leg was impaled by a feather spear, causing her to flinch and halt her attack. Thank you, Hawks. Ryukyu internally thanked as she flew straight toward the recovering Rathalos, pulling back her right hand, ready to score a heavy blow on the Rathalos. But just as he fist was about to connect, it was stopped by the Rathalos himself. The King of the Skies was holding Ryukyu's fist with his talon. With an irrepressible amount of strength, the talon's crushing grip strength shocked Ryukyu. What? How? Ryukyu stammered in disbelief. In her career, there were few villains that were able to withstand her draconic attacks, but this Rathalos has to pet her fist from reaching him. Ryukyu took a glance at the wyvern's face, and she stared right at his fierce, blue eyes. Ryukyu felt a shiver run through her spine as she only saw a deep azure pool of malice, hatred and bloodlust aimed directly toward her being. The Rathalos's throat and mouth began to glow the brightest of orange as Ryukyu felt the overwhelming heat build up from him. Ryukyu tries to break the Rathalos's hold, but her attempt causes the Rathalos's talons to dig into her scales and draw blood. Ryukyu stares at the Rathalos in terror as the tall flames flicker and dance, foretelling her defeat. For a moment, she could hear the Rathalos yell in the most hatred-filled voice she had ever heard. I don't care if you're an elder dragon. You harmed my Rathian, I'll kill you. The Rathalos released the most devastating blast of fire that shook the entire forest. Hawks even had to shield himself from the shocking heat wave generated from the blast. Trees that caught in the fire were burned to a crisp, even their ashes were burned to nothing. A moment passes and the Rathalos stops his attack. Ryukyu was in the air before she crashed into the forest ground below. The scale of such a blow had Ryukyu returned to her human form. She survived, but she was covered from head to toe in brutal burn marks. She fainted from the shock of her charred and blackened flesh. Ryukyu! Sheet! Hawks gasped as he saw the injured sight of his fellow hero. Despite the poison still in his veins, Hawks immediately flew toward her and checked her injuries. She suffered major burns around her upper area, and even her hero uniform was now burned off, leaving only flimsy pieces of seared fabric on her body. Damn it, this is serious. I need to get you out of here. Hawks cursed as he gently used his quirk and created a makeshift stretcher for her. But before he could do anything, two giant stomps landed behind him. He turns behind to see the Wrath couple staring down at him, ready to blast him into a charred, unrecognizable heap of human remains. Hawks hissed in anger. One of the top 10 heroes was taken down by a demon animal. Hawks couldn't fight back on both of them. He thought of stabbing them in the knees with his quirk, but as soon as he did that to one, the other would surely kill him. Right now, he had to prioritize getting Ryukyu to a hospital. He surveyed his surroundings for anything, and then he saw the nest with the 3 eggs inside of them to the side. Smirking, he used his quirk to turn his feathers into knives and threw them toward the direction of the nest. Seeing what he had just done, the Rathian and Rathalos just froze, turning their heads as they witnessed the feathers fly through the air and barely missing their unhatched children. Knowing that he held the eggs hostage, Hawks then spoke to the Wrath couple. That's right, not one more move. Or else I turn your kids into scrambled eggs, you got that? It was extremely unheroic to blackmail someone, especially with hostages. But these were monsters, they have killed countless civilians, what do they deserve? Hawks then slowly walked back with Ryukyu in his makeshift stretcher. He kept his eyes on the wyverns as they hissed and chuffed at him in hostility. Once out of sight from the wyverns, Hawks made a mad dash toward the entrance of the NFZ. The effects of the poison wore off thanks to the adrenaline, so Hawks was able to breeze through the forest with his wings as he delivered Ryukyu with precision while they weaved through the trees. Hawks heard the distant roars of the 2 wyverns. He wasn't an animal expert, but he was pretty sure that they yelled at him, "Never come back." Hawks managed to reach the entrance of the NFZ. He gently put down Ryukyu on the ground as the feathers broke formation. Finally out of the forest and the life-threatening situation, Hawks chuckled slightly to himself, before suddenly kneeling and barfing on the forest floor. With the adrenaline worn off, the nausea and sickness from the poison caused his body to feel extremely weary, a desperate attempt to get the poison out of his body. After vomiting, Hawks simply scoffed at himself. Ryukyu didn't even hurl when she got poisoned. Man, I'm pathetic. Hawks grunts as he recovers from the poison, finally out of his body. He reactivated his quirk and surrounds Ryukyu in his red feathers, like a cocoon of crimson. He took off into the sky with Ryukyu in tow. He then started flying toward the nearest hospital with haste. What a disaster, after finding out the cause of a bunch of airplane crashes were a pair of dragons, and having a top 10 hero severely injured. What Hawks thought was a simple assignment turned into an utter failure with 1 injured. Hawks grits his teeth in anger as he thinks of the red and green wyverns. He didn't really watch the news, but he was active on social media. He had seen clips of these mysterious creatures pooping up all over the world and causing trouble. Hawks realized that these creatures needed to be exterminated like pests if humans want to thrive peacefully. But putting his angry thoughts aside, Hawks then had to worry about the HSPC skinning him alive for his defeat, and began coming up with excuses for this failure on the way to the hospital. All checks are good, X-99 squadron ready for combat. 12. State-of-the-art X-99 fighter jets fly into position as they cruise through the Pacific Ocean. One of these jets was a tall, well-built, muscular blonde woman. Her long, flowing blonde hair had 8 tufts that look awfully like All Might's 2 hair tufts. She wore a skin-tight suit that had blue and red along with a red-white striped cape, befitting for her home country of the US. This woman was none other than Star and Stripe, America's #1 hero. However, she was not alone with her brothers. Huh, is that all you boys have to say for yourselves? Star and Stripe looks from above from the X-99 squadron and sees 12 F-22A Raptors were also in formation. Talk about a bunch of robots. You guys get a special escort from the Air Force, why don't you be a little more grateful? Shut your pie hole, Maverick 3. We aren't the escorts, we're just the appetizers. Maverick 1, the leader of the Maverick Squadron, harasses his fellow pilot. Miss Star here is the star of our field trip, so why don't you sit back, relax, and enjoy the show? Sorry for my bros, Maverick 1, they just don't like to talk all that much. We appreciate the extra backup by the way, Star said to the F-22s, offering them a salute. Man, you guys are whipped. You get special aircraft and you got Star and Stripe here actin' like your big sis. Maverick 6 chuckled. Hell, I didn't know the Air Force was full of obnoxious people. One of the X-99 pilots sneered. Talking shit about us, sidekick? That's 50 push-ups when we get back to base. Maverick 1 shouts from his jet. We may be former Air Force pilots, but we don't get to follow the rules anymore, Maverick 1 sir. Another X-99 pilot countered. Hey now, let's settle down boys. We're here on an important mission. Let's not screw this up, all right? Star ultimately was the strongest person in the group, and therefore had the most leeway. Ma'am, yes ma'am. The F-22 pilots all said in unison, and finally shut up. But why is the #1 hero of America and 24 fighter aircraft doing in the Pacific Ocean? They are here to investigate a recently established NFZ in the Pacific Ocean, following the incidents of several aircraft being shot down in this very area. Additionally, the United States Air Force has taken footage of the suspected perpetrator. Many were not able to deduce what exactly was the perpetrator. Some say it's a villain with a jet quirk, others say that it's a new experimental fighter aircraft of some sort. Whatever it is, it poses a serious threat to the Pacific Ocean, and Star and Stripe is tasked to collaborate with the Air Force to locate the perpetrator and take them down. This is Maverick 12 here. A woman's voice called out to Star and Stripe. I just wanted to say that. I'm a huge fan of you, Miss Star, and I would like to have your autograph when we get back to base. Star smiled at Maverick 12's request. Of course, Maverick, thank you for your continued support. I'll make sure that you'll get back home in one piece. Maverick 12. You aren't getting paid to interview Star, so why won't you do something productive? Like checking the dim and radar. Maverick 1 yelled. Sir, yes sir. Maverick 12 replied. We've got nothing on the radar yet, no joy either. One of the X-99 pilots said, You see anything, Star? Honestly, I can't see anything. But nothing's out of the ordinary. Star looks around the air, there's nothing around her but air, clouds, and the hum of jet engines. But she knew. Something wasn't quite right, as she silently braces herself for something to happen. Hold on, I hear something. Maverick 12 reports to everybody, as her quirk is a simple hearing-enhancing quirk. I think it's coming from above us, I think it's dash. Just when Maverick 12 was about to finish her sentence, a giant flash of red suddenly struck the wings of her aircraft. The force of the strike causes her F-22 to lose altitude at a rapid pace. Sheet. Maverick 12 is hit. Something clipped her. Maverick 11 reports as he sees the aircraft plummet. Punch up of. Eject. Star knew like the back of her hand that it wouldn't be easy, and she was correct when Maverick 12 responded. I can't. The dimming thing is jammed. Upon hearing her cry, Star signaled her pilot to fly toward the falling plane. When they reached the falling plane, Star leaps off of her X-99 and onto the F. Using the enhanced strength that she already applied to herself before the mission, she tore off the canopy and grabbed Maverick 12 off from her seat. I command this vest to float toward the nearest landmass. Star yelled as she threw Maverick 12 toward the water. 12's pilot vest automatically already acts as a life jacket, so when she hit the water, the vest started to pull her toward the nearby western coast of America. After ensuring the pilot's safety, Star returned to her X-99. which flew by just in time before the F-22 crashed into the water. Star, is 12 all right? Maverick 11 yelled through the comms. She's all right, I commanded her to take her to land. You'll probably meet her in San Francisco if you're lucky. Star said as her X-99 returned to position. Bogey on radar. 12 o'clock. One of the X-99 pilots yelled. Star looked ahead to see her adversary. And she saw it. A gray sharp object, with fumes of red coming out of its sides. It almost looked like another fighter jet. But as soon as Star it disappeared within the clouds. Commit on bogey. Maverick Squadron. This field trip is now a hunting expedition. Eject now if you wanna ever meet your mamas again. Maverick 1 shouted. Whatever, let's just splash this BSRD, Maverick 5 grimly said. Remember, we're just the appetizers, Maverick Squadron. We all do the dirty work, while Star blows that bandit to kingdom come. Titan formation. Get weapons hot. Maverick 1 commands, and the F-22s close in on their formation and prepare for the worst. Star was busy surveying the clouds for that flaming red object. It was almost like looking at a comet. Then she saw it in the corner of her eye, a flicker of red in the clouds. Using her quirk once more, she raised her hands into the air and spoke. The air around us will push away all clouds within a 2,000-kilometer radius. As she finished her command, all of the clouds were expelled around the fighter squadron, and it also revealed their target, which was flying in the open without the cover of the thick white clouds. Bandit, 3 o'clock. Maverick, 9 said, engaging target. All F-22s broke formation as they turned toward the right and began chasing down the hostile. The X-99s began following them from behind. Thanks to Star, the BSD has nowhere to go now. Maverick 4 said, what the hell even is that thing? What's with the red flames? Stop talking and start shooting. Maverick 1 shouts, get the bandit cornered, then have Star blast M. Roger, firing guns. Maverick 10 said as he started shooting the F-22's 20mm rotary cannon at the bandit. But as the bullets made contact, they just ricocheted harmlessly off of the silver body of the bandit. What the F-? No effect. Maverick 10 cursed before the bandit suddenly took a very sharp incline, doing a somersault before striking the F-22's wing. F-. I'm hit. I'm punching out. This pilot's eject properly works thankfully, with the canopy opening to shoot the pilot into the air as the F-22 plummets into the ocean waters below. What the hell kind of maneuver was that? An X-99 pilot curses. That thing already took out 2 F-22s, what even is that thing? I got a glimpse of it when Maverick 10 was shooting it. Maverick 9 reports. Looked like a FING dragon to me honestly, its wings were like jet engines, badass. Maverick 9. If you could stop telling your fairy tales and get back to shooting down the bandit, that would be greatly appreciated. Maverick 1 said sarcastically. Let's not jump to any conclusions, we still don't have a proper ID of the target. Star said as she looked around for the Crimson Comet again. Our scanners didn't catch anything freaky, no quirk, but we did get signs of life. Like it was an animal more than a human. An X-99 pilot reported. This is getting stranger and stranger, I want to get one good look at this thing. Star said as she clenched her fist. Hey, at least it's got a good enough heat signature. Maverick 7 said as the F-22s continued to chase down the bandit, who was performing all sorts of maneuvers to shake off the F-22 squadron. Maverick 7 flies sharply and finally his targeting system has locked on to the bandit. I got tone. Fox 2 away. A bottom compartment of the F-22 opens up and one Sidewinder missile shoots out of it. The missile makes its way toward its intended target, but the Dragon takes one sharp turn and the missile ultimately misses. Miss. This thing's pretty fast. An X-99 pilot said, before turning on a switch. But can it handle a concentrated laser beam? Get the beast cornered, boys. Strafe him. Maverick 1 said as he and other F-22s started firing their guns toward the bandit, whom the latter tried to dodge in various maneuvers. But as it was dodging, one of the F-22s fired another missile toward the bandit. To dodge it, the beast took a descent toward the ground, causing the missile to miss. However, the X-99s were already circling around the bandit as it descended, and with a command from Star. Fire! The X-99s all unleashed their beams toward the bandit, who was going to be caught in the blasts, but unfortunately, at its points it jets downwards and dives under the water, the beams only hitting each other. What the hell? Did it just dive into the water? One of the X-99 pilots said in disbelief. But before they could search under the water, the bandit came out from behind one of the X-99s and delivered a piercing strike. The X-99 blows up in a fiery explosion. Several unrecognizable pieces scatter from the strike, all sinking to the bottom of the ocean. The moment of the attack was so fast, no one could act before it was too late. No! Star and Stripe screamed, reaching out her hand in an attempt to save her comrade, but she was too late. Crap! Did anyone see Brad eject? One of the X-99 pilots inquired of his brothers, panicked. No, I didn't see anything. Brad's plane exploded mid-air. He couldn't survive that. He's dead. An X-99 pilot delivered the grave news. Star felt her heart sank just like the broken aircraft to the bottom. She should have been there to save her brother. They were relying on her to get her home safely, and she had failed. Liven up. Bandit is coming straight toward us. X-99 pilot interrupts the somber mood. Star breaks out of her guilt. Now she is filled with more determination than ever before. She looks up to see the red SRNG of the bandit coming straight toward them at an unbelievable speed. Star braces herself as the X-99 she was riding on moves toward the side, dodging the bandit's tackle. Star turns to her side to catch a good glimpse of the bandit, and to her shock, it was an animal. Her eyes widened as they found herself staring at a magnificent slender beast with shimmering silver scales and fin-like structures along its back. Its face was like an eagle's or a falcon's, with a sharp beak-like mouth. Its blue sclera and red iris stared right through its adversaries. The most notable feature about this creature was its wings. They were unlike anything Star has seen. They were in the shape of trident, with each of its 3 segments having a hole to blast out meaning crimson flames. Valstrax. Classification: Elder Dragon. Think a dragon and a jet fighter mixed together, they create this freaking badass dragon. Valstrax flies at super high altitudes, far away from human civilization. It only descends down to hunt for prey. Its flaming red wing thrusters aren't only for supersonic flight, but for stabbing, impaling, and blasting prey and foe as well. Come on Valstrax, do some of that pilot sheet. Holy sheet! One of the X-99 pilots cursed as the Valstrax boosted right past them. Star turns back to see the Valstrax rise into the air, and then suddenly move its wings hover mid-air. Star grit her teeth. She has never been so fascinated and so angry in her life. She knew her eyes were not playing tricks on her. It was a dragon with jet thrusters for wings. Although Star was fascinated by seeing such an incredible creature, she was angry because this monster not only almost harmed 2 of the F-22 pilots, but took the life of one of her brothers in arms. She cracked her knuckles as she and the fighter planes lined up in formation. However, the Valstrax on the other hand was also looking at its new adversaries in fascination. Never in the beast's life did it find something that could fly as fast as him. Although he was a much more passive elder dragon, he considered himself the true king of the skies. No wyvern, elder dragon, or human could ever reach his speed and altitude. But here he was, finding himself in a strange location, looking at several weird-shaped creatures and a bizarrely colored human confronting him. The Valstrax felt no threat from them, even their attacks barely scratched him, but it did feel something bubbling inside of him. No threat to its territory or life. No, they were a threat to his aerial superiority. The Valstrax would forever hold the title of the fastest monster, and if these creatures wanted to take it from him, then they would do so out of his cold, dead talons. The Valstrax felt himself smirking and slitting his eyes in anticipation. This would be his very first true dogfight. Whoa, Maverick 9 was right. It is a effing dragon. An X-99 pilot shouted. It doesn't matter if it's a dragon, it took multiple lives, we're going to have to put it down. Star commanded, and all of the fighter planes began their attack. The F-22s began by firing their guns at the Valstrax, but instead of flying away, the Valstrax spun around with its wings. While deflecting the rounds, his wings fired out several red blasts of dragon element, which all went toward the fighter jets. "Break, break!" Maverick, one yelled as the F-22s began flying in different directions while dodging the red blasts. "Well, that's new. All X-99s, prepare to fire lasers." The X-99s all lined up and all concentrated their fire toward Valstrax. But the beast already saw their attack coming and flew directly upward. The beams miss, but the F-22s continue their chase on the creature. "Come on, boys. We'll get all the bragging rights we want when we hunt this sucker down." Maverick 4 said, giving chase to the Valstrax. As he got closer, his systems locked onto Valstrax and he fired a missile at him. However, this time the missile did hit the beast, covering the view in a fiery explosion. "Splash 1. I got first blood," Maverick 4 shouted, but his celebration was short-lived when out of the smoke, a red comet sped by and smashed Maverick 4's F-22, causing it to explode midair. Sheet. Maverick 4 is down." Maverick 11 cursed. "Looks like the beast relies on hit-and-run tactics to pick us off one by one." Maverick 1 responds to his team's panic. "Watch your surroundings, but keep putting pressure on the beast. Let's see how this bird can truly fly." "This is bullshit. We're no match for some dragon. Can't we let the X-99s do all the work?" Maverick 5 complained. Maverick 5. "I forgot we kept you around." Maverick 1 sneered. "Listen here. An X-99 is worth 20 of you, and Miss Star is worth 100 of an X-99. You're not doing anything productive, so why won't do the math? 1 Miss Star is equivalent to 2,000 Maverick 5s, sir." Maverick 3 replied to Maverick 1's trivial question. "Shut your pie hole and get back to shooting." "Yes, sir." Star couldn't help but chuckle at the situation unfolding in front of her. It reminds her of how she treats her brothers back at home. The F-22s continued to chase down the Valstrax. The Elder Dragon continued to show incredible acrobatics and maneuvering through the sky. The F-22s were busy firing every bullet they had on their F-22s. "Ah shit, I'm Winchester on guns. Switching to missile." Maverick 11 stated. "Already gone through your ammo? You're either a horrible shot or forgot to load up." Maverick 7 said as he did a hard right to follow Valstrax. "God, I'm already getting sick of these BS artist movements." Maverick 5 complained once more. "Hey everyone. Get tone on this BSRD, then we'll fire missiles at the same time. Should be enough to stagger him." Finally, something useful came out the brain of yours, Maverick 5. Maverick 2 teased. As Maverick 2, 5, 7, and 11 all locked onto Valstrax, all 1 AIM, 120 missile to their target. Fox 3, eat this BSRD. The missiles all shot out of the 4 jets, which zoomed through the sky with astonishing speed toward their target. The Valstrax managed to dodge one of them, but 3 were able to hit him. The Valstrax screeched as the explosions were enough to throw him off balance, causing it to plummet downward toward the ocean. Target stunned. All X-99s, fire at will. The X-99 already lined up in position and fired their beams into a concentrated point. This time, the beams hit true, causing the Valstrax to roar in pain as beams of heat hit every part of his body. Thankfully, his scales provided just enough defense so that he wasn't completely fried. With an enraged roar, he broke out of the concentrated beams and shot up into the sky. When the F-22s went up to begin the chase again, the Valstrax simply extended his wings out and fired a plethora of dragon energy blasts all over the sky. However, these ones were different from some random standard blast. Taking inspiration from the missiles that would follow him relentlessly, the Valstrax made it so that his dragon element blasts would now track their targets. Now, the F-22s were now on the defensive. Trying to dodge these crimson projectiles was almost impossible. "Ah shit. Something's on me." Maverick 11 looked around his canopy as he turned to see the red missiles still following him, without the radar indicating so. Deploying countermeasures. With the flick of a button, Maverick 11's F-22 started to fire out white-hot flares out in the sky in an attempt to throw the red-hot blasts off. But they had zero effect on the projectile of mysterious energy, and it ended up hitting his plane and blowing it up in a brutal, fiery red explosion. Maverick 11's down. We still have these things chasing us. Maverick 9 shouted as he was being chased by 2 of the dragon energy projectiles. Flares aren't working on them. We're being torn apart. Maverick 9 did not finish his sentence as Valstrax speed rammed into his plane, slicing it in half. Crap. More than a quarter of Maverick squadrons has been shot down. We need to do something. An X-99 pilot announced urgently. But Star was busy with her own thoughts to act. She had witnessed more people die on her. She could have saved their lives, just like her former brother, if she was more attentive, if she was fast enough. But she also realized that she shouldn't be bothered by such thoughts. What would All Might do? No, what would she do? All aircraft. Fly toward me now. Star told the F-22s. Instantly they all flew towards Star without question, with the dragon element projectiles following them. Star prepared her quirk and waited for the right moment for all of the F-22s to pass her, and at the right movement she gave her command. The air 100 meters in front of me will create an impenetrable barrier in the shape of a star. Star command, and the air instantly turned to a solid, star-shaped barrier. The projectiles all crashed into the barrier and left the F-22s and X-99s unscathed. She then put on a serious smile. All right, boys. Let's get hunting. She retracted both of her rules as soon as she saw Valstrax come in for another hit-and-run strike. She liked her finger and raised her and imposed another rule into the air. The winds will now blow at 155 miles per hour downward 100 meters in front of me. Star commanded, and as the Valstrax began its attack, it was suddenly thrown off balance by a sudden burst of wind. Maverick Squadron, stand by for my orders. Hit that thing with all you got, my brothers. You got it, Star. Maverick 1 replied as the F-22s flew away from the area of effect. Roger, Star. All X-99s, prepare to fire lasers. The X-99s all concentrated their beams and fired once more at the Valstrax. They struck true once more, frying the Elder Dragon in another wave of concentrated energy. But the Valstrax began by flying downwards, with the winds and dove into the water. It was no issue for the X-99 to give chase, but Kathleen had a better idea. Maverick Squadron, give me 2 of your best pilots and have them come toward me. Star ordered, and chaos erupted within the Maverick Squadron. I'm obviously the best out of everybody here. What a load of bull. I bet you didn't even score a hit on that thing. Shut your pie holes, damn it. We're in the middle of a battle here. Maverick 1 scared, causing the squadron to be quiet out of fear. I nominate Maverick 5 to help me out here. Wait, what? Maverick 5 stammered. Sure, whatever. With the decision made, the X-99s that were carrying Star flew under the F-22s. Now, open up your weapon hatches. The pilots do what Star says, opening their compartments to reveal their AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles. She touches both missiles on Maverick 1's F-22 first. I command these AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles to stun their targets when hit. Star said. She said the same command for Maverick 5's missiles. With the rule now set onto the missiles, they closed the compartments and flew away. Oh yeah, we got the touch of God on these things now. Maverick 1 snickered. All right, Maverick Squadron, let's give this monster a representation of our people's taxpayer dollars. The F-22s all whooped in delight as the 2 crafts began their chase as soon as the Valstrax exited the water. Once it was being chased down, the Valstrax began by spinning round while firing blasts of dragon energy back toward its pursuers. They all dodged them except for one X-99, whom the pilot soon ejected after being hit. The Valstrax then tried a new maneuver inspired by its adversaries. It turned off one of its wings and began to spin around quickly in one swift twist, then began to speed toward the planes. The aircraft all turned at drastic angles to dodge the sudden attack. The pilots were getting used to the beast's hit and run strikes, so they were able to dodge this one fairly easily. "The G's are going to kill me before that thing does," Maverick 5 complained as he realigned himself toward Valstrax. "F-22s don't come with barf bags, 5. Don't go barfing on a $350 million piece of military hardware." Maverick 1 laughed. "Oh, shut up," Maverick 5 screamed as he engaged the afterburners of his F. "I'm getting tired of this sheet, let's kill this thing and be done with it." For his persistence for chasing off the dragon, Maverick 5 was awarded with a lock on Valstrax. Without hesitation, Maverick 5 fired both of his enhanced sidewinders at the dragon. The missiles all accelerated toward Valstrax, with the Elder Dragon attempting to bat them away with his wings. But as soon as they made contact, the rule imposed by Star and Stripe's new order took effect. The Valstrax then felt a sudden impact to his head, as if he was hit by an enormous rock. The Valstrax then stopped moving in the air and began to fall down. The Valstrax was awakened by a familiar and painful sensation of heat. The X-99s were already on the attack. Their beams were all concentrated onto the Valstrax. The beams were taking its toll on the Valstrax, as its scales were beginning to smolder and slag, and the Valstrax could feel the burns on his skin and flesh. In an enraged roar, he blasts out another volley of dragon element-seeking projectiles. The X-99s all stopped their attack and all flew in a concentrated position near Star and Stripe. Using her quirk once more, she acted another barrier of air and blocked the projectiles. The F-22s also began their relentless attack from the sides, firing missiles and guns at the Valstrax. The Valstrax roared and flew away, but not by being chased down by the F-22s again. This time, Maverick 1 was in the front, ready to deliver his 2 enhanced missiles onto the Valstrax. "Looks like we're gonna get a dragon's head as a wall mount, fellas," Maverick 1 said happily as his systems were able to lock onto the Valstrax. Without a moment of hesitation, Maverick 1 sent out his 2 missiles toward the Elder Dragon. With the last 2 missiles stunning him, the Valstrax has learned to be careful, waiting at the right moment to dodge these projectiles. He twisted his body just enough for one missile to miss him, but the other did not. Instead, it has hit his tail. With the explosion causing the Valstrax to feel stunned one more time, he began to fall. At the corner of his vision, the Valstrax saw the X-99s lining up to deliver another concentrated beam of heat. This might actually weaken him or kill him entirely. So the Valstrax used every ounce of remaining dragon element inside of his body and wings to give him a kickstart. The maddening powerful energy fills his veins for a moment for his body to kick into overdrive and stir awake. The X-99s were going to release their beams, but the Valstrax gave out an ear-piercing roar that even affected Star. With the dragon element and rage flowing throughout his very body, the Valstrax speeds off with a sonic boom high into the stratosphere, leaving a distant trail of red as he flies like a comet. Everybody was confused. Did the beast decide that it had enough and flew away? Star was beginning to think the same though, until she saw that the comet did a complete turn and headed straight toward them at unimaginable breakneck speeds. After Star takes a glance toward her brothers all lined up, she knew what was going to happen, but she couldn't act in time. "The air in front me will dash." In a short moment, with barely any time for anybody to react, the Valstrax flew through all the X-99s. In a single swipe. Its wings are piercing through and cutting the high-tech jets like a hot knife through butter. Star could feel herself losing her balance as the X-99 she was standing on was beginning to break apart. As a few seconds passed, all 10 remaining X-99s were annihilated. The fate of the pilots were varying, but Star made it sure that all of them would survive. As she hit the water, in a bout of rage, she slammed onto a large piece of an X. "The piece of the X-99 will float like a boat," Star angrily said before lifting herself on top of it. She searched the waves for any of her brothers and began to grab them one by the wreckage and even diving down to save them from drowning. Star also utilized her quirk to heal up severe injuries, but she could only impose one rule since the other was being used to help the piece of metal float. Ultimately, 5 out of the 10 remaining X-99 pilots have survived, with Kathleen barely saving the 5th by imposing a rule that his body would stop bleeding. Star slammed her arms on the makeshift boat in anger and frustration. She had let her brothers in arms die. She was especially angry at the Valstrax and herself. She could have used her quirk to heal more of them, but it's because of 2 rules. That was her limit, just 2 rules. She growled and grit her teeth in frustration. If only she was faster, acted faster, if only trained her quirk more, then none of her brothers would have to perish. What the hell just happened? Maverick, one yelled from inside Star's ear. All of the X-99s got shot down. It's that DMN dragon's fault. Fucker just went to stratosphere and back like it was nothing. Maverick, 5 screamed in anger. We're all going to die if we stay here. The odds were not in our favor in any way, Maverick, 5. It's do or die. Let's go kill this thing. Maverick, 1 shouted, along with many others. No. Enough. Star commanded from the sea. All of you, get back to base. The mission is a failure. I won't have anyone dying anymore. Whatever you say, boss lady. You heard her, maggots. Disengage. We're retreating. Get the Coast Guard and Navy to get here ASAP. Maverick, 1 yelled as all the F-22s began to fly away from the Valstrax's alleged territory. With that weight on her chest relieved, she looked up to see the Crimson Comet make 1 more lap around the air before flying off somewhere distant, presumably its nest. Star could feel the shame and guilt washing over as she saw her brothers, both dead and alive, in front of her. A hero was supposed to save everyone in impossible odds. How could she ever look anyone in the eye, never mind herself in the mirror, if she couldn't save her brothers from a high-speed dragon? Hey, Star, you all right? One of the X-99 pilots coughed, concerned with the pain etched on Kathleen's face. Oh God, James. You're not okay. Kathleen sighed. Half of you guys are dead. And I didn't. Hey now, don't get so worked up. James faintly smiled from under his helmet. You said we were your ride-or-die brothers. Well, we rode, and we died. Stop talking, you're just exerting yourself. Kathleen panicked. Was the one who meant that Ishold be the one who dies, not you, my brothers. You're gonna get me all teary-eyed with the statement, Star. James chuckles. Don't blame yourself. We were up against a FING jet dragon. Ain't nobody could have seen that coming. I'm sorry. I really am, Kathleen grit her teeth. I should have been stronger. I should have sacrificed myself. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, be better. James said as he chuckled but came out as a pained cough. I guess I shouldn't be cracking jokes like this, huh? That you're right, James. I do need to be better. Kathleen stated, surprising James with her sudden change of voice. I can't just sit here and sulk, can I? I'll just be disrespecting the brothers who died on me. I'll be better than I am today. I'll train myself to be stronger, train my quirk more. Determination and resolve replaced her guilt and shame. While tightening her fist, Kathleen looked into the sky with new confidence and a goal. I'll train myself to become even more stronger, then and only then can I repay my debt to you, my brothers. She looks down on the corpses of her fallen comrades, then looks up into the sky with her eyes narrowing in anger, at the thought of the Valstrax doing the same thing to all those commercial planes that once flew through here. She shall bring that beast to justice. I'll hunt down that BSTD with my very own fists. After the UA entrance exams, Izuku cannot be any more nervous. Izuku couldn't properly contact All Might hasn't ever since, but he said that he was extremely busy doing some paperwork. It was concerning to him to a massive degree, to the point where he would often stare out in the distance in a trance. His mother would occasionally have to snap him out of them. Izuku knew that he passed the written portion of the exam, but it was cancelled out by a 0 score on the practical portion. He sighed in frustration. He knew that he flunked the exam and probably screwed up his chance of getting into the school of his dreams. But there was still just a tiny spark of hope, but Izuku would have to wait when the results come in. Speaking of which, they would usually take about 2 weeks or so for the results to come in. However, a solid month has passed and the results for the entrance exam hasn't reached him. Perhaps that it was the fact that in the news, it was stated that UA was doing some last-minute renovations because of an unprecedented incident involving a quirked animal during the entrance exam. But Izuku knew that they were probably making sure that a flying wyvern such as a Basilgeese wouldn't invade the campus and pose a threat to the students. Another strange thing was that when he tried to talk to Keith about it, he would say that it was top secret and he couldn't talk to Izuku about the results or UA. Additionally, he saw on Dagobah Beach that the guild was putting their supplies in trucks. Izuku found himself very troubled as he sat in his room and scribbled away at his notebook. Not just quirks, but the various monsters that the guild have recorded and faced have fascinated Izuku. How can this wyvern spit out fire, but the other spits out poison gas? What kind of pressures from their environment has caused these monsters to gain such drastic adaptations? Such thoughts circled again and again through Izuku's mind like a carousel of speculation, a distraction to get his mind off of his poor performance during the entrance exam. But a loud knocking on the door and the distressed voice of her mother made the merry-go-round in his head halt to a stop. Izuku, it's here. The results. Inko shouted from the other side. Within a moment, Izuku found himself opening the door and receiving the letter from his mother. It had the red UA seal and everything. After thanking her mother, Izuku solemnly walked toward his voice and looked at the letter with a disappointed face. He already knew what was in the letter. The message would probably be a humble remark of his abilities and thanks for participating in the exam, only for it lead to his enrollment rejection. Izuku sighed, then straightened his posture. If he was going to be rejected, at least get it over with. He grabbed the envelope and ripped it in half, containing the letter and, surprisingly, a small metal disc that began to glow as soon as it landed on Izuku's desk and began to project a blue screen above. Izuku, I am here in the form of a projection. All Might yelled in the projection. Izuku was caught off guard by the face of All Might coming out of nowhere in his room. This letter was from you, right? Why was All Might suddenly here? The screen widens and reveals him in his full glory. He was wearing a golden suit and a blue tie, and the background was akin to that of a game show. Sorry for the late response, young Midoriya. Truth is, I actually work here in UA now, as a teacher. All Might boldly declared, with Izuku's eyes widening in response. Relief and excitement filled Izuku's face, so that's why he couldn't get a hold of All Might. However, I'll keep it brief, these guys are breathing down my neck already. All Might causally said, but Izuku knew what was coming next. You have passed the written portion of the exam, but you have utterly failed the practical portion with 0 points. Of course, this means that you didn't pass. Izuku scowled as he gripped his pants in frustration. He already knew that he failed, and yet, the defiant side of him still hoped, still wished that there was somehow more. However, there is more to this exam. Because of your actions against the quirked animal, I should say, inspired one fellow examinee. Take a look. All Might said before pointing a remote toward a screen. The screen showed Ochako, the girl that Izuku saved during the entrance exam. Excuse me, do you know Midoriya Izuku? He's a boy with curly green hair and freckles, he's sort of plain looking. Ochako begins. I heard from him that he wasn't able to get a point in the exam. So if you could, can you give him some of my points? Eyes widening, Izuku stood up in surprise, moved by the actions and words of Ochako. He saved me from that monster. So please, I would like to give some of my points to him. Please, please, please. She desperately said before All Might paused the video. Because of your actions, not only did you save someone from certain harm, but spurred them to act as well. All Might proudly said, additionally, there was another scoring system in the practical exam. Not only are you scored based on your ability to take out villains, but your ability to save others while risking your life, rescue points. Upon the panel of judges, you were graded 60 points for your efforts. And Ochako Uraraka has been graded 60 points for her efforts as well. Both of you have passed. Izuku's eyes widened, on the verge of tears. Looks like that hopefully side of him won in the end. Scrunching his face, he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief and flabbergast crash on him. Come, young Midoriya. All Might held his hand out toward him in the projection. This is your hero academia. With tears in his eyes, he nodded back at the all-might projection. From now, he was able to begin the high school life of his dreams. The projection closed, leaving Izuku in his room very glad. He noticed the letter in the envelope and decided to read it. He excitedly scanned through the letter. It showed him the details of his enrollment and classes. However, one added message caught his eye near the end. Additional, we have thoroughly assessed and graded your results, and UA is pleased to say that we have found them exceptional. We would like to cordially invite you to enroll in our newest curriculum, the Hunter program. Please be advised, this is a brand new program still in a pioneering state and that it will be significantly more challenging than the Hero course. Additional details regarding the Hunter program shall be provided during the opening ceremony on the first day of school, where you will decide whether you would like to enroll in the program. UA looks forward to your favorable response, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's eyes winded. This could only mean one thing. The guild has officially partnered with UA, and looks like they are offering to teach at the establishment as well. Izuku already learned the bare basics of being a hunter, but there was plenty more to improve, wasn't there? Excitedly, he told his mother of the good news, and in celebration, the duo had katsudon for dinner. A few months later, this was the second time Izuku has walked on the campus of UA. Wearing his brand new uniform, red sneakers, yellow backpack, and a smile on his face, he was ready to tackle the first school day. He began running throughout the halls in search of his homeroom, and Izuku found that the school was even bigger on the inside. He looked over for the room of 1A, and enough searching he found that room and the enormous door leading into it. Oh, this door is as big as a Gravios. I guess it's for accessibility. Izuku found himself saying to the door. He tried to look formal when he reached for the door handle. This a classroom for the greatest and elite, and he silently hoped that Katsuki or even Tenya wasn't in this class. Unfortunately, he has jinxed his own thoughts. You get your feet off this table right this instant. You are disrespecting school property. Tenya yelled at Katsuki, the blonde giving the spectacle-wearing boy a glare. Ah, you're not my mom. Go yell at someone else, you side character. Katsuki yelled back. Izuku couldn't help but face palming himself. But Tenya turned to see Izuku on the door. Good morning, Midoriya. I see that UA has accepted you. Welcome. Tenya greeted me by walking over to Izuku and giving him a very strong handshake. Oh, thank you, Ida. I'm glad to be here as well. Izuku happily replies back, but from the corner of his vision he could see Bakugo giving a scolding look at him. Izuku remembers when he showed his middle school principal his acceptance letter, along with Katsuki. Needless to say, Katsuki wasn't very happy about it, and pressed him about cheating in the exam. Izuku didn't say anything to the glaring Katsuki. Izuku knew what he was up against now, and he will do everything he could do for now to get stronger. Oh hey there, Midoriya. A voice from behind him made Izuku turn around. It was Ochako, smiling brightly. I'm so glad they accepted you in UA. Let's do our best together. Izuku's face erupted into beet red when Ochako brightly spoke to him. Despite his prior interactions with the bubbly girl, he wasn't quite ready at socializing with the opposite gender. Thank you. I'll do my best as well. Izuku stammered. Hey guys, did you hear those huge explosions and roaring from that time during the entrance exam? A girl with pink skin and hair. I almost said my pants when I heard it. I think it came from another testing site. Yeah, I think I heard something about it in the news after that. It said something about a quirked animal invading the test. A boy with yellow hair with a black thunderbolt mark. I know quirked animals being super rare, but this is the first time I heard anything about it. They must be referring to the Basilgeese. Izuku thought, realizing that only their exam area had been affected. He recalls the lesson on the Basilgeese. They are highly territorial and prideful creatures. They would fly atop the highest mountain, look at everything from above it, and declare it as his. It was interesting behavior to say the least. I have misjudged your actions in the exam, Midoriya. Of course you would know that there was more than to the exam. Please excuse me for my rudeness towards you at the beginning. Tenya bowed toward Izuku, getting the green-haired boy out of his thoughts. Let us get on to better terms with each other from now on. Oh, it's alright, Ida. Harm done, really. Izuku embarrassingly said. I wonder what our homeroom teacher will be like. I hope they're super cool. Ochako said. Well, if you expected some super macho guy like All Might, I'm sorry to disappoint you. A new voice interrupted the trio. Izuku looks down to see a ragged tired man in a yellow bag. Ochako and Tenya were just as shocked and surprised at the hobo in Yue. It took you guys 8 seconds to shut up, we can do better. The homeless man then unzipped the sleeping bag and stood up, revealing his lean and skinny body to the world. Time is limited. You can't be wasting it on idle chatter. Izuku did not recognize this man at all. If he was a teacher at UA, then he must be a pro hero. How exactly was this ordinary, worn-out, tired-looking guy a pro hero? Let's get this over with. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you all and blah blah blah. Aizawa shrugged while he mumbled. I'd rather not do this, I think it's a waste of time, but follow me. We're going to the opening ceremony. The hobo hero gestures to everyone to follow him as he walks through the hall, the students excitedly and hesitantly following him. Izuku, on the other hand, had a speculation of what was going on. It was an opportunity to properly introduce the Hunter program. There was side chatter among the students. Some were also mentioning this new Hunter program. Makes sense, I suppose. The students of the hero course would obviously be invited to enroll in the Hunter program, Izuku thought to himself. Class 1A eventually found themselves into a massive auditorium. There were probably more seats than the entire student population. Izuku quickly seated himself, with Ochako and Tenya next to him. He looked around the auditorium and then he noticed something particular. There were some cameras set up on the top of the auditorium, pointing down toward the stage. It was interesting to say the least. As the other students began taking their seats, Ochako began to talk to Izuku. Gosh, I am so excited and so nervous. Ochako squeals. Hey Izuku, did you get something about a Hunter program in your acceptance letter? I did. Oh? Wais. I actually have, Izuku answered. I see, that's good news. I wonder what this will be about. Ochako said. It must be some sort of extracurricular program or club. Tenya said as he straightened his glasses. As expected of UA, they have provided us with a unique and challenging opportunity to go plus ultra. As the students of UA all took their seats, they began to go silent as a certain, small, rat man came walking across the stage. He walks on a relatively large podium with a microphone, clears his voice, and begins speaking. Greetings, students. Welcome to you. Nizu introduces, which in reply the audience gave an uproar of a cheer. I am Principal Nizu. I'm so glad to see so many new and familiar faces in this crowd. Nizu begins to deliver the welcoming speech of any typical high school, congratulating on your hard work, stating expectations, and giving words of encouragement. Ochako's face practically glowed with excitement, Tenya was smiling fondly, and Izuku almost felt like on the verge of tears again. He has enrolled into the school of his dreams, and it was the real deal. Finally, Nizu starts to wrap up his speech. Well then, with that out of the way, I have one more thing to mention. Nizu states, some of you who received letters state that you have been invited to enroll in a new curriculum that our special guests and we have developed. If you could, please put your attention on the screen here. Just as Nizu said, a giant screen begins lowering slowly from above the stage. All of the students turned their eyes on the screen, excited and anxious to see what this was all about. The screen turns on and starts by showing various icons that resemble a plethora of mythical creatures and beasts. Talon, claw, feather, fin, scale, and fur. The monsters that now inhabit this world take on many forms. Each of the traits imaginable are but adaptations for them to survive in the world. The creatures of the world are countless in variety. They can inhabit every corner of the globe, sky, sea, and land. They are not only part of their ecosystems but have the ability to actively shape it as well. But take heed, as though they may be acting on instinct, they pose a significant if not great threat to humans. The screen then shows various photos taken from the internet. Some of them depict monsters acting in their natural habitat, others a bit too close for comfort for the cameraman. The students murmured in curiosity about these creatures. While many of you think that these animals are especially gifted individuals that have gained a quirk, but they are not. Each trait these monsters possess are of natural causes, by millions of years of evolution and adaptation. Some are able to fly great distances and breath out fire. Some are able to generate electricity to abnormal degrees. Some could poison and paralyze you in an instant. And some can even control the very elements. Because of these traits, and their ferocity as animals, they can be a great threat to the safety and well-being of humans and their livelihoods. This is where we play our role. Izuku found himself leaning more toward the screen, never having felt this much excitement before. So did the other students. Ochako had her mouth wide open as she listened with earnestness. Tenya simply watched the presentation with a stern and understanding face. We may live in towns or busy cities, but that doesn't mean we ignore the fact that we came from nature as well. We are also of this land, and we have our part to play in maintaining the balance. If monsters grow too numerous or too powerful, they not only become a threat to us, but to the ecosystems that we rely on. When that happens, it is our solemn duty as hunters to cull these beasts and restore balance. Monsters, although a threat to human life, are just as a part of the ecosystem and the world as any other animal. So that is why a hunter must act with respect and an understanding of their actions and consequences they may cause because of them. Fellow students of UA, we of the Guild are offering you an opportunity to not only study abroad at this magnificent academy to not only become a hero, but as a hunter as well. We may not know exactly where and how these monsters came to be in modern times, but we of the Guild will ensure that the balance of nature will remain in balance. By conducting research, creating defenses and measures, and to hunt down the monsters. So join us. Prove yourself that you can not only be a hero, but a hunter as well. The screen cuts off to reveal 14 individuals standing on the stage, 7 on each side, as the stage lights turned on to reveal them. They wore various stylish armor based on medieval times, and had intricate and significant weapons strapped on their backs. The students of UA erupted in a roar of applause and shouts of excitement and curiosity. From the 14 individuals, 2 figures stood out in the center of the stage. Izuku recognized him as Commander Zimmerman and his trusty advisor, Amber. Greetings and salutations, students of UA. I am Commander Zimmerman, the leader of the Guild. I know you may find our attire and circumstances strange, but allow us to enlighten you on more information regarding our organization. Zimmerman begins, then turns to Amber. Amber, if you would. Glady, sir. Amber spoke before stepping up. Greetings, I am Amber. You could consider me as the Guild's secretary woman. Allow us to inform you on the various details. Amber then clicks on a remote to show the screen an updated image of UA. There was a huge facility near the UA building and training facilities. In collaboration with UA, we have built this area near UA as the Guild headquarters. Here is where we conduct our research on monsters and their impact on the environment. By studying their corpses or in their captivity. Which brings me to another point. Amber then clicks the remote again to show a part of the Guild facility that looks surprisingly like a zoo. We of the Guild have built special enclosures for the various monsters that our hunters may have captured instead of slayed. Here is where we take a deeper look into the behaviors and actions of the monsters. Additionally, we also offer it as an animal park, where individuals could pay to visit and observe these monsters themselves. Do not fret, the Guild will take every precaution to ensure that the monsters do not escape captivity. Amber clicks the remote another time, then showing an image of a hunter in typical Rathalos armor. For the students who choose to accept in the hunter program, not only will you be taught on the ecology of monsters, but on how to actively hunt them as well. With the various specialized hunting weapons and tools we offer, we hope you may find the perfect weapon for you. However, there are rules and customs that have been established with UA along with the Guild. First, a hunter cannot act as a hero, nor can a hero act as a hunter. If a hero wishes to have the permissions to hunt a monster, they must do so by filing for a hunting license provided by the Guild. Second, a hunter shall never brandish their weapon on another human being. Lastly, the Guild is not an extermination force, We do not wish to slaughter every monster to extinction. The purpose of the guild is to create and maintain the balance between monster and human, in a way. We hope that this presentation was informative. For more information regarding the specifics or information on the various monsters we have cataloged, visit www.theguild.gov. Thank you. And now, for those who have been invited to our program, please indicate whether or not you would like to participate or not. If you do, you will be trained by our seasoned hunters, and the benefits of a hunter as well, with access to our smithy and canteen. But take warning, this program is not only very challenging, but it is also significantly dangerous as well. With that, we await your favorable response. Commander Zimmerman spoke, and thus ending the opening ceremony of UA. The students then all applauded and cheered for the fellow guild members. What they were doing seemed legit and pretty cool to them. Hell yeah. I'm definitely gonna sign up, said a boy with red spiky hair from Class 1A. I wonder if hunters get extra pay as well. Ochako begins to wonder. How heroic. These hunters are risking their lives just as heroes would do. Tenya could only say as he chopped in the air. Izuku could only watch in awe at the sight of the guild members. It was true that he had especially known them when they crashed down here mysteriously on the beach. But it seems like they are doing an especially great job blending into modern society. Even if their armor looks like it belongs in a museum. Izuku then takes a glance specifically at Keith, who was busy waving and smiling at the crowd. Keith then locks eyes with Izuku and gives him a nod. He was waiting on Izuku for him to come and join the program. Izuku gave him a silent nod of understanding as well. He knew that more could be done to not only train him as a hero, but as a hunter as well. So when the time came to write down your response on enrolling in the program, Izuku, without hesitation, said yes. Izuku Midoriya was now wearing his school PE uniform, the dark blue pants and shirt, with white lines along them that actually make the letters U and A. They felt breathable and very light, perfect for the current activity they were about to perform. It seems like the guild has developed their own entrance exam for the newly enrolling students, which made sense, considering what kind of hardships they were going to have to go through along with hero work. But Izuku still hadn't had a rough idea on what exactly this practical exam was going to be about. Maybe they're going to use those faux villain robots again? Or something else entirely? Oh man, this is really making me nervous. But I'm so excited as well. Ochako said, smiling with her hands in the air. Now, let's not lose focus here. We have yet to know anything about this practical exam. So be on guard. Tenya berates while chopping the air with his hand. To Izuku's surprise, all of Class 1A was enrolled in the Hunter program. Well, are going to enroll, they still have to pass this entrance exam if they wish to enter it. Additionally, all the students of Class 1B, another first-year hero course class, are also planning to enroll in the Hunter program. Their first impressions between each other were not so great. With Katsuki's hostile remarks and a student named Minoma's mocking taunts, things got a little unfavorable between the two. The 40 students were directed to walk through a heavy gate, which was covered in marks and scratches. The students were now on the edge of an extremely forested area, the perfect habitat for wood-dwelling creatures and monsters. The gate closed on the students, and they were addressed by an extremely loud and enthusiastic female voice. Welcome you maggots, to the Hunter program faux entrance exam. To all of you fools who said yes on that paper slip, welcome to your first days of hell. A tall, muscular woman with wavy blue hair like the ends of flames appears above the students on a catwalk attached to the enormous walls surrounding the gate. She was wearing metal armor that was plated with blue and gold, heavily armored boots and gloves, and an opening on her dark blue breastplate, revealing her rather large bosom. This was Rochelle, one of the strongest and infamous hunters within Zimmerman's squad. I'm Rochelle Dieter, your drill sergeant and your worst nightmare. Now who's ready to hunt? A few cheers came from the group, mostly from the rowdy ones of each class. That was pathetic. You can all do better than that next time. Now let's get straight to the point. Rochelle points out to the forest in front of them. Right now you're in one of our newly built containment habitats, where we keep our captured monstress for research purposes for our nerds. So you know what that means, right? Izuku's smile, along with everyone else's, instantly turned into frowns after contemplating what the woman had just said. Your objective, survive. Rochelle announces from the catwalk. In this area are 3 monsters that we have captured and put in here for research efforts. If one of you maggots falls unconscious or potentially dies, well, you're not cut out to be a hunter. Izuku, along with many others, looks at the blue-haired lady in shock and horror. He knew that the hunter is a bit eccentric when it comes to training other hunters, but this was not exactly on Izuku's mind as an entrance exam for the hunter program. So what the hell are you waiting for, you maggots? Get out there and get to the other side before I get down there and punch you out myself. Rochelle screams, causing the other members to start running through the densely packed forest blindly. No wonder they call her the Lady Lunastra. Izuku thought, remembering what Keith said about the other hunters. He then stops running and takes a breather, already formulating a plan in his mind. I'm not going to fail this entrance exam like last time. So what's the best thing we could do in this situation? Izuku begins by looking around the forest. This was a natural forest that was growing nearby UA. It had now been walled off with recent construction effort by the guild to be the woodland's containment habitat. Izuku remembered that they had to get to the other side of this confinement if he wanted to pass this exam, if you could properly call it one anyway. Izuku then decided to get some high ground to properly scout and find the exit. Looking around for a decent-sized tree, he began climbing it, and thanks to his strength from his hellish hunter training, he was able to reach the top in no time flat. Looking above the bushy sea of green, he could see the other enormously sized gate in the other direction in the distance. So the exit is northeast from here, about 1 kilometer away. That could work. Izuku thought before climbing down the tree. He began by running toward the direction of the previously seen exit. He's not going to hesitate like the last exam. With an iron-willed resolve, he ran through the trees and bushes with a shocking speed and effort. Unfortunately, he was so focused and going so fast that he couldn't stop himself when someone came into his sight. Oof! Izuku grunted before crashing into the individual, both of them crashing on the ground. Ow! The voice of a young girl called out. Izuku then quickly recovered and apologized profusely. I am so sorry. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Izuku stammered as he bowed. But watch where you're going next time, green-haired dude. A manly voice that suspiciously sounded like his spiky red-haired classmate yelled at Izuku. Izuku turned around to see an aggressive, messy gray-haired, sharp-toothed teen. Hey, aren't you from Class 1A? The one with that screaming, angry Pomeranian dude. Is he referring to Kachin? Does he even look like a Pomeranian? Izuku silently thought. Hey, it's all right, Tetsu, he didn't mean any harm. The orange-haired girl got up from the ground, dusting off the dirt from her P uniform. I'm Kendo Itsuka, and this here's Tetsu, just call him Tetsu though. We're both from Class 1B, so I guess you're from 1A, right? Why? Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Nice to meet you, Kendo, and Tetsu. Again, I'm sorry for bumping into you. Izuku said. It's alright, no big deal really. Itsuka said, it seemed like both of our classes made some bad first impressions. Especially Minoma, I honestly don't know what he gets his kicks from. Hey, Midoriya, right? Tetsu blurted, scratching his neck. Sorry we got on the wrong foot. I thought that all of 1A are a bunch of egotistical dudes like that blonde guy. Oh no, it's alright. Honestly, Kakin is always like that, trust me. Midoriya replied. Midoriya, perhaps we could work together? Itsuka asked, we want to get into this hunter program, right? So let's work together and get to the other side. Oh, of course. I'll be happy to. Izuku nodded. I actually know where to go exactly. The exit is about 1 kilometer to the northwest of here. Dim, you already know that? How? Tetsu asked, curious and amazed. Oh, I just climbed a tree. Izuku bluntly said as he smiled. Itsuka and Tetsu looked at him dumbfounded, but the former slapped herself on the head. Of course we should have climbed a tree. Should have made things way more easier. Itsuka sighed, then looked at Izuku. Well then, Lead the way, Midoriya. The trio of hero course students began jogging toward the exit, with Izuku in the lead. There was no time limit stated by Rochelle, but the trio weren't going to risk anything. While they were traveling across the forest, they began to exchange small talk with one another. If you don't mind asking, what are guys' quirks? Just out of curiosity, Izuku said as he surveyed the surroundings. My quirk is Big Fist. It allows me to enlarge my hands, like this. Itsuka said as she flexed her arm and the hand began to grow to an extraordinary degree. I get more power with my fists, and I don't really feel any increased weight of my quirk, Itsuka said as she waved her hand in the air. Mine is steel. It makes my body as hard as steel. Tetsu declares, turning his said body into steel and slamming his fists together, creating sparks. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Izuku said, wondering about all kinds of aspects of their quirks. What about yours, Izuku? Itsuka asks. This caught Izuku off guard as he didn't have a quirk then when he was asked that question. But now with the secret of One for All, Izuku and All Might made up a quirk to cover the secret. It's called Superpower. Izuku explained, remembering what he and All Might made up. It allows me to greatly increase my physical strength, but so much so that it breaks my bones when I use it. I was a late bloomer. I had to train my body so it could properly manifest without blasting my limbs off. After finishing his explanation, the two Class 1B students had different expressions on their faces. Tetsu was one filled with admiration, while Itsuka gave him a small look of worry. Then, that's one hell of a quirk. Tetsu smiled, raising his fists in a challenge. Let's spar some time, you and me. I gotta make sure my quirk can withstand all kinds of attacks. Hold on, Tetsu. Izuku said that his quirk breaks his own bones when he uses it. I don't think you two should be fighting each other anytime soon. Itsuka sternly said, almost like a big sister berating her younger brother. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful quirk, if only I could control it better. Izuku said, looking at his hand and flexing his fingers. This is what he could do for now, so he needs to quickly figure out something and fast. As they continued through the forest, Izuku slowly began to notice signs of monsters in the vicinity. There were awkward clumps of dirt, a few weathered-down footprints, and a splash of some purple substance on a nearby tree. Hey Midoriya, look at this. Itsuka stopped the group, pointing to something on the ground. Izuku turns to Itsuka pointing to a clump of large, green-colored feathers. Don't tell me this from a monster, is it? Izuku kneeled down and took one of them for inspection. They were a distinctive green and purple color. However, Izuku couldn't quite remember which monster had these kinds of feathers. I don't exactly know, but by the looks of things, these tracks look fresh. We need to keep a close eye out and be especially careful, Izuku notes. The trio continued to traverse through the forest, but with more caution this time. Izuku, along with his honed instincts, surveyed deeper into the forest. Any slight change of wind, a twitch from a blade of grass, or a small grumble from a monster's throat. Shoo! Izuku said, holding out his hands and causing Itsuka and Tetsu to stop. He gestured the two to hide behind a tree. The both of them were confused but followed nonetheless. Izuku peeked behind a tree, and what he saw confirmed his instincts. Izuku grimaces, while Itsuka and Tetsu are awestruck. Walking in front of them was a rather medium-sized bird wyvern with light green scales and vibrant and shiny green feathers. It had weird yellow eyes. Among its cresting face and yellow cheeks, the creature had drops of drool coming out of the edges of its mouth, and opening said mouth to brandish its yucky, long, thick, frog-like tongue in the air. The creature had many cuts and scars among its body, most likely caused from the hunters that had captured it. It stomped around the forest, twirling its head around in search of something, then it spotted a clump of mushrooms growing on the stump of a tree. With a flick of its tongue, it snatches up the mushrooms and gulps them down in one bite. Pukei-Pukei. Classification: bird wyvern. This gluttonous herbivore eats all sorts of plants, berries, and mushrooms. All of that stuff gets mixed with its toxins in its body, and spits it out at threats from his mouth and tail. These monsters like to bully other weaker monsters, but instantly become a SCK up when larger monsters arrive. The Pukei-Pukei ruffles its feathers after eating its satisfying meal. It then turns toward a tree and spits out a glob of purple, bubbling poison, marking its territory. What is that thing? Itsukaji's, disgusted by the creature's abnormally slimy tongue. Freaky, Tetsu simply comments. That's a Pukei-Pukei. Bird wyverns known for their poisonous toxin they store in their body. Izuku explained, recalling his ecology lessons. Very territorial, and they bully smaller creatures that happen to be in their territory, like us. We need to get out of here before it bullies us. Itsuka nodded sternly, along with Tetsu. The trio then proceeded to quietly and slowly back away from the monster. Luckily, the Pukei-Pukei didn't seem to notice them, and they were about to successfully escape when... Sniff. Tetsu cruises. Izuku and Itsuka whipped their heads toward him. Down on the boy's feet was a snapped tree branch. The bird wyvern heard the snap and whipped its head toward their direction. Seeing three intruders has caused it to ruffle its feathers, turning into a slight gleam of red to showcase its anger. The Pukei-Pukei raises its head and lets out a loud, guttural roar that deafens the trio. We need to run. Now. Izuku panicked. He never got poisoned by a monster in his lifetime, and he isn't going to start now. Go, get out of here. I'll try and hold it off. Itsuka shouted as she stood in front of Izuku and Tetsu. She enlarged her hands to shield her comrades, but the Pukei-Pukei raised its head to spit out another glob of viscous purple poison in an arc. The projectile flew over Itsuka's enlarged hands and hit her square in the body. She gasped as the poison seeped into her body and collapsed as the effects of the poison began to harm her body. Kendo! Tetsu screamed. He angrily grits his teeth and activates his quirk, his body now covered in shining metal. Come get a piece of me, bird brain. He ran toward the bird wyvern at surprising speed. He then pulled back his hand and punched the Pukei-Pukei square in the face. A metallic clank echoing across the air as Tetsu struck the monster. The Pukei-Pukei grunted in pain. It retaliated by opening its mouth and shooting out its tongue at Tetsu at breakneck speeds. The steel boy braced for the strike, but he was sent flying toward a nearby tree. Izuku gasped. In a quick succession of events, the two Class 1B students were almost incapacitated. Itsuka was coughing on the floor as the poison weakened her inner systems, and Tetsu was dazed after crashing into a tree. Izuku then stares back at the Pukei-Pukei, ready to deliver another glob of poison at Izuku. Internally, Izuku knew he had to do something. But what do I do? I could punch it away with one for all, but that'll break my arm. I'll only drag down Kendo and Tetsu. Izuku looks down on his arm, wondering what he could exactly do. I can only unleash one for all at either 100% or 0%. I need to act now. Even a second of hesitation is going to get me eaten. What can I do? Izuku then took a look at his fingers, and an idea popped into his head. Tetsu. Izuku screams, getting the steel boy's attention. Grab Kendo and get behind me. I'm going to unleash my quirk. Tetsu wasted no time, nodding in understanding. He ran toward the struggling body of Itsuka and quickly picked her up by the arm. The Pukei-Pukei was about to attack the duo before getting hit in the eye by a rock. Over here. See, come and get me. Izuku shouted, grabbing another rock and throwing it at the monster. Attracting the attention of the furious bird wyvern, the Pukei-Pukei ignores Itsuka and Tetsu and opens its mouth and spits out a glob of poison, but Izuku lunges out of the way. He then ran toward Tetsu, who was carrying a very sick Itsuka, and stood in front of them. The power of one-for-all courses specifically on Izuku's index finger. Pukei-Pukei are cowardly monster. Once it realizes it's outmatched, it will run away. Izuku thought, remembering the impressive air pressure that All Might alone exerts when using one for all. Also, by focusing it on my finger, I won't break all of my bones. Eat this! Izuku yells as he snaps his fingers. An enormous amount of power courses through the air and blasts the surrounding trees and the Pukei-Pukei away. Tetsu, Itsuka and even Izuku braced themselves as the air pressure was ruffling their hair. A significant section of the forest was now uprooted and devastated, with Izuku's sole index finger now broken and purple. After the dust had settled, Izuku saw the Pukei-Pukei struggling to get up, ruffling its feathers in a great panic. After getting itself upright again, it had a fearful and shocked expression. It then ran away from the group in a hurry. But, I can still move my arm, Izuku proclaims as he clutches his hand in pain. Dude, Tetsu said, amazed by the sheer power of Izuku's quirk. That was totally epic. I don't feel so good. The two boys, however, forget to notice the poisoned Itsuka. Tetsu quickly readjusted her position and laid her down on some comfortable patch of grass. Oh no, Kendo. Dimon, what do we do? Don't tell me this stuff is going to kill her. Tetsu grimaced. He then looked toward Izuku Midoriya. You're pretty smart, right? You gotta know something to help her. Izuku started by looking around the forest. His crafting lessons with Keith had prepared him for this. The most common cure for poison is actually the blue-flowered antidote herb. Mix it together with a blue mushroom, and you get yourself some herbal medicine. Izuku noticed a clump of untouched blue mushrooms that were growing on a tree stump, and behind him where he caught a glimpse of the blue-flowered antidote herbs. Tetsu, I want you to grab some of those blue-colored herbs over there and crush them to a paste. Izuku points toward the direction of the herbs. I'm going to grab some of those blue mushrooms. I know a way to cure the poison, so give me a hand here. Tetsu smiled at Izuku's request. Loud and clear. Leave it to me. The steel boy then runs toward the shrubs to grab some herbs. Izuku then leaves Itsuka for a moment to go and grab the mushrooms. He also grabbed a large flat rock and put it beside Itsuka. Recalling what Keith said about the ratio of the herbal paste and the substance of blue mushroom, he grabbed the smallest blue mushroom and ground it up into a fine powder. Hey Midoriya, I'm back. Tetsu announced, no sooner. His quirk was activated specifically on his hands, where a small blue paste resided. I did my best to ground it up. Will this work? Thank you, Tetsu. This should work perfectly. Izuku grabbed the paste and mixed it together with the powder. After a moment, a PSS-pour herbal medicine was crafted. Izuku hovered over Itsuka. With the pill in hand, the Class 1B student was struggling to properly breathe. Kendo, this may taste bitter, but it's going to cure your poison. Please take it. Izuku then delivered the medicine toward Itsuka's mouth. Itsuka accepted the medicine and took slow, bitter chews and then finally swallowed it. Izuku and Tetsu silently watched, anxious and waiting. After a moment, Itsuka's breathing began to stabilize and the color began to return to her face. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, and Tetsu whooped in celebration. You were right, Midoriya, fat did taste bitter. With a renewed sense of energy, Itsuka quickly stood up, back to her usual demeanor. She gave Izuku a thankful bright smile. But I feel good again. I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. Oh, it's no problem. Izuku humbly said, a huge blush on his face. It seems that he still wasn't used to being thanked by the opposite gender. Something worse might have happened if I didn't help. Midoriya of Class 1A. Tetsu grabbed onto Izuku's shoulder, catching the green-haired boy by surprise. Thank you for curing Kendo. That was super macho of you. You forever have my respect, Mido bro. What? Izuku confusingly asked, but before Tetsu could continue, the duo was both interrupted by Itsuka. Now, we should get going. Hopefully, we won't encounter that Pukei-Pukei again, Itsuka shudders. Oh, by the way, is your finger alright, Mido bro? It seems super banged up. Tetsu points toward Izuku's broken and twisted index finger. It's alright, Tetsu. Although it hurts, I can manage it until we get back to safety. Recovery girl could heal it back up. Izuku stated, clutching his index finger a little bit. Demon bro, gritting through the pain, you truly are a reliable macho guy, Mido bro. Tetsu praised. By the way, how'd you know that those blue herbs would cure Kendo's poison? You read a book about it or something? And more or less. Izuku said, Those antidote herbs alone could create a liquid cure that would get rid of the poison. But if you combine that pulp with some blue mushroom powder, which is filled with some notable nutrients, the patient could regain some of their health back. That's good to note. Izuku joined the conversation as she walked over a root. Venom and toxins seem to be a common adaptation to these monsters. It would be very useful when you get poisoned yourself. Izuku looked at her hands. My quirk did nothing against that Pukei. Sorry for troubling you guys. And oh no. It's all good, Kendo. It was all our first time facing such a beast. Izuku said, It's honestly, I admire that why you put yourself in front of us, even if it wasn't a part of your class. Oh, really? Kendo stammered, slightly having her cheeks pink from Izuku's small compliment. It's the least I could do. Heroes save everyone, regardless of if they're in the same class or not. Kendo! Next time, let me take the blow. Tetsu suddenly hollered. My quirk was made for taking hits. I'm pretty sure some stupid poison doesn't have an effect on my steel. Just like pocket creatures typing. Pretty sure video game logic doesn't work in real life. Izuku deadpants the metallic boy. The trio were now getting closer and closer to the exit. It seemed like the trio was about to successfully pass this practical exam, despite the very apparent danger they went through. For the last time, Tetsu. I'm fine now. I'm fully capable of defending myself. Izuku argued with her classmate. But you were sort of dying on the ground, Tetsu stated matter-of-factly. I was caught off guard by the poison. I wasn't dying sick. It was more like a feeling like vomiting, kind of sick. Izuku counters. Still, I just want to make sure there's no permanent damage or something like that. Tetsu turned toward Izuku. Hey Mito bro, that Pukei-Pukei's poison won't cause any lasting damage, right? It really shouldn't. A Pukei-Pukei's poison isn't necessarily lethal, considering that it's a herbivore. It's really a way to scare off intruders and predators. Izuku explains. You know a whole lot of information on the monsters, Izuku. Izuku asked suspiciously, I want to know how you learned it, considering that these monsters literally came out of nowhere. Izuku bit his tongue. He revealed a little too much, it seems. Echa? Oh, I guess it's probably because of my friend, Keith. Izuku decided to tell the truth. As long as he didn't tell them about the guild's origins, there's no harm, is there? Keith is actually one of those hunters from the guild, you know, that brand new organization that was founded in response to those monsters appearing. He and I are actually good friends. He told lots of stuff he learned from researching the monsters he and his team hunted. Is that so? Izuku said. Really? This, Keith, guy actually hunts monsters. Tetsu beamed, with admiration in his eyes. I heard that there was actually a hunter with a super huge sword that took down a monster that invaded one of the exam sites. Was that guy him? Why yeah, that was Keith. Izuku nodded, confirming Tetsu's inquiry. I knew it. I want to be trained by him if he's strong enough to take down a monster. Wonder what kind of quirk he has. Tetsu grinned. Izuku wanted to tell him that Keith didn't have a quirk, but he decided to keep that information to himself. After a minute of walking, they arrived. There was a clearing which then revealed another giant metal fortified door with scratch marks on it. In that clearing were most of the students from both classes waiting and sometimes conversing with one another. Hey, looks like almost everyone is here. Izuku said as she and Tetsu ran toward their respective group. Thanks for all your help, Midoriya. I hope we can meet again soon. Oh yeah, me too. Izuku said, turning around and noticing Tenya was already there leaning on a concrete wall. Izuku walked up to him, but the spectacle-wearing boy saw him and beamed. Ah, Midoriya. You have successfully passed the faux practical exam. Well, not officially just yet. I never had a doubt. Tenya smiled, giving Izuku a handshake, but stopped when Izuku winced in pain. Tenya's eyes widened seeing Izuku's purple broken finger. Midoriya. Your finger. I'm sincerely sorry for making contact with your injury. I should have noticed it earlier. It's alright, Tenya. I'm fine, at least I didn't completely destroy the bones in my arm. Izuku sheepishly smiled. So, what's going on? Why are you guys waiting here? Unfortunately, it takes a while to open and close the doors. And the guild wants to make sure that no monster escapes from the enclosure. However, Tenya's eyes darkened as he clenched his fist. Although I do not exactly approve of the guild's methods of teaching, but I suppose it is a precaution even I would take. But as the two were talking and catching up on each other, there was a series of audible explosions and roars coming from the distant forest. Both classes looked in the distance and they also heard screaming coming from the forest. I've got a bad feeling about this, Izuku muttered, feeling his instincts already taking control of his body. From out of the bush, 5 students came running and screaming. One of them was actually Nito screaming and running. "We're all going to die. We're all going to die." Nito screams before a large crash from the trees causes him to duck in cover. A large tree came crashing down as the students saw the most terrifying creature they have seen in their lives. A giant bipedal with 2 giant hind legs and 2 small forelimbs, like a tyrannosaurus. The most notable feature of this creature was its pink hide and patches of black fur, but are actually small feathers. On its head was a very loud blonde, Katsuki Bakugo, unleashing his explosions on the creature's face. "You want some? I'll give you some." Katsuki screamed as he pelted the creature with another series of explosions. The monster roared in pain, shaking its head desperately to get the human off of its head. It then slammed its head into the ground, picking up dust into the air and mounds of dirt everywhere. Katsuki grunted when he was finally thrown off the creature, but he didn't seem to mind. He was going to take down this beast with his bare hands. "Holy shit! Is that a effing Tyrannosaurus Rex?" A Class 1A student shouted. The beast got up, staring at the group of frozen students all around it. In a showcase of power, the monster unfurled its fan-like membranes on his back and its sinus structure, making it much more bigger than it is. The monster roared at the deafened students. Anjanath. Classification: Brute Wyvern. Aggressive and combative, these troublemakers will attack anything that it comes across. Combined with powerful jaws and legs, this guy's got more bite than bark. Anjanath can also spit out flames from its mouth and nose. The fur and fan-like membrane on his back are temperature-regulating methods to make sure this guy doesn't overheat. Also, the reason why he's pink is that his skin is actually translucent. That's right, you're looking at his blood flow through his own skin. "We're all going to get eaten. Like in Triassic Park." Pony Tsunatori cried. "We need to get out of here, we'll be crushed or worse." Tenya shouted. "Out of my way, extras!" shouted Katsuki, who was busy flying toward the Anjanath with his explosions. He delivered another giant explosion on the monster's face, causing it to stagger and stomp back to regain its footing. "Ha! Serves you right for roaring at me, Pink Barney." Katsuki laughs, his palms having whiffs of smoke from the recent explosions he detonated. "Bakugo, what are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed." Tenya scolded that blonde boy. "Shut up, Specs. I honestly thought this hunter program was a waste of my time. But it looks like it's pretty fun." Katsuki smiles sadistically as he causes smaller explosions to appear on his palms. The Anjanath growled with hostility at the gesture. "Especially if I get to show off against these monsters who's boss." "You're insane," Nito exclaimed, hiding behind a nearby tree. "I knew it. Class 1A is full of glory-seeking egomaniacs." "Shut up," Bakugo yelled, preparing himself to leap at the monster. But he was stopped when he heard more screaming coming from a different part of the forest. From the other side of the bush, Ochako along with a yellow-haired boy came out of the bush screaming. Behind them weighs another monster. This one was much smaller and bipedal. It had sharp light teal scales with a large tail and blue spikes all over its back. It had small tufts of white fur along its back of the head down to its tail. It leaped into the air and caught the yellow-haired boy in its claws. Its red eyes were curiously staring at the boy. Said boy was panicking and trying desperately to get the monster off of him. But the creature's pupils sharpened when it came into contact with the Anjanath. It leaped off of the yellow-haired boy and roared at the Anjanath, with the brute wyvern roaring back. Tobikadachi. Classification: Fanged Wyvern. This guy flies across the treetops like a squirrel. It brushes itself on tree branches to build up static electricity in its coat. It then unleashes that static electricity in devastating strikes. Another monster? Izuku shouted in disbelief. One monster was enough, but if they were two monsters, things could get ugly. Especially if they were about to settle a territory dispute, and what better way for monsters to solve a dispute is with a turf war. Tenya, get everybody back, these guys are about to fight each other. Izuku shouted at the blue-haired boy. Tenya nodded, and by activating his quirk, he quickly ran to pick up Ochako and the yellow-haired boy away from the Tobikadachi. They were at a safe distance when the two monsters started their battle. The Anjanath descends on the Tobikadachi with its jaws wide open. The fanged wyvern, however, lets out its spikes on its back, electric-tongue the Anjanath when it comes into contact with them. The Tobikadachi presses the attack, clawing and biting at the Anjanath's neck. The brute wyvern retaliates, shoving the Tobikadachi on the ground before picking it by the neck with its jaws. The Anjanath now drags the Tobikadachi across the ground, sending chunks of dirt everywhere. The students perilously took cover and exercised caution as the Anjanath kept on heaving the Tobikadachi like a weapon, possibly wanting to take down both the students and the Tobikadachi in one go. Ak! Izuku grunted as he dived into the ground to dodge the Anjanath's tail. Midoriya, are you all right? Tenya asked, panic laced in his tone. He then used his quirk to leap out of the way when the Anjanath dragged the Tobikadachi on the floor once more. It could be worse. Izuku replies, running around cautiously to make sure that he doesn't get stomped by the rampaging brute wyvern. But when all seemed lost, the heavy door finally started to open, slowly but surely. When the door started to open, many of the students booked it to get away from the Anjanath. The smaller and shorter students slid through the increasing gap, but most still had to wait for it to properly open. Additionally, there was the giant pink dinosaur flailing a reptile flying squirrel. Somebody had to distract it enough so that all the students could escape. Izuku was behind the Anjanath, making himself as secluded as possible. But the Anjanath had enough of holding the Tobikadachi. It then twists around and throws the fanged wyvern unintentionally towards Izuku. The Tobikadachi missed Izuku, but it threw the boy off guard and caused him to lose balance. The fanged wyvern recovers as fast as possible and then retreats into the dense forest. Izuku grabs himself off the floor, only to feel something slimy drop onto his hair. Izuku slowly looks up, and his body freezes upon seeing the Anjanath drooling on the boy, its savage yellow eyes staring straight at him. Midoriya! Izuku could hear Ochako and Tenya calling his name, but he couldn't act or reach out. Anjanath was too close. Izuku couldn't move an inch without getting instantly eaten alive. The Anjanath growled before raising its head to finish him off. Izuku started to run away, but he wasn't fast enough. No. Don't tell me I'm going to die here instead. Izuku screams inside of his mind. But the Anjanath was interrupted with a burst of rock in its face, causing the beast to flinch and stop its action. Izuku then turns his head around, seeing a figure dropping down from the concrete walls near him. It was Keith. The hunter ran straight toward Izuku and stood him up. Keith, am I glad to see you? Izuku sheepishly smiled, despite experiencing yet another near-death event. Looks like you had to save me again, huh? No kidding. Now go, I can't help you in the exam, you know. Keith pointed toward the gate where the students were all gathering around. What about you, though? Izuku asks. Just then the Anjanath roared, causing Izuku to wince and cover his ears. I'm gonna distract the Anjanath so you all can escape. We don't want anyone to die because we didn't know how to open the gate. That would be pretty embarrassing. Keith smiled before turning toward the Anjanath. Hey, Angie! Keith shouted, getting the beast's attention. Keith then pulls out something from his pocket. It was a dull, large, slightly yellowed tooth belonging to that of a large carnivore. Looking for this? Keith taunted as he showcased the tooth. The Anjanath gave Keith a deep growl. It flicked its tongue to a gap in its teeth that even Izuku didn't notice. Then Izuku realized Keith was the hunter that hunted and captured this Anjanath, and that was its very tooth he knocked out. Keith then smiled, before running toward the forest, with an enraged Anjanath right behind him. Midoriya, over here. Tenya said, gesturing to Izuku to come over in the opening gate. Izuku nodded. He quickly got up and ran toward the gate. Once everybody was on the other side, the door finally closed on them. After a moment, Izuku collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat and fatigue. Even after all this time, Izuku still found himself in crazy life and death situations. Izuku was starting to believe that he was cursed or something. Many other students were tired as Izuku or extremely relieved to survive. One of them was even crying tears of joy. What the hell was even that? The yellow-haired boy with a black mark in his hair said distressingly. I was walking through the woods, then I noticed something moving in the trees, and then that thing came out of nowhere. That was so scary. I never want to walk in the woods alone ever again. Ochako gasped. Hey, Uraraka, are you alright? What exactly happened? Izuku asks Ochako. The girl then turns toward Izuku with a somewhat half-smile. Oh. Well, when I heard Kaminari screaming, I rushed there to help him, but I got stuck in the same boat with him. Ochako recalls, that monster, it would sometimes chase us on foot, but then it would chase us through the treetops. It was so scary, we never knew where we were going. Well, luckily you managed to run toward the exit then, otherwise that Anjanath wouldn't have picked off the Tobikadachi. Izuku states, which causes Ochako to slightly smile. So that's what it's called? Yeah, I guess I was lucky. Poor Tobikadachi though, he got thrown around like a sack by that Anya or pink T-Rex. Ochako sympathized with the fanged wyvern. I kind of found it oddly cute with his little horns and him jumping around the trees. Kinda like a squirrel. Izuku fidgeted and blushed when Ochako smiled. Something about the brunette girl, all bubbly and smiley, had Izuku blushing madly. Looks like he needs to control his emotions more when interacting with girls. Although while the two were busy having their own conversation, the returning voice spoke up to address the students. Congratulations. Looks like all of you have passed. Rochelle appeared above the students on a metal catwalk. No thanks to Keith, of course, otherwise you would have all been eaten alive. We and your teachers have reviewed the footage of you guys, but in my opinion, all of your performances were subpar. We're gonna have to do better than that. All of the students groaned. They just got out of a life or death situation, and now they were getting scolded for their performance. Many of them forgot that this was a practical exam. Excuse me if I may. A student from Class 1A spoke up. A tall, elegant girl with long black hair in a ponytail spoke up to Rochelle. I believe that this so-called practical exam was poorly constructed and very dangerous. Many of us could have died from those monsters in there. Momo Yayorozu, right? Rochelle recalled her name. You right on that one, we just haphazardly put this together. But I didn't expect you all to be this weak. I honestly expected 3 of you to die. Some students cringed when the woman bluntly stated her expectations. Izuku sighed. His personal experience with the woman was not very fond. She was always loud and rude, so he didn't expect any mercy from her. Forgive me for saying this, but I believe it is very irresponsible for UA faculty to create and actively engage in such a dangerous exam like this. Momo continued to berate Rochelle, with some of the students from both classes agreeing with her. Someone could have gotten severely injured or even worse. I had high expectations for this Hunter program, but it seems that I've set the bar too high. Perhaps you should consider extensive revamps to the practical exam before you dash. Are you done complaining, Yayorozu? Rochelle spat out, with fiery venom laced in her tone. It caused Momo and others to silence themselves. So worried about getting hurt, eh? Scared of dying? Getting your hands dirty? Then get out. Just because you came from a wealthy and sheltered life isn't going to protect you out in the field. Izuku's eyes widened from hearing the sharp tone of Rochelle. He was shocked that the loud and enthusiastic Rochelle was speaking so coldly now. That's right. I've read up on you folks. Your quirks, backgrounds, whatever. So what if you get caught by a monster, Yayorozu? What's stopping you from creating a spear and stabbing it in the eye? The girl tried to defend herself. I wasn't specifically told that we're allowed to use our quirks dash. Does it matter? In a life or death situation, where you're about to be clawed, bludgeoned, or eaten to death? What would be stopping you? Because I'm sure as hell that the monster will let you take your sweet time when you finally decide. Rochelle glared at Momo with such intensity that even Izuku felt like he was also in trouble. It's your life or theirs. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're poor, rich, young, old, male or female, flashy quirk or no quirk. Because to the monsters, you're all the same demon thing, pre-and intruders. Rochelle then smiled. Izuku looked up and saw it himself. A shiver shook his spine and to his very core. A horrible, sadistic smile. A smile that belongs to only the devil himself. I'm going to make sure that's not the case. I'm going to turn you all into hunters. I'm going to train you through a hell so great that you wished you never even touched that slip of paper you signed on. By the end of it all, the monsters shall become your prey. You got that, maggots? Rochelle screamed. Ma'am, yes ma'am. Everyone unconsciously acknowledged. They were all equally nervous and scared of the training that Rochelle was about to put them through, an infernal, barbarous, and brutal training session that ever graced any heroic educational institution. Such ferocity unlike they would ever witness, a ferocity only befitting to that of a Lunastra. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. The world was very blurry, but as his eyesight regained focus, the first thing that graced his eyes was an 4-drip bag. Looking down, he seized the 4-needle in his arm. Then he remembered what happened. After taking a devastating explosive blow from Katsuki in the battle trial, he got sent here, back to the nurse's office. Looking up, he sees the clock hanging on the wall. It's late afternoon. How long was I out? Izuku thought aloud. Couple of hours, Midoriya. Recovery Girl said as she appeared in front of Izuku's face. There you are, awake and all right, I presume? Izuku gasped when he saw the sight of the youthful heroine. Recovery Girl. The one and only, Recovery Girl replied back. Now that you are awake, how is your arm feeling? Izuku started moving the fingers in his left arm, but winced in pain when he tried to move his right arm. It was in a cast. My left arm feels all right, but I guess I broke my arm again. This is the 3rd time you came into my office, boy. I couldn't heal you fully with my quirk, so I had to do some first aid instead. Recovery Girl scolds Izuku. You need to let it heal overnight. Come back to my office tomorrow morning so I can properly heal you again. Other than that, you're free to go. Thank you, Recovery Girl. Izuku thanked, nodding his head. But just as he was preparing to move, he heard someone screaming coming from the hallway. Suddenly, the door bursts open, revealing a winded Keith Coleman. Izuku, there you are. K. Keith, what are you doing here? Izuku asks, surprised of why the hunter was in the nurse's office. What are you doing here, is right? Can't you see that I have a patient here? Recovery Girl begins to scold, but she is ignored by Keith. I heard that you got seriously hurt during your heroics class, so I stole this from this guy from the biologist division. Keith said as he grabbed a net hanging from his waist. He opened it to reveal a rather big, yellow insect with a big glob of green liquid hanging on it. HAKW, what is that thing? Izuku nervously said he had never seen that creature before. Don't you dare bring bugs into my office, young man. And what do you mean by stole? Recovery Girl protests. Be quiet, you two. It's a vigor wasp. The nectar it collects in this sac here has restorative properties. I'm gonna use this to heal you up. Keith announces as he raises the vigor wasp over Izuku. Said vigor wasp was very confused about what was happening. Wait, what? Izuku yelped, before being covered in green nectar. Now you've done it, young man. Recovery Girl yells, before lightly whacking Keith with her syringe cane. You don't go around spraying goop on patients with serious injuries. What happens if it makes it worse? You imbecile. Someone ought to teach you some manners. It's okay, Recovery Girl. Look. Izuku said. Both Keith and Recovery Girl looked at Izuku. As the green nectar seeped through his clothes and into his skin, he could feel his fatigue and pain going away. Izuku raised his right arm, and to everyone's surprise, it was moving without any problems. I knew it would work. Keith celebrated, petting the vigor wasp that was now in his arms. Well, I'll be, recovered girl said shockingly. How does your arm feel, Izuku? No pain. It's a little bit sore, but I can actually move it, Izuku announced, waving his arm normally. Well then, looks like you don't need to see me tomorrow. Recovery girl smiled. You're free to go, Midoriya. Thanks, recovery girl, and thanks to Keith too. Izuku smiled at his friend. All good, Izuku. Keith gave him a thumbs up and a smile. Now I gotta run away before Gresvin dash. Keith Coleman. I swear, if something happened to that vigor wasp, I shall flail you alive. Oh, gotta go. Keith bursted out of the doors, leaving behind the vigor wasp. The insect then found recovery girl's head and perched on it, mistaking it for a flower and rubbing its body on her hair. Oh dear, this bug thinks my hair is a flower. Recovery girl said, lightly petting the insect. Must be my sunflower shampoo. Izuku walks among UA's hallways with his now recovered arms, along with his hero costume. He reminisces about the battle trail with his fight against Bakugo. Even to this day, Izuku admired the blonde boy, his quirk, his confidence, his strength. But he also loathed him equally, for all the times he bullied and beat him from being quirkless. The two conflicting opinions were at constant warfare within Izuku. But there was one thing he wanted to show Kacchan more than anything else, that Izuku, too, can be a hero. Izuku was proud of himself for standing up against Bakugo, but he also realized that it may have impacted Bakugo as well. With that in mind, he decided to confront him in the classroom. But to his surprise when he came back, he was welcomed warmly by the class. Oh, welcome back, Izuku. A spiky red-haired boy welcomed Izuku. Whoa, your arm is healed already? Man, that was quick. Yo, he's back. A plain-looking boy said, Man, that was crazy what you did back in the battle trials. I'm Siro, by the way. You were amazing back there, real unbelievable stuff. A tall and big-lipped boy came and commented. Izuku stammered, not sure why so many of his classmates were swarming him now. The name's Kirishima Ejiro. Nice to meet you. The red-haired boy introduced. We were talking about the battle trails today. I'm Ishido Mina. I need to say that you were super cool with that dodge. I'm Azuitiu, you can call me Tsu though. I'm Rikido Sato. Izuku was bombarded by compliments and introductions from his classmates, with him being flustered and thanking them all for their compliments. Izuku saw from his vision Tenya scolding Fumikage for sitting on a desk. Ochako was talking with Denki, but once the brunette saw Izuku, her face brightened and hurried along over to him. Midoriya. You're okay? I thought you broke your arm, though? Ochako questioned, looking at Izuku's right arm. Oh, that? Keith gave me a vigor wasp, a creature who stores restorative nectar in its sac. It healed my arm, although it's still a bit sore. Izuku smiles, but slightly grimaces when he moves his right arm. By the way, has anyone seen Kacchan? I wanted to talk to him. Oh, Bakugo? He already left, he was pretty grumpy too. Ochako recalled. It's best you don't go after him, he's been in a foul mood after the battle trials. Jiro said, Thanks for the concern, but I have to talk to him. I'll see you all tomorrow. Izuku said his farewells, now running toward the entrance of UA. He managed to find Katsuki just as the blonde was walking out of UA. Kacchan! Izuku desperately called out of breath. Katsuki stops and turns around, a shadow lingering in his eyes. What the hell do you want? Katsuki hissed, glaring at Izuku's soul. I need to tell you something. About my quirk. Izuku gulped, nervous to bring himself to reveal the nature of One for All. Ah? Katsuki growled, confused and even more angry. I got this quirk from someone else, Izuku revealed. It's just that, it felt unfair to beat you with this quirk. But I'm gonna get stronger, make it my own, and I'll surpass you with my own power. Katsuki gave Izuku a dumbfounded and annoyed expression. What kind of bullshit are you spewing at me? Izuku realized that he probably said too much. I mean that I just dash. Shut it. Katsuki snaps, with Izuku flinching in response. So what? I'll admit it, you beat me today. But only this time. Katsuki clutched his hands in frustration and bitterment. Bitter tears started to slightly leak from the boy's eyes. That ice guy's quirk, and what Ponytail said. God damn it. Even you, Deku. Katsuki didn't get it. Deku was some loser, a stepping stone for him and his greatness. Yet, no matter how many times Katsuki blasted him with his explosions, the nerd kept on fighting. Was Deku also blind as well? Couldn't he see that Katsuki was way better than him? Such questions were gnawing at Katsuki, making him more irritable. But it didn't matter, Katsuki was better than Deku. A fact as true as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. So why? Why that in the end, Deku never used his quirk on Katsuki anyway. Why did he lose to the DMN nerd? How was he not the winner? The great Katsuki Bakugo lost to a formerly quirkless loser. Katsuki could remember the look on Deku's face when he delivered the finishing blow. Both arms were injured, yet he stood there, eyes filled with determination and admiration. Katsuki didn't understand it. He didn't want to understand it. Katsuki never wanted to admit that it wounded his pride. You better listen up. You're nothing, you got that? I'm going to beat you no matter what. Mark my words, I'll both become the #1 hero and #1 hunter. With this declaration, Katsuki storms off, wiping the bitter tears that were about to burst. Even after hearing Katsuki's yelling, Izuku sighs. It seemed like he was still the same old Kaken. But that also means that Izuku shouldn't slack as well. Both boys had begun to run from their starting lines, and both were looking to surpass one another. You'll all better get better, or else you're all going to end up dead. Rochelle screamed down on the students, who were all participating in a training exercise. Well, more like suffering in a torture session. When it comes to heroics classes, Class 1A and Class 1B are both separated. But during hunter training, they were combined into a single unit. Hero and hunter courses alternate each day, so tomorrow should be regular and hero classes. Right now, the group was forced to trek through a field simulated to be a muddy swamp. The mud was knee-deep and extra slippery as well, courtesy of Keith constantly spraying the mud with a hose. If one were to stop moving, they could find themselves sinking into the ground itself. To make matters worse, the students all had weights on their bodies, specifically a 50-pound backpack strapped to their backs as they trekked through the swamp. Supposedly this exercise was to increase one's mobility physically through rough terrain with their weapon and supplies on them. To see how they were doing, not very well. God damn it. Mud. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he stomped through the mud. Although nobody was allowed to use their quirks during this exercise, Katsuki's sheer rage and willpower has put him into the lead. I can't move, this is too much. Ochako protested, trying to grab her foot out of the mud. I hate this. Why did I think this was a good idea? Toru Hagakure, whose quirk allows her body to become invisible, complained as she slowly moved through the mud, her body now covering and revealing some of her invisible parts. Everything hurts, and I can't think. The invisible girl loses her balance and splashes face first into the mud. EW. I got it in my mouth. I got it in my mouth. A surprising majority of the class was struggling to travel at a reasonable pace through the swamp. Some students who have a mutation quirk that gives them some strength, such as Mizo and Koji, have less difficulty traversing along with the weighted backpacks. The 3 students that were the most successful were Class 1B's Juzo Hananuki, Class 1 as Tsuyu Ajui, and surprisingly, Midoriya Izuku. Due to the nature of Juzo's quirk, he was familiar with the unstable ground and marched through the muck with few difficulties. Tsuyu's frog-like qualities of her quirk also allowed her to travel through the mud easily, although the weighted backpack was having an effect on her. Izuku, on the other hand, because of his prior training with the guild, also allowed him to traverse with ease. Katsuki growled at Izuku as the boy once again was ahead of him. Not this time. I'm not going to lose to Deku anymore. Katsuki thinks, rage boiling inside of him. With a scream and newfound strength, the blonde charges through the mud, pushing anybody in his way and sending mud everywhere. Watch it! Juzo yelled as a clump of mud was splashed on him. Ribbit! Tsuyu croaked in surprise as Katsuki pushed her, The weight of her backpack caused her to fall on her side. Izuku turns around to see a raging Kaken, screaming and running at him like a tigrex. Izuku panics and starts to move faster through the mud. Both of the boys were now ahead of everyone, despite one of them being chased by the latter. Well, I thought those two hated each other, but turns out they're good buddies. Keith said with a smile as he picked up Tsuyu from the ground. You consider that friendship? I don't think yelling at your friend is considered very friendly, Denki retorted. Trust me, I know a friendship when I see one. Keith smiles once more, which made the electric quirked student give him a questioning look. Keith, don't you dare help the trainees or I'll get down there and smack you myself. Rochelle screamed from the catwalk. Oops. Back to work. Keith heaved himself out of the mud and returned to spraying the water hose again. Bakugo, your performance was unsportsmanlike. Pull that sheet again and I'll hang you off the UA building. Rochelle scolds as he gets Katsuki in a headlock and gives Ksuki a noogie, with the blonde boy yelling and protesting in response. Oh my god, is Miss Dieter giving Bakugo a noogie? Tenya found himself saying. All of the Hunter program students saw in disbelief that the top scorer in the entrance exam was getting bullied by a woman they barely know. Both Class 1A and 1B have finished their mud crawl exercise, but everyone was covered in mud and tired as well. Oh yeah, that's one of Rochelle's favorite punishments. She gave plenty of those to me, you know. Keith said to the class. Mr. Coleman, is it true that we might be hanged if we perform badly? Ochako asked nervously. Many of the other students were agreeing with her question. Oh no, not really hanged around the neck, but hanged by your legs. She ties you up on the highest thing she could find, usually a tower, and leaves you there until you get sick from being upside down for so long. If you're unlucky, some birds might perch on you or peck at you. Keith explains nonchalantly, causing Ochako to dread even more. Note to self, whatever you do, don't screw up in this class, Mina silently said to herself. Alright, that's enough. Rochelle shouts as she throws Katsuki back with the students. Now I know you all are dirty and tired from that mud crawl, but guess what? There's more. All of the students groaned in response. Toru even began crying. Stop your blubbering. Listen here and listen well. Rochelle yells, causing the students to straighten up. I'm sure you all know well that when it comes to hunting monsters, you're not exactly in an urban environment. To tundras, deserts, rainforests, and even volcanoes. You're going to have to master all of these environments and whatever they might throw at you. Or guess what? You'll be dead. Do you understand, maggots? Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Everybody said, even Katsuki, even the blonde knew when to swallow his pride in front of Rochelle. Climb up this wall. Rochelle orders. The students found themselves climbing up a massive and extremely tall wall. It had grips and artificial bumps and ledges along it. You could barely see the top of the wall from the bottom. Oh, this is like bouldering then. A Class 1B student exclaims. Bouldering? Izuku asks, curious about what the activity is. It's essentially like rock climbing. It's one of my hobbies. This boy was Senkaibara, a young man whose quirk allows him to rotate any part of his body at high speed, like a drill. He flexed his fingers with a smile on his face. Miss Dieter will be using Hernses, right? What Hernses? Rochelle questions, then pointing to a pool of water at the bottom of the wall. That's what's going to catch you if you fall, so don't try to. Plus, you'll also be wearing weights in this exercise. The boy found himself frowning. Oh, no, this is definitely not like bouldering. Sen sadly whimpered, looking down and clutching his face. We're all going to die. Needless to say, many of the students ended up falling in this exercise, and they hit the water hard. Izuku tried his best to climb up this wall, but he doesn't have much experience in climbing, even in his prior hunter training. He grunts as he pushes himself upward, reaching his weighted wrist barely toward another grip. His eyes widened when he suddenly lost his footing. Izuku scrambled as he fell, and splashed down on the pool below. Izuku shivered as he was brought to the surface. The water was very cold as well. You're dead, Midoriya. Rochelle screams, much to the greenette's dismay. The next exercise was just as brutal. The students were put into a giant room, which turned out to be an environmental simulator. The room was now simulating an artificial sandstorm, with the room heating up significantly and having several giant fans blow some sand. Make it to the other side of the room in this scorching sandstorm. Rochelle orders from one of the speakers. Thankfully, the students were all given a pair of goggles, yet when they were trying to make it to the other side, it turned into a crawl. The fans were blowing at maximum speed, and the sand began to pile up at everyone's feet, making it feel like they were really traveling across the desert. It didn't help at all that the heaters were also on at maximum capacity. Many of the students were combating the heat more than the sand and winds. Tsuyu had to be taken out of the said room because the room had dehydrated her completely. Izuku was slowly but surely marching across the room, but the sand piles were beginning to drag at Izuku's feet. Izuku takes one step, but his weight once more goes off balance, causing Izuku to fall on his back and be covered in sand. "You're dead again, Midoriya. Someone get him out of there." The next exercise had the students put into another section of the training camp. It was a circular arena with some targets, barrels, and an enormous machine with boxing gloves for fists that was painted to look like a monster. What's that thing?" Ejiro said between labored breaths. The gruesome exercises were taking their toll on him and everyone else. "It's a machine designed to take blows from our weapons for testing. It also delivers them to test blocking capabilities." Keith answered Ejiro's question. "I forgot its name, but I call it the equal dragon weapon." "So we're going to finally learn how to use weapons then?" Denki asked, smiling even though he has a nasty bruise on his face. "Nope, you're going to get hit by it," Rochelle declares. "Monsters will hit back, and hit hard. We're going to make sure you don't outright blackout when you get hit." Everybody groaned in response, another painfully way of getting hurt again. "Okay then. This looks like a job for me then," Ejiro said, running in front of the weapon. "Can I use my quirk, Miss Dieter?" "Sure. Go ahead." Rochelle shrugs. "All right." Ejiro smiled. He put himself in a defensive stance before using his quirk and hardened his body. "I'm ready when you air dash." In a flash, one of the fists jabbed Ejiro in the face within a span of a second. A crack was heard, then Ejiro was sent flying into a wall. Everyone recoiled at the sound of the crack. Whether it was from the machine or from Ejiro remains unknown. But when the dust settled, it was revealed to be Ejiro, knocked unconscious and with a large bruise on his face. "Holy shit, Ejiro!" Mina covered her mouth, eyes winded upon the sorry state of her friend. "Rochelle, did you put the equal dragon weapon on its highest setting? That's like for Richard's lance." Keith questioned Rochelle, but the blue-haired woman just smiled. "Demon right, I did. Just making sure that these maggots will get back up when they get hit from any attack." Rochelle bellowed, then looked at the rest of the students. "Well then, who's next? If you won't come up, I'll pick randomly." Izuku takes a turn around to see many of the students shaking their heads and trying their best to make themselves smaller. Even Katsuki was beginning to hesitate a little. Izuku sighed in defeat. This was going to be a long and painful training session from the Lady Lunastra. My head," Ejiro mumbles as he regains consciousness. The first sight he comes across was a lamp hanging from the ceiling and a row of lockers at the edge of his vision. Ejiro stood up, finding himself resting on a bench with a sharp pain on his forehead. You're finally awake." A voice spoke out to Ejiro. He turns to see a boy with the same sharp teeth as him, but with gray hair and thick tan eyelashes. "Name's Tetsu. How ya feeling?" "My head hurts a lot." Ejiro winces, slightly touching his forehead. He feels the fabric of bandages on it. What happened?" "Ejiro, you're awake," Izuku exclaimed. The red-haired boy turned to see Izuku half-naked, putting pain-relieving patches on various parts of his upper body. "You got knocked out by the equal dragon weapon, and we had to bring you here. You might have to go to Recovery Girl's office after this." "I think we all need to go to Recovery Girl's office," Denki sighed, wincing when he touched the bruise on his cheek in a nearby mirror. Ejiro looked around to see that all the boys from Class 1A and B were in a locker room. Some were taking showers to wash off sweat, some were treating themselves with various pain-relieving medicines, and some were grabbing a can of soda from a nearby vending machine. "Ah, damn it." Ejiro cursed in disappointment as he slammed his fist on the bench. "My quirk is all about taking a beating, and I couldn't even withstand a single punch from that thing." "Nah, it's all right, Ejiro," Tetsu reassured him, "even I couldn't withstand the attack." "I don't think anybody could," Izuku added his 2 cents. "I couldn't either, only a select few with their quirks allowed them to withstand the attack." But it didn't help that Rochelle put the weapon on the highest setting too. Everyone in the room shivered upon hearing the name of that she-devil. "Don't speak of the devil, and she shall appear," Fumikage stated fearfully, with everybody agreeing. "Who does she think she is? Pushing us around to near death like that?" Nito began, garnering the attention of his fellow students. "Rochelle Dieter believes that this is for your own good, but no. She's just using us as playthings for own sadistic pleasure. But that ends today, my fellow classmen." Nito had a crazed look in his eyes, a shadow slightly covering his face. "We shall join forces together. Class 1B and A shall have their revenge. We'll humiliate her and torture her in an ironic twist of fate and karma. Join me, my brothers." But as Nito was entering the height of his speech, the door to the men's locker rooms opened. This caused everyone to be quiet, fearing that it was Dieter herself. "Is Rochelle causing trouble again?" A manly, firm, and authoritative yet warm voice reached everyone's ears, causing them to look up to see an absolute unit of a man. Tall, broad shoulders, and a physique befitting that of a hardcore bodybuilder. He was wearing the distinctive armor made up of the red scales of a Rathalos. With short black hair, a bit of beard stubble, and rich blue eyes. At first glance, everybody knew that this man was a hunter. "Our Richard." Izuku stammers, seemingly recognizing the man. The man gives Izuku a stern nod and then a warm smile. "Midoriya, I see you're doing fairly well." "Good." Richard then returns to his stoic frown, looking at the boys in the locker room. "My name is Richard Macaulay. A hunter for the guild." Ejiro and Tetsu found themselves standing up straight and even saluting Richard. They knew that they were in the presence of a real man. "At ease, you two," Richard calmly said, causing the two boys to nod and retract their hands. "Let me repeat myself. Is Rochelle Dieter causing trouble for you at all?" "No, sir, no," Ejiro and Tetsu announced. Richard takes a stern look at the two boys. "I appreciate you two not complaining. But lying does no good either." The two boys had surprised expressions. Richard frowns and returns the question. "Is Rochelle Dieter, a woman with blue hair and a wild complexion, causing any discomfort to you? Or pushing you all too hard?" "Answer truthfully." "Macaulay, sir. Miss Dieter has curiously put us through an intensive yet excruciating form of training. Some of us have not been able to properly adapt to such harsh training," Tenya explained, making sure his posture was perfect in front of Richard. "I see," Richard grimaces, lowering his head deep in thought. After a moment, Richard raises his head with another warm smile. "Thanks for explaining, Ida. You and the rest of you boys' work has not gone unnoticed. Keep up the good work in both hero and hunter studies." With that final message, Richard leaves the locker rooms. Despite him leaving the room, his presence remained within everyone, in which they all had one thought in mind. That guy was so manly. I wish I could be like him. That guy was so manly. I wish I could be like him. Both Ejiro and Tetsu found themselves saying out loud. "He, a hunter of the guild? Truly unbelievable. I have never seen such a man who radiated with such. Tenya stammered, trying to find the word. "I gotta know that guy's workout routine," Mishiro exclaimed, with many of the boys agreeing with him. "Izuku, you knew that guy's name. Tell us more about him." "Why, you mean our Richard?" "Sorry, I didn't talk to him all that much," Izuku stammers. But when I do talk to him, he speaks very bluntly. He doesn't waste words, yet they're very impactful." "Yeah, he does seem like a guy with little words," Denki nods. "I wonder what he'll do to help us?" Ejiro asks, but nobody could properly think about it since the next class was about to start and everyone hurried out of the locker room. "Welcome back to hell, maggots." Rochelle yells off from the catwalk again. This day was another torturous training session by Rochelle, including Keith as her assistant too. I hope you're all ready. Today isn't going to be a walk in the park either. The students from both hero classes were together once more. They had the occasion to exchange greetings with each other. The students groaned in dread. They were still sore and injured from their previous training session, and they were not ready for another. Some students were praying that there was a way that their training session would be less drastic. Luckily, their prayers were answered by the opening of a metal door on the catwalk. All of the boys recognized the man. It was Richard Macaulay coming out of the door. As soon as Keith saw the man, he saluted and got out of the way. Richard marches across the catwalk and opens his mouth to call out to Rochelle. "Rochelle Dieter!" he yells, bringing everyone's attention. "Richard, what the hell are you doing, W?" Rochelle yelped as Richard grabs and pulls her by the ear. "What exactly are you doing, woman?" Richard scolds her. "The commander wanted you to train the students, not torture them." "That's exactly what I'm doing, ow ow ow." Rochelle defends herself, despite being pulled on by the ear. It's hard to train them when they're all so weak. Pushing them into drastic exercises will not help either. Richard argues back. The two hunters bickered back and forth with one another. The students on the other hand watched Theory bickering with confusion and amazement. No one dared to stand up against Rochelle, except for this man. Richard practically had Rochelle by the ear, literally. There they go, arguing again. Keith sighed, standing next to the students. "Word of advice, you guys, stay away from Rochelle and Rickard when they're arguing. Especially Rochelle, she's going to be super loud." This is a common occurrence?" Tenya asked Keith. "More or less, it happens when Rochelle steps out of line. Like torturing you guys." Keith smiled, giving them all a thumbs up. "You guys are doing great. Keep it up, you know." "Gosh, they're arguing like a couple." Mina notices, with Rochelle screaming at Richard, but the latter acting calm yet scolding. "That's because they are," Keith reveals nonchalantly. A moment passes among the students to process this information. "What?" Everybody screamed, causing Keith to wince. A barrage of questions then attacked him. "Why didn't you tell us this?" Izuku asks, in disbelief. "Bro, does this mean we just met Rochelle's boyfriend yesterday?" Ejiro realized, just as shocked. "That's so cute. I can see the chemistry between them." Toru blushed. If anybody could see her blushing. "How long have they been dating?" "Details, I need details." Mina shouts, stars in her eyes. Keith tried his best to answer all the questions, but the poor guys weren't able to handle all of this stress. Eventually, Keith told them all to be quiet by shushing them very loudly. Meanwhile, it seems like the argument between Rochelle and Richard was beginning to come to a conclusion. "Rochelle, I am asking you to be more easy on the students. They are still children," Richard reprimanded. "Too bad, I can do whatever I want with them. As long as they don't die, they'll become strong hunters in no time. So why don't you go back to sorting documents, Rochelle snickered, with a playful and toothy smile on her face. Richard simply sighs, knowing that the Lady Lunastra cannot be convinced otherwise. So he had to bring out an unorthodox method. "I'm sorry to be using this tactic on you, Rochelle. But if you do not go easy on the students, I will be canceling our date." One might not have a drastic reaction to such an ultimatum. But to Rochelle, a bombshell was dropped on her. "What? You can't do that." Rochelle stammered, her confidence fading away. "I certainly can," Richard states, crossing his arms. He himself does not like using such a tactic, but he unfortunately had no choice. "No, please. I'll do anything. I'll give up the instructor position. I'll give it to you. So please." Rochelle desperately pleaded, shocking the students once more. The once proud and ferocious Rochelle was a stuttering mess in front of them. Richard contemplates Rochelle's proposition, and after a moment, he nodded. "I'll accept the role and go out on the date, so please stop making a scene for yourself," Richard said. With the role relinquished to him, Rochelle's face brightens and she literally leaps onto Richard and hugs him tight. Richard took a few steps to properly balance himself. "I love you, Richard." Rochelle bubbled, grabbing onto her man tighter. Love you too. Can't breathe. Richard gasps for air. Rochelle leaps off of him, ruffles her hair and composes herself. Alright, those kids are your problem now. I'm going hunting, Rochelle said as she left the catwalk. Ah, that was kinda cute, Pony said, with a few girls agreeing with her. That's a crazy pole, Tetsu found himself saying. With the whole ordeal between the bizarre couple dealt with, Richard turns toward the students, observing them each with a stern gaze. Good day, students of UA. For those who have not properly met me yet, I am Richard McCuley, a hunter for the guild. Richard announces in a clear and loud voice. For now on, I shall be your instructor for your hunter training. The students gave Richard a hopeful look. Perhaps this time this guy will be much nicer than Rochelle, as evident by his stern and calm nature. Despite what many of you might be thinking, I will be subjecting you all to the same hellish training, but to a lesser degree, Richard states, causing some of the students to slightly groan. You are all weak, not even a fraction ready for hunting. There is no shame in being weak, but staying weak is. I want you all to give it your all, mind, body and spirit into training and in life. And one day perhaps, we shall hunt together side by side. Richard smiles warmly at the students. I want you all to do your best. Is that clear? Sir, yes sir. The students, including Keith, replied to the instructor. Good, now let's get to work. In a secret hideout in the middle of society, a darkened bar resides with 3 distinct individuals. One's whole body was made up of a dark mist. One was a creature with a large build, a bird beak and an exposed brain. The final individual had pale skin, watered-down light blue hair and multiple severed hands attached to his body. This individual was looking at a newspaper with the title reading, Number 1 Hero All Might, a teacher at UA. The man grapes the newspaper and it crumbles to dust. I wonder, what would happen to society if the symbol of peace, the man said creepily, condemning doom and despair for the future to come, got snuffed out by villains? Elsewhere, far away from society and the city as a whole, a terrifying bipedal beast covered in dark green scales. Hellish red muscles bulge across the monster's back, threatening to burst out from its skin. Its powerful legs create tremors and cause any nearby creatures to flee quietly away from its presence. It grinds its multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth as corrosive saliva drooled from its robust jaw. No, please. Someone. A person with a bull mutant quirk stammers out, crawling on the floor. Someone help me. One of his legs has been bent in an awkward angle, courtesy of the horrible monster that has been chasing him. The bullman looks back to see 2 yellow eyes approaching him. The growling coming from the beast's throat was the man's eulogy. No. The bullman screams as the monster opens its wide jaws and crushes the man. It raises its head with the crumpled corpse in its jaws. In a few quick large bites, the man was eaten whole. Yet it was not enough. It's never enough. The monster growls. After ambushing that car containing the bullman, it thought it would be enough to satisfy its hunger, but it barely did anything. The beast growls angrily, sniffing the air once more for any prey. It once occasionally invaded those cities filled with humans and ate some of them, but it was always interrupted by its protectors, in which it also ate as well. But if push comes to shove, it would happily slaughter everything even if it meant satisfying its insatiable hunger for even a second. Izuku Midoriya was now the class president of Class 1A, much to the boys' confusion and disbelief. He was now standing in front of the class alongside Momo, the now vice president of Class 1A. What? All right, who the hell voted for Deku? Katsuki screamed. But everybody was too busy by their own losses to notice the blonde boys yelling. But Ochako lightly whistled as she looked away from Katsuki. Well, honestly, no surprise here, considering Midoriya is a pretty great guy. Denki shrugs, accepting the results. And Momo's pretty smart too, Ribbit. Tsuyu nodded. Unfortunately for Tenya, the one who proposed the idea of a vote to properly decide on the class president, had no votes at all. Tenya silently clenched his fists in defeat. 0 votes, you unfortunate indeed. Wait, you didn't vote for yourself? Siro asked, but Tenya simply turned away in shame. Welp, we have our winners. Midoriya as the president and Yaoyorozu as vice president, Shota said sleepily, zipping up in his yellow sleeping bag. While most of the class congratulated the duo with a round of applause. Izuku was mentally doubting himself that he was the one for the job. It was now lunchtime at UA. A majority of the student body was now in the cafeteria, enjoying a wide range of food and conversing with one another. The same could be said for Izuku, Tenya, and Ochako. The trio were now eating together and were discussing the recent lessons, most notably their hunter training. My body is so sore. Ochako complained as she laid face flat on the table where Izuku and Tenya were sitting. Even with Rickard as our instructor, hunter training is still so brutal. I'm too tired to even eat my food. Izuku ate his katsudon in relative peace. But his mind was still filled with doubts of being the class representative. But there is some benefit to it, Tenya argues. For example, we would most likely be hunting monsters away from urban areas. Additionally, the extra training will definitely keep us in shape and build our strength and stamina in general. That's true. There are a few monsters that reside in swamps and other hard-to-reach places, unlike urban areas. Izuku chimes in. Be it mud, shallow water, or snow, mountain tops, or caves, we should be prepared to fight in all kinds of conditions. Well said, Midoriya. Tenya commemorates. Your analytical mind, along with your grit and ability to think in a pinch, makes you suitable for a class representative. That's why I voted for you. You're the one who voted for me? Izuku stammers. I also voted for you, Deku. Ochako said, still having her head lying on the table. Like Ida said, it's because of your smarts that led us to victory in the battle trials. Thanks you, Rarika. Ida too. Izuku sheepishly smiled. I'll try my best, but I'm not really sure that I can be the class president. Nonsense. You need to stop doubting your abilities, Midoriya. Confidence is also a key trait for a representative of our humble class. Tenya said. Say Ida. Ochako finally lifts his head off the table. Are you a rich kid? I mean, the way you talk is sorta like a high-class nobleman's. Izuku was also interested as Ochako. The duo were staring at Ida with insightful eyes. I suppose, Tenya starts, clearing his throat. Well, there's no hiding it now, I'm afraid, but yes, my family is a renowned hero family, dating back a few generations back. I am the second son. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Izuku said, his status as a hero and quirk fanboy never ceases. Does that mean Ingenium the Trubo hero? Is he your? Yes. He is my elder brother. Tenya smiles as he finishes Izuku's. Thinking, smirking proudly as he adjusts his glasses. His unwavering resolve and adherence to the rules makes him a truly beloved hero. My admiration for him is what inspired my own wish to become a hero as well. Wow, you must really like him, Ida. Okako smiles. I kinda wish I had siblings of my own, you know. It's his being all alone as an only child. Oh no, he can be very annoying. He always teases me, albeit not out of malice I suppose, Tenya said. As the trio was beginning to eat their lunch in earnest, another individual came to the table and slammed his food on the table, surprising the trio. I found you, Mido bro. Tetsu confronted the greenette. Took me a while to look for ya in this cafeteria. But now I'm here. Oh. Tetsu? Izuku exclaimed, surprised about the Class 1B boy arriving at the table. Tetsu? From Class 1B? Tenya questioned, with Tetsu nodded in confirmation. That's me. I just wanted to talk to you. Tetsu took an enormous bite out of his food, which was a pretty enormous sub-sandwich. I wanted you to help me with some notes on monster ecology. Especially bird wyverns. Echa? Really? Izuku said, surprised at the boy's simple request. Okay then, what do you need help with, exactly? I don't get how some bird wyverns have wings and can fly, but they're not classified as flying wyverns. What's the difference between them? Tetsu asks. Oh, it's because the bird wyverns are classified into a few separate infraorders. True bird wyverns and runner bird wyverns. Izuku remembers the lessons about the bird wyverns. True bird wyverns are winged, like the Pukei-Pukei and Yain Kutku. While runner bird wyverns, such as Velocydrome and Kuliaku. The difference between a flying wyvern and a true bird wyvern is that flying wyverns typically have a much larger wingspan. Aha, aha. Tetsu nodded as he took out a crumpled-up piece of paper from his pocket and started taking messy notes on it. Got it. Thanks, Mito bro. I knew I could count the smart stuff on you. Tetsu beamed with a toothy smile. Tetsu. There you are. Itsuka came toward the group with her own tray of food. You can't just leave me like that. At least tell me you were going to talk to Midoriya. Sorry Kendo, just got a little impatient. Tetsu smiled. Hey there Izuku, how are you doing today? Kendo asks. Hi there Kendo. I'm doing fine today, Izuku replied. Izuku, do you know these two? Ochako asks out of curiosity. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys, did I? During the faux entrance exam, I bumped into Kendo and Tetsu. We grouped up and went to find the exit together. Izuku explains. I see. How honorable of you, Izuku, to work together with colleagues from different classes. Tenya professed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ida Tenya. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Uraraka Ochako, the same here. Ochako also introduces herself. Nice to meet you all. I hope Monoma didn't create a bad impression of us. Itsuka said, but don't worry about him, I'm gonna have to take care of him, considering I'm Class 1 BS representative now. Wait, you're Class 1 BS representative? Ochako asks. Yep, we also got Shoda as our vice president. Itsuka confirms. That's so cool. Deku is our class president as well. Ochako smiles as she points at Izuku, with the boy blushing from the sudden attention. Really? Well, that makes sense. Mito bro here is a reliable and smart guy. Tetsu remarked. You got my full support, dude. Please. You guys are all too kind. Izuku smiles bashfully. If you guys believe in me so much, maybe I can be a good class representative. That's the spirit. Looks like we have a little group going on here. Tetsu acknowledges. But mark my words, we may be buddies in the hunter program, but in heroics, you're my rivals. Got that? I have no objections to that reasoning, Tenya acknowledges. Despite our combined class in the hunter program, we are all originally part of the hero course to begin with. We are bound to compete against each other. I got to agree with Tenya, but I hope we can still stay as friends, Izuku said in agreement. Of course. Best of luck to you all, let's all do our best. Shall we? Itsuka proclaims. But just as the group of students were about to continue on with their conversations, a loud alarm rang across the school, sending students into a panic. Alert! Security level 3 has been breached. All students please evacuate the facility. A robotic voice announced all over the building. That lit powder keg, and all of the students began dropping whatever they were doing and rushing toward the nearest exit. What the dash? What's going on? Tetsu shouted, standing up from his seat. What in the world is a level 3? Tenya asks a nearby running student. A level 3? It means that someone has broken into the UA building. It hasn't happened in 3 years. Either way, we gotta get out of here. The student said before running away. Looks like we got to go. Itsuka grimaces, but when so many students run out at the same time, it creates a crowd crash. Now with so many students trying to evacuate, it causes them to crash into one another and trap themselves. Our protagonists have unfortunately found themselves trapped as well in the chaos. I'm getting crushed here. Izuku muffles as he gets pushed from behind and almost trips. Ow! My feet! Ochako grits as she gets pushed around by the other students. Who could have infiltrated UA? Tenya questions as he looks out the window. To his surprise, it was none other than the group of press members he and the other students have met this morning. They have trespassed onto the school somehow, and it looks like Eraserhead and Present Mike are trying to shoo them away. It's just the media. Everyone calm down. There's no danger. Tenya tried to ease the crowd, but was pushed out once more. Everyone has fallen into a panic. They don't know what's going on. Tenya thought he needed to figure out a way to gather everyone's attention, but how? Think, Tenya. What would Midoriya do? What would your brother do? Tenya then looks at Ochako in the crowd. She is nearby, and an idea has quickly formed inside Tenya. Uraraka. Use your quirk to make me float. Tenya shouts to the girl as he holds out his friend, just barely reaching the girl. Ochako gave Tenya a nod of understanding, and she reached out and slapped Tenya's hand, activating her quirk. Tenya now floats freely above the crowd of students, and he sees the door frame of the exit. Engine boost. Tenya then activates the engines on his legs, causing him to spin throughout the air and slam onto the wall. Now be loud, bold, and concise. Everyone, calm down. Tenya screams as loud as he could, causing the students to look up at him. It's just the press, there's nothing to worry about. We are the students of UA. Act accordingly in a way befitting this institution. Thanks to Tenya's quick thinking and bold announcement, the students have calmed down. Luckily, the police have arrived and driven the reports away from UA. Once everything was cleared up, everyone went back to class. After witnessing Tenya's quick and creative thinking during the mass panic of students, Midoriya had his first announcement as class representative. Everyone, I have an announcement to make. Izuku stammers, gathering everyone's attention. He clears his throat as he delivers his message. I believe that Ida should be given the position of class representative instead of me. Izuku explained as everyone looked at him in surprise. You see what Ida did in the cafeteria today? Because of his actions, I think the position is best suited for him. That sounds good. Ida really showed how it's done back there. It really saved our bacon. Ejiro agreed with many other classmates as well. Whatever, just get it over with. We got things to do and I like them done today. Shota announced to his class, already tired of dealing with the press. Tenya humbly smiles at Izuku and nods. Very well. I accept the position. I shall do my best to meet everyone's expectations. Yeah. We're counting on you, Ida. Ochako cheers, along with everyone else congratulating Ida for his new position. Nizu, Recovery Girl, and 13 found themselves in front of UA, where their infamous UA barrier was now a crumbled pile of dust. Now, this is disturbing. Recovery Girl grimaces, along with the vigor wasp she has kept, humming with agreement as it buzzes around her. No reporter could have done this, could they? 13, the space hero, comments on the predicament. Whoever causes this incident has far more evil goals, I'm afraid. Nizu said as he lowered his head. It seems that the said evildoer has made this as a declaration of war. Mr. Nizu! Mr. Nizu! A young woman's voice comes running up toward the principal. She was also a member of the guild, an orange-haired girl who was wearing a long green robe and a beret with a feather on top. Ah, Kimber! What brings you here today, young lass? Nizu asks the girl. Kimber was Amber's little sister. Kimber works as the handler for the hunters, managing their quests and reports. The guildmarm breathes out in exhaustion, having run all the way here in a hurry. We at the guild have heard of the incident involving the media trespassing on UA grounds. Is everything all right? Kimber asks the principal. Oh yes, everything is quite all right. The students are all safe, but it seems like the interloper is yet to be found, Nizu reports. That's great to hear. I know you're busy right now, Mr. Nizu, but Commander Zimmerman wishes to discuss something with you, if you have the time. Of course. Any discussion with Zimmerman is one worth taking priority. Nizu then turns to 13. 13, you and Sentamas clean up the mess here. We'll also have Power Loader work on a new UA barrier immediately. Right away, Principal. 13 nods. And with that, Nizu walks with Kimber back into the UA building, where Zimmerman was patiently waiting with an assortment of documents. Mr. Nizu. Greetings. Zimmerman nods. I heard what has happened at the school today. Is everything all right? Are the students safe? Not to worry, my dear friend. Thanks to the work of a student, the rest of UA was safe and sound. Nizu assures. That's good to hear, truly. Zimmerman smiles, before frowning in seriousness. But I have something concerning to show you, and I believe it would be befitting if I showed you first, Mr. Nizu. Oh dear, what has the guild found? Nizu asks. Kimber then gives the principal a set of documents, and Rat-Dog-Bear hybrid skimming through them with an expression that looked like concern on his face. Our investigations have revealed that there is an alarming trend of monsters beginning to tread more into urban areas, Zimmerman revealed. And in the process, innocent lives, along with the lives of heroes, are being taken to a frightening degree. You're right, this is especially concerning. Nizu puts away the documents, an inquisitive look on his face. I believe your hunters are doing the best they can, correct? Yes, but once again, we only have a handful of them. They cannot do all the work in an instant. Zimmerman gravely said. Along with the students, we have actually hired individuals willing to become members of the guild, but their training as well is taking quite some time. I see the problem. The guild must expand its influence then. Nizu said, it's been a week since your debut to the public. While you have considerably kept the forested areas around Tokyo safe from monsters, you have yet to reach the rest of the country and the entire world as well. We did try to expand our influence and reach out for further support, however, the Hero Public Safety Commission has halted our movement. Zimmerman reports. They say that the guild is not up to regulations. They seem to not trust us, which is understandable, considering our special circumstances. Nizu couldn't help but chuckle in his thoughts. Oh, the HBC, afraid of the hunters stealing the spotlight? Nizu then cleared his throat. I see, there's nothing we could do, I'm afraid. They are part of the government after all. But what can we do to convince them? We are trying our best to ensure that the well-being of the people are safe. In this world completely different from ours, there is only so much we could do before needing some support. Zimmerman sighed. Perhaps we cannot directly persuade them, but we could persuade the public. Nizu deduces. Convince the public? Zimmerman asks, intrigued by Nizu's plan. HSPC is only as powerful as the general public allows it. By showing the public that the guild is not an organization of heroes, but of hunters, who risk their lives in the same, yet different way as the heroes, you will have their approval. Then the HSPC, and perhaps the World Hero Association, would have to support and work together with your efforts. I see, but how exactly? Do we show them a slain monster? Zimmerman suggests. Oh no, leave the evidence gathering to me. You can do a lot with a few hidden cameras. Nizu smiles, a plan has formulated perfectly in his mind. Madam President of the HPSC sat at her rosewood desk, upon her glass office at the highest level of the HPSC building, overlooking a large part of the city. She was responsible for making sure Hero Society within Japan runs smoothly. That is, giving out licenses, managing a little bit of the police force, and upholding the hero's image to the public, and most importantly, making money. Especially making sure the image of heroes is spick and span to the public. The greater the trust the public has for heroes, the more money the HPSC. Kill a few corrupt heroes here and there, and maybe assassinate a few villains as well. Although some might see this practice as shady, it was an essential evil the HPSC took to make sure the people could properly trust their saviors. But of course, if a few civilians and even a few heroes themselves were found mauled, bludgeoned, or outright half-eaten by some freak of nature that appeared out of that bright blue star, then there might be some trouble. These sorts of incidents were getting increasingly worse. Madam President knew not to underestimate these monsters, especially when they had taken down 2 of the top 10 heroes. One of them was their own agent, Hawks. This also brings Madam President to another issue, the arrival of the Hunters Guild. This mysterious organization, along with its members, barely have any background. It popped out from nowhere when the monsters started appearing and declared that they would be taking care of the monster problem from now on. Madam President was awfully suspicious of this group. She didn't care if it was some hero organization or a group of hidden eco-terrorists, but what she did worry about was the guild's hunters. From what the Madam President could gather, the guild was being funded a handful by UA itself. Additionally, she has read up on the individuals that make up the guild, and one especially concerning pattern was seen. The hunters were all quirkless, and few of their members had a mutation quirk that simply gives them really pointy ears. And by legal definition, a hunter is very much different from a hero, so the HPSC really doesn't need to be involved in such things. So, what was the problem? Well, the president can't exactly trust the guild and their members. She refuses to believe that a handful of quirkless people could actively hunt and slay the various beasts that now make up the world. But it seems that it was the case, considering that there was a clip of a specialized haul truck carrying a tied-down pink dinosaur with fur driving through the city. She has seen clips of these monsters online and in the media, and they were going viral. The public was bewildered and scared of these new creatures. Naturally, a bit of fear is a good business venture. Fear makes the public more dependent on heroes to keep them safe. But this was a different problem entirely. Heroes are trained to take down criminals, not fire-breathing and poison-spewing fantasy creatures. So perhaps, maybe, there could be a way to work together with the guild and make even more money. Madam President smiled at the ideas forming in her head. Perhaps she could get All Might to publicly endorse the guild, and with a few contracts and deals, the HPSC would be raking in the dough. But first things first, making sure the guild and its members are cleared of suspicious and any undesirable traits. There was a knock at the door, distracting the Madam President from her thoughts. She called the individual to come in. It was Mara Yakumaru, the president's favorite hard worker. Mara, why are you here? Madam President asks the man. She swears that man looks more and more tired when she looks at him. You wanted whatever updates came about the Hunters Guild, right? It seems like Nizu said that he could provide some solid evidence that the guild could be trusted. Yakumaru sleepily said, yawning as he finished his report. That rat. Madam President annoyingly hissed at the principal. That little creature has evaded the HPSC's influence for some time now. What kind of evidence? Beats me, he didn't specify what. Yakumaru said. Madam President leans back on her leather chair in thought. They need to make sure that this evidence is up to HPSC standards, and need it as fast as they can. The guild's leader, so-called Commander Zimmerman, wants to expand the guild's efforts throughout the country. Madam President notices that this guild could have the power to overtake some aspects of society, and that would be bad news for the HPSC's future financial endeavors. Tell that rat to bring up that evidence as fast as he possibly can. Maybe send a few heroes to encourage him. Madam President ordered. Yes, boss lady. Yakumaru sighed as he bowed and left the room. That's one loose end to be soon dealt with. The Madam President will make sure that she will have the final say in all things hero-related in this society. Even if it meant breaking a few rules, she must ensure that the machine that is Hero Society keeps on running as intended. So, Hunters Guild, let's see what you're truly made of. Madam President thought as she stared at its emblem, a red X with unique shapes and symbols. Today was different for basic hero training. Class 1A is now doing rescue training for natural disasters, and to do that, they have to go to a special remote site. The students were also instructed to wear their hero costumes, but some left behind some aspects of fairy costume, such as masks or their special equipment. Izuku, on the other hand, had his costume destroyed by Katsuki in the battle trials, so he had to make do with a UA uniform with some modifications, such as a belt and gloves. Once everybody was prepared, they got on a bus and were off to the unforeseen simulation joint. While everybody was riding on the bus, they were talking about many things, mostly about monsters and quirks. You know what's my favorite monster? Mina told her classmates. It's pink Rathian, 'cause they're pink just like me. Mine's gotta be Gravios, or was it Basarios? I can't remember all those names. Kirishima hits his head twice, trying to remember the ecology lessons that the class occasionally took during their hunter training days. It was very fun for the class to say the least, learning about creatures who have unique biological abilities just as good as quirks. Hey Izuku, I got something I wanted to say that's been on my mind. Tsuyu said to Midoriya, catching the boy off guard for a millisecond. Oh, what is it, Azui? Izuku asks the frog girl. Call me Tsu. I'm going to be blunt, but your quirk kinda resembles All Might's. She plainly said, but it caused Izuku to audibly stutter in shock and surprise. Izuku was caught off guard with such a statement, Although it was true, All Might wanted the nature of one for all to be a secret, and if Tsuyu had figured it out so quickly then. Really? I guess it's sort of D's, B, but my Q quirk is D different. Izuku tried to explain himself. How was he kidding? Hold up, Tsuyu, All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his quirk. Midoriya breaks his bones all the time when he uses it. Ejiro said, with Midoriya silently thanking the redhead for describing the differences. Although he was a bit hurt when he heard that he gets grievously injured when using it, even it was true. I wish I had a quirk as cool as yours though, Midoriya. My quirk, hardening, just hardens my body. I'm good at taking hits, but that's about it really. Ejiro showcases his quirk, turning his arm into one sharp and hardened limb. Why your quirk is pretty neat too, Kirishima. I think it's flashy enough for you to go pro. Izuku states. You want to talk strong and flashy, then talk about Bakugos or Todorki's. Denki chimed in. Nah, Bakugo's so loud and unhinged that he'll never be popular. Tsuyu spoke, causing the blonde to explode in rage. The hell you just say to me, Frogger? Katsuki screams, demonstrating Tsuyu's point exactly. Yeah, if he literally explodes at people like that, he's not gonna be very appealing to the public eye, you know. Denki said matter-of-factly. Say that to my face, Sparky. Katsuki threatens, literally almost crushing the handlebar he was grabbing onto. Kaken is being teased. Who'd have thought? I guess that's UA for you. Izuku thought in shock. He was quite surprised when his classmates were bullying Katsuki. It never really happened in his old school, probably out of fear of getting beat up if anybody stood up to him. But having the roles reversed was sort of refreshing to Izuku, even though he doesn't want to admit it. All of you look sharp, we're here. Shota said to his class, shutting them up instantly. Just like he had said, the bus has arrived at the USJ. The students now witnessed for themselves of how grand the USJ is. With zones tailored to specific disasters, floods, landslides, fires, storms, etc. Practically every disaster that could hit society. Hello everybody. A voice welcomes the class. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short. Don't mistake it for Universal Studios Japan, though. Izuku and Ochako instantly recognized the hero. It's 13, the space hero. They both said at the same time, causing both of them to blush and look away in embarrassment. Why 13? Izuku asks Ochako. Why? I love them. They are one of my favorite heroes. Ochako smiles. I can't believe we have them as a teacher in you. 13, where's All Might? I thought he was going to be here. Shota walks over and asks. About that? It seems that he reached his limit in the morning. He's now resting in the break room, I'm afraid. 13 quietly said to Shota, with the latter sighing in disappointment. Of course. Whatever, let's get started with the lesson. Shota shrugs. There was nothing they could do in this situation, so they proceeded with the hero training without All Might. I hope this training session will involve less chaos. Ochako groaned as she stretched her body, ready for what might happen. I'm still sore from training both in hunter and hero lessons. Why? Let's hope. Izuku said, but something in the back of his mind told him it wasn't going to be the case. As 13 was explaining the potential risks of using one's quirk, Eraser had noticed something appear in the plaza of the USJ. It was a black and purplish misty substance, which suddenly expanded, and out came a pale-looking man with light blue hair and severed hands all over his body. Eraserhead's eyes widened as more villainous-looking individuals came out from the portal. He grits his teeth. This was going to be a whole lot of trouble. Yo, what's that over there? Ejiro looks down at the plaza as well, noticing the villains crawling out of the portal. Is the training session already started? Don't move. Eraserhead orders as he puts on his goggles. These are villains. This is not a drill. What? There's no way. Denki said with fear in his voice. What kind of villains would be dumb enough to sneak into a school for heroes? The intruder sensors don't seem to be working. This is bad. They must have a quirk that's doing this. 13 said. There's a good chance that we might not be able to communicate with the school as well. Damn it. Looks like the fiasco from the other day was this guy's doing. Eraserhead stares at the pale-looking man who came out of the portal first. He must be the leader of this group. A well-coordinated sneak attack. Whoever these villains are, they should not be underestimated. Todoroki said with just as much worry in her voice as everybody else. 13, get the students out of here. I'll hold them off. Eraserhead said as he prepared his binding cloth for combat. Izuku looked at the sheer numbers of the villains present and looked at his teacher in disbelief. He can't possibly take out all those villains, not with his skill set. Mr. Aizawa, you can't possibly take on all those villains at once. Izuku worries. Eraserhead's fighting style revolves around quickly neutralizing your opponent with their quirk erased. There's too many for your quirk to erase. Shota then looked at Izuku. No hero only has one trick up their sleeve. And with that, he leaped down the stairs and into the fray. That's a pro hero to you. Mr. Aizawa clearly knows how to handle himself. Izuku said to himself as he saw his teacher quickly disarm and take down multiple villains in one quick succession. Everyone, quickly, we need to evacuate. 13 said to the students. Class 1A was running toward the door, until a cloud of dark mist appeared in front of them. 13 and the students were stopped in their tracks. 2 yellow slit-like shapes appeared as well, most possibly eyes. Greetings, students and teachers of this prestigious academy. My name is Kurogyri, and we are the League of Villains. The mist villain, dubbed Kurogyri, introduced himself. We have shown ourselves to this establishment with one goal in mind, and that is to put an end to the symbol of peace, all might. What? Izuku gasped, along with everyone else. A bold and shocking statement, no less. But no regular villain would infiltrate one of the most heavily monitored heroic schools in the world. If they were saying such things, then they would have a means of accomplishing it. Your escape will be an interference to our plan dash, Kurogyri said before being attacked by Katsuki and Ejiro, using their respective quirks. The mist villain dodged their attacks, making sure its physical part of the body was unfazed. Damn it! That didn't work. Ejiro cursed. Kurogyri's body forms up again. As expected, the students of UA are just as attentive. But no matter, it is futile in the end. Kurogyri then expands his misty body, properly engulfing the class. In an instant, Izuku was now surrounded in darkness, as the voice of the villain crawled like a horrible worm in his ears. Begone! Be scattered, and wither within your final moments. Before Izuku knew it, the darkness dissipated, but he was now above a large body of water. Izuku screams as he comes splashing down on the water. He looks at his body, glad that he was generally safe, but looking around he wasn't going to be. A villain with a shark-like face and jaw with scuba gear has spotted Izuku in the water. Dread fills Izuku's mind as the villain begins swimming toward him with harmful intent. Come here, kid. Let me kill you. The shark villain threatened. Izuku then began to swim away from the villain, but said villain was much faster with his shark-like body. As the villain was about to take a bite of Izuku, the boy felt something wrap around his waist and was hoisted up out of the water. With an enormous amount of momentum, he slammed into something hard on his back. Izuku groaned. Thankfully there was nothing broken. He was on a ship, and upon further surveying, it seems to be that he was in the flooded zone of the USJ. A different yelp came from behind, and another student was slammed into the ship's deck. It was Minu. Oh, that hurt. Minoru complained, getting back up. To Izuku's surprise, it was Tsuyu who saved him and Minoru. Her quirk allowed her to stick on the side of the ship and scoop up Izuku and Minoru safely, away from the tens of villains in the water. You guys almost got killed down there, you alright? Tsuyu asked as she climbed back on the deck. Thanks, Azui, I was almost chum if it wasn't for you, Izuku thanked. Just call me Tsu Midoriya. Tsuyu said. No time for pleasantries, we're really in trouble here. That mist villain, it seemed like he had a teleportation quirk. Izuku realized as he was deep in thought. That's how they infiltrated the school easily, and to scatter us all around the USJ. W can wait until All Might comes. Minoru announced to the two. He'll save the day, no problem. He'll blow the villains right out the water. I think there might be a problem with that. Izuku said to Mienta, no ordinary villains would infiltrate UA and announce such an impossible task, killing the #1 hero. It might mean they have something up their sleeve in order to take down All Might. Minoru's resolve crumbled like a cookie after hearing that logic. It might be true, these villains might have a secret weapon designed to take down All Might. And if it was true, then they were all in deep trouble. Then what are we going to do? Minoru bawled in fear. I still haven't touched Momo's melons yet. Although Tsuyu felt like smacking the little pervert, she was stopped by Izuku. Shush. I'm trying to think here, what's the best course of action right now? But as Izuku was deep in thought, the boat rocks, throwing the trio off balance slightly. The villains in the water were impatient and were attempting to scuttle the boat. Significant-sized hole was now in the ship's hull, and the boat they were on was quickly beginning to sink. We gotta do something. And fast. Tsuyu nervously said with an emotionless expression. This can't be happening. I don't want to die here. Mienta screams in despair. There's only one option, Izuku forewarned. He knew deep down that this is what he was trained to do as a hero. He clenched his fist and prepared for battle. We're going to have to fight back against the villains. Elsewhere, there were some students at the entrance that were not scattered by Kurogiri's quirk. Along with 13, the students were preoccupied dealing with the mist villain. Tenya, as the newly elected class president, looked around for his fellow classmates. Where are the others? Are they safe? Tenya questioned as he looked around the USJ. Thankfully, his fellow classmate Shoji used his dupli arms to create ears and heightened his senses. They're safe, just scattered around this place. It also sounds like they're fighting villains as well. Shoji answered Tenya, but that did little to ease his concerns. Then we must assist them, there's no time to waste, quickly. We must dash. Class president, I need you to calm down for me. 13 spoke out of Ida's worries. They opened up one of the fingers of their suit, allowing access for their quirk. They pointed their fingers at Kurogiri, who was staring at them with a watchful and narrowed gaze. It is true that we need to help the scattered students, but we also must re-establish contact with the school. Since communications are being jammed, you must run toward the school and get someone to help. But I can't just leave you all here. Tenya protested. Ida, you can count on us. Ochako said to Tenya, the boy turning toward the brunette. Use that super speed quirk of yours to get help. You got this, class prez? With a look of determination and understanding on his face, Tenya nodded in acknowledgement and then began sprinting toward the door of the USJ. I overheard your futile strategy of yours. Do you believe that I will let you go that easily? What foolishness! Kurogiri hisses as he too floats toward the entrance in order to teleport Ida away from the door. But he was stopped by Hanta and Rikido. We ain't gonna let you pass. Hanta said as he fired off strips of tape from his elbows, along with Rikido charging in to deliver a strike. But both attempts were futile as Kurogiri's body phased through the attacks. But Kurogiri was stopped once more by a large force of suction, preventing him from moving any forward. It was revealed to be 13 and their black hole quirk, sking up Kurogiri and preventing the villain from moving despite his body. You aren't going anywhere, 13 exclaimed. So what if you overheard our plan? It won't matter because it'll never fail. Is that so? Your quirk, it is perfectly suited for dealing with an individual whose body is like mine. However, as Kurogiri spoke, he formed a portal formed behind 13. Their black hole Quiro was now sking up large pieces of their costume and body instead. It can greatly backfire when used against a quirk such as mine. He got me. 13 stammered as they succumbed to their wounds, falling on the ground severely injured. 13. Ochako yelled, running toward the incapacitated hero. They would survive, but their back doesn't look so great. After dealing with 13, Kurogiri started to float toward Tenya, but as the villain was beginning to form a portal right in front of Tenya, Ochako noticed something. There was some sort of metal collar in the villain. Realizing what this meant, Ochako then quickly runs toward the villain, activates her quirk on herself and floats toward the metal collar before slapping it. Once Kurogiri was under the effect of Ochako's quirk, He then floated like an evil cloud just above the students, helpless. I knew it. There was a physical body in the mist. Ochako smiled in triumph. No. I shall not let you escape. Kurogiri declares as he tried once more to form another portal, but a piece of tape was then stitched onto his collar. If you have a physical body, then it makes it way easier for us. Hanta exclaims as he grabs the tape he shot out from his shoulders and yanks it, causing Kurogiri to float away from Tenya. With Kurogiri far enough from the class president, Tenya yanked the doors open before running full speed toward the UA building, determined to get some help. Go, Ida, go! Ochako and Mina cheered for the spectacle-wearing boy, trusting him to get back up on time. Kurogiri, on the other hand, grimaced in his failure. No. If that boy alerts the rest of you, then it is truly game over for us. Kurogiri fumed before teleporting away with his quirk. Back to the trio who were stuck in the flooded zone. Minoru was in disbelief at Izuku's suggestion to fight back against the villains. Wait. Midoriya, are you crazy? Aren't you contradicting yourself? You said that these villains could be stronger than All Might. Minoru yelled at him. How are we, a bunch of kids, supposed to fight back against these villains? But Midoriya is right. We have no choice here, Ribbit. Tsuyu looks down on the school of villains surrounding the boat. We're going to need to fight in order to survive. But how? What can we do? Minoru shook Midoriya. They were running out of time. The boat was beginning to sink faster and faster. Once the trio hit the water, then it would be game over for them. Calm down, Mineta. Let me think. Izuku yelled back. Tell me, what are your guys' quirks? I can do whatever a frog can. Tsuyu said, I can jump high, stick out my tongue and stick onto walls. I could also spit up my stomach, but that's not useful right now. My quirk lets me pop off these sticky ball on my head. It doesn't stick on me though, and it'll regrow right away. But there's so much I could pop off before my scalp starts bleeding. Minoru explains his quirk as he touched one of his spheres. It bounced off him, demonstrating its stickiness had no effect on him. Izuku and Tsuyu stared at Minoru for a moment, then Minoru screamed in anguish. Go! It's a useless quirk. We're all gonna die. Minoru screamed. No, don't think like that, Mineta. It's a unique quirk. But we need to think of a way to properly use it. Whoa. Izuku was thrown off balance as the sinking boat began to tilt on its side. Izuku was almost thrown overboard if it weren't for Tsuyu grabbing Izuku with her tongue. She then pulled him back safely on the boat. Thanks again, Tsu. Izuku gave off a sigh of relief. He stared down at the gathering of aquatic villains, ready to kill the trio with ruthless abandon. Yah! In response, Minoru then throws tens of his ball at the villains, but they all float harmless on the water's surface, doing absolutely nothing as the villains swam away from the ball as well. Mineta, why did you panic? Now the villains know your quirk. Izuku criticized the pervert, but only got a yelp of despair from him. Izuku looked down on the water. The villains were splashing the sticky spheres away from them, but they were floating. This actually gave Izuku an idea and quickly thought of a plan. Tsu, Mineta, please listen. I think I have a plan. Izuku declares, gaining the attention of the duo. This is the only way we can win, so I need you all to work together. After a moment, the plan was set in motion. The aquatic villains were growing more impatient, even after causing the boat to sink. Some were debating whether they should board the ship itself. But they then saw Izuku climb on one of the railing and stood on them. He screamed like a madman before leaping across the water. What an idiot! Let's gut this kid! One of the aquatic villains prepared to attack. Izuku then lifted one of his arms and put two of his fingers together. Just like how I dealt with that Pukei-Pukei. Try to control it with just your fingers. Izuku said as his quirk overflowed through his fingers and threatened to break them. Delaware. Smosh! Izuku yelled as he flicked his fingers, sending an enormous amount of force on the water and causing it to split. Even though his fingers were completely shattered, he grit his teeth and yelled out. Now, Tsu and Mineta. On it. Tsu leaped off the boat with tremendous force, carrying Mienta with her. She then spat out her tongue at Midoriya and grabbed him. Wawa! Demon you Midoriya! Doing all those cool things? Minoru grimaces in his own shame, with a bit of hesitation. Just like he was told in the plan, he began dumping everything he had on his head toward the water, throwing ball after ball like a fanatic baseball pitcher. There were now numerous amounts of sticky ball floating on the surface, and the water was now closing in on the villains, pushing them toward each other and the sticky spheres. What the hell are these things? A villain asks in annoyance as one of Minoru's ball was sticking on his shoulder. Attempting to grab and peel it off, his hand was now sticking onto the ball as well. Hey, get off of me! Another villain yelled at his fellow criminal. They were both stuck together thanks to Minru's ball. When the water finally rushed back toward the center of Izuku's Delaware smash, the aquatic villains were now all trapped together in one giant, purple clump. 2 of Izuku's fingers were broken, and Minru's scalp was bleeding, but the plan was a success. Looks like we got over the first hurdle. Good job you two. Tsuyu congratulates the duo as she then lands on the shallow part of the flooded zone. She let go of both Izuku and Minru. They were now contemplating their next move. We did it then? Minoru looks back at the struggling purple ball of villains. We actually won against real villains? Luckily we did. Izuku grimaces as he clutches his hand. Although he didn't break his entire arm, it was still painful for Izuku to have broken bones. Honestly, I never thought the plan would work. It was huge gamble. I should have been more careful when dash. Stop your muttering, Midoriya. It's kinda scary, ribbit. Tsuyu interrupted the greenette's habit of muttering. So, what should we do now? Right? For now, we need to find a way to call for backup. Izuku said, 13 and the others might have found a way to communicate with the school, but we should be careful. We need to avoid the plaza if we can. That's where most of the villains are. Speaking of which, there's Mr. Aizawa, fighting all of those villains there. Tsuyu said as she pointed toward the plaza, where Eraserhead was battling the villains at unbelievable speeds. Aizawa, he may be a pro, but there's still too many of them. He's going to get overwhelmed pretty soon. Izuku worries, seeing Eraserhead's movements slightly slowing down. Are you saying we should dive into the fight? Don't tell me you're that stupid. Minoru whimpers. No. I'm just saying we should look out for an opening and help Mr. Aizawa where we can. Izuku turned his head toward his teacher, observing him fight. Eraserhead, meanwhile, had his work cut out for him. Disabling quirks left and right, making sure the mutant quirked villains are taken care of first, such as the risks of a hero. After delivering a quick kick to one villain, he threw his capture cloth toward the light blue-haired hand villain. The villain grabs the cloth before it reaches him, causing Eraserhead to yank the cloth himself and leaped toward the villain, delivering an elbow to the gut. 14 seconds. Heh, I get it now. It's hard to see it when you're scampering around, but there's a window where your quirk turns off right. The hand villain comments. Just like he said, Eraserhead was forced to turn off his quirk. It turns out, the villain had blocked his elbow, and was now deteriorating at an alarming pace. The duration of your quicker is getting shorter and shorter. Don't overdo it now, Eraserhead. Teeth. Shota cured in pain as he threw a left punch toward the villain, through him. He leaped out of the way, now wary of the leader's quirk. My elbow is deteriorating, so that's his quirk, huh? Great. Your quirk isn't suited for long battles, isn't it? The villain groaned as he stood up from getting punched in the face. You rely on sneak attacks and quick battles for your quirk to properly work, right? So? You're a villain. Trespassing and threatening to kill my students. I'm pretty sure it was obvious what I had to do. Shota venomously scoffed at the villain. I reckon you're the leader of this little circus. Once you take the head, so does the rest of the body. So cool, aren't you? Jumping right into the fray to make your precious students feel all safe. The hand villain chuckles. But you're wrong, hero. I'm not the final boss here. Out the corner of Eraserhead's eye, an enormous figure stood behind him. Before he knew it, he was pushed and crushed into the ground effortlessly, as a snapping noise came from his arm being twisted by the figure. Shota grits his teeth in agony, repressing a scream to escape his mouth. Izuku, Tsuyu and Minoru watched in the distance in disbelief. Their teacher was now under the weight of a bizarre creature. It had a huge body with scarred muscles and pitch-black skin, but the most notable and horrifying feature of the monster was its beak-like mouth and exposed brain. Eraser head, meet the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Nomu. The hand villain looks down on Shota. Trying to cancel out its quirk, aren't you? Too bad for you. Nomu here is pure physical strength. Compared to the likes of your quirk, you might as well be quirkless. Eraserhead tried to move his other arm, but it was quickly grabbed and snapped like a twig by Nomu. Eraserhead stifles another loud yet pained groan. He tried anything to fight back, but Nomu could feel Shota's resistance. It then grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground, causing a crater and pool of blood to form. The trio were frozen in shock. Minru was trembling, Sai was submerging half of her face underwater, and Izuku was sweating bullets. They witnessed their teacher get beat senseless from the Nomu, slam after slam. Izuku wanted to help, but how were they supposed to help when they were up against something that was designed to take down All Might himself? Just as all seemed lost, a black portal appeared beside the hand villain, the mist villain from earlier that was responsible for scattering Izuku and the others. Master Shigaraki, Kurogiri said as he formed up his body properly. Kurogiri, is 13 dead? Tamura asked the mist villain. 13 is incapacitated. However, there was one student who escaped my grasp. He is possibly now calling for reinforcements for the heroes. Oh, Tamura then began to scratch his face in a fit of rage. The scratching increased. The frustrations of Tamura were now clear. The villain stomped his feet like a child having a tantrum. Kurogiri, you failed me? I turn you to dust, but I can't. Forgive me, Master Shigaraki. Kurogiri apologies, bowing before the pale man. We won't stand a chance against a dozen pros. You know what? Let's get out of here. All Might's not here either. Tamura shrugs, but he was still very bitter about his plan foiling. Wait, they did just say that they were leaving? Minoru points out, a smile of relief beginning to form on his face. I think so. Izuku agrees with Minoru, although there was something wrong about the villains in front of them. We're saved. We're gonna live. Yeah. Minoru leaps onto Tsuyu and cops a feel of her BRSTS. Tsuyu in response grabbed the midget pervert and began to drown him. Midori, I got a bad feeling about this. Tsuyu voiced her concerns toward him. Yeah, they snuck in here, do all this, and now they're leaving on a whim? What are they thinking? I thought their goal was to kill All Might. Izuku said, keeping an eye on the villain. It's game over for us. Tamura said before turning toward the trio at the water. Izuku's stomach churn in fear when he sees a red eye glaring right at him. But let's leave a few dead kiddos, so we could wound the pride of All Might. Tamura then runs toward Tsuyu with his hand outstretched, ready to deteriorate her like what he did to Eraserhead. Izuku looked at Tamura in horror, his expression blank and fearful. What am I doing? I need to stop him. No, no, no. Izuku cursed in his head as he tried to stop Tamura, who was now seconds away from Tsuyu's face. Izuku put every power of One for All into his arm and was prepared to strike Tamura, even if it meant dealing a potentially killing blow. Both had their arms nearing toward their targets, but then they stopped. Everyone just stopped. A lag in everyone's movement. It was as if time itself had frozen for a split second. But what was the cause of this hesitation? Their hearts, blood, organs, all stopped for 1 second. What was the cause? Then they all felt it. A sickly, blood-pounding, adrenaline-inducing feeling of panic that was deep-rooted in everyone has now appeared itself to the world. It was their survival instincts. A horrid wave of fear and apprehension washed over everyone within the USJ like a tidal wave. Dulled pain, sharpened senses, their hearts beating like a war drum. Izuku felt it, the same feeling that overtook him over the course of his short hunter career. Not only Izuku, but Tsuyu and Minoru as well. To Ochako, Hanta, Rikido, Shoji, Mina, Katsuki, Ejiro, Todoroki, Momo, Kyoka, Denki, Yuga, Toru, Mishiro, Fumikage, Koji, Shota, and the villains and Nomu. Even 13 was stirred awake by this overwhelming feeling. They felt something coming toward them, like prey being stalked by a predator. Something wicked this way comes. At that moment, the glass wall of the EasyEight shattered as something smashed its way into the building. A building-wide tremor shook everyone off balance as the creatures smashed down onto the plaza. Izuku reimagined his footing. As he looked up, dread and dismay choked him of the air in his lungs. In front of everybody was a terrifyingly large bipedal creature, with sickly green sharp scales, and an atrociously large jaw covered in a dreadful amount of sharp fangs. Some might call it a pickle, even. But be warned, it was the nightmarish beast of famine and hunger given form. A brute of mindless and ceaseless violence and aggression. It was the devil himself given in the form of a monster. Deviljo. Eyeing up its newfound prey with yellow eyes of deep and endless hunger, it then roared into the air, deafening its new victims with a blood-curdling roar. Deviljo. Classification: Brute Wyvern. Giant green-black monsters that have an incredible high metabolism rate. This high metabolism gives these guys a ton of raw power. But it comes with a cost. These guys are always super hungry. They are known to devour and destroy entire ecosystems because they're so hungry. When they're enraged, their adrenaline makes their muscles swell and become even more powerful. They can also spew out dragon element. Somebody get this guy into Golden Corral. Stat. I don't want this guy anywhere near me or my lunch. The students and villains all looked at the creature in horror. Their already heightened survival instincts are telling them to drop everything and run away immediately from this horrid creature. Unfortunately for everybody here, they would have to pray profusely if they were to survive the USJ incident. The Nomu wasn't the final boss. It was in fact the gluttonous invader in green itself, Deviljo, instead. Huh? Don't tell me invaders have to crash my hunting party. Sheet. Tamura grimaced as he saw the Deviljo. He realized that the Nomu wasn't the final boss. It was in fact the gluttonous devil in green itself, Deviljo, instead. Izuku's jaw dropped to the bottom pits of hell when he saw Deviljo appear. He has heard rumors from the hunters he has interacted with during this pre-UA training, and safe to say, they were not very favorable. One time I hunted a Deviljo. It swallowed an entire Anjanath herd in one swoop, saw them all go down its throat. It was unbelievable. Keith told Izuku once. Deviljo has the uncanny ability to exhale out a horrid vapor of red and black that stings your eyes shut and chokes your throat. Richard told Izuku once. Whatever you do, kid, do not, and I mean this absolutely, do not hunt a Deviljo. Not because you're not going to get eaten, but because you're going toady. Rochelle warned him once. This was the brute wyvern that every hunter, no matter how experienced, would dread at its very presence. Izuku now understood why the Deviljo was such a terrifying force of nature. Just one glance had convinced him. Www, what is TTTT, that thing? Minoru shakily points toward the Deviljo. Tsuyu, on the other hand, submerged herself in the water, croaking woefully in fear. We need to get out of here, Izuku simply stated, knowing what's going to happen next. Now we need to move. The trio made their escape toward the entrance while the villains were distracted with the monster. What the hell? Is that one of those monsters people keep talking about? Tamura looks at the Deviljo. Although he sounds unworried, hidden beneath him he was very cautious about the beast. It looks like a giant pickle. What is going to do exactly? Jump 50 feet dash. The Deviljo then spots a group of unmoving villains in a specific zone of the USJ, frozen courtesy of Shoto. The Deviljo then took a step back and leaped across the building, stomping down on the landslide zone, uncaring for the angled slope. The half-frozen villains were helpless as they felt the growling of a fearsome creature near them. What the hell is going on? A villain shivered as he felt a horrifying presence on his back. Before anyone knew it, he was swallowed whole by the Deviljo, easily bitten to bloody, icy pieces before swallowing. The Deviljo swung his head toward another frozen villain, scooping him up in its jaws and crushing him. As it was feasting, it swung his tail toward a few villains behind them, and their bodies were unfortunately shattered into several bloody pieces due to embrittlement. "We're going to die here. We're going to die here," one villain desperately cried. Now witnessing what was happening, the other frozen villains tried to dig themselves out of the ice as fast as they could. Most were unsuccessful, getting eaten or crushed by the brute wyvern. Shoto was witnessing everything that was happening. He was in total shock. He had never seen such a beast as ferocious and bloodthirsty as the Deviljo, and he realized that he was unintentionally killing the villains for keeping them frozen and being free popsicles for the monster. Dear God, this is just horrible. What should I do? Do I free the villains? Or let them die? I can't let them go. But I can't let them die either. No matter what they have done. Whatever heroes do, it is important that they never take someone else's life, even a villain's. So, utilizing his untouched left side, Shoto quickly melted ice on the remaining villains. "Quickly, we need to run now." The villains did not need to be told twice. They sprinted across the landslide zone, trying to get as far as away from the Deviljo. The brute wyvern saw the little escapades and gave chase, managing to get a few escaping villains as well, but before it could grab another one, its face was flash-freezed by Shoto. The Deviljo roared as it dragged its head on the ground, removing the ice sticking to its scales. Shoto and the rest of the surviving villains escaped the landslide zone. Hopefully hiding would be enough to escape the creature's wrath. All right now, Todorkoi looked coldly at the villains. He couldn't quite trust them yet. "You're going to tell me about your plans to kill All Might now? You're worried about that kid?" One of the villain questions, fear in his lizard-like eyes. "Like how would I know? I just got paid to be cannon fodder. That's all. I didn't want to be eaten alive by a effing monster. Why, screw this." Another villain with snail-like eyes and clammy skin spoke up. "You'd rather be arrested than to go up against that thing." Shoto looked at the villains. They all was afraid and horror in their eyes, like gazelles who just managed to escape the clutches of a lion. It wasn't until Todoroki himself was scared as well. His right hand was shivering not because of the cold, but of fear. His body completely reacted on its own when he saw the Deviljo approach him, a fight-or-flight instinct. Things went from bad to worse, Shoto grimly thought. I really do hope the heroes come. Otherwise, more lives are going to be lost here. What the hell? This wasn't part of the plan. Tamura was scratching wildly on his face now. I didn't ask some giant pickle to come out of nowhere and ruin our plan. Master Shigaraki, I have some grave news. Kurojiri reports to Tamura, I have witnessed the beast kill and eat a significant amount of our forces. They don't seem to stand a chance against it. Who gives a DMN about those cannon fodder I hired? They were just supposed to keep the students distracted and prevent them from getting backup. Great, just great. As Tamura was seething in impatience, he glared at the injured Eraserhead, still in the clutches of Nomu. Now, before I lose any more of my patience, how about you tell us where All Might is, Eraserhead? Eraserhead grits his teeth, still writhing in pain with broken limbs and an injured face. But after hearing what the monster was doing, he couldn't stand idle. His students could be next on the thing's menu. Shoyuta ignores Tamura's question as he musters all of his adrenaline-induced strength to lift Nomu off his back, only to be quashed when Nomu smashed his head to the ground once more. Don't be a hero, hero. You're never going to escape the clutches of Nomu. Tamura then orders the creature to lift up Shota's head, and then he puts his thumb and index finger on his neck. One last time. Where? All Might. Eraserhead just glares at Tamura. If he can utilize his quirk, then it could buy him some time to escape. But he hated to admit it, but the villain was right. His quirk's duration has been weakening. He could only probably save himself 10 seconds before his quirk wears off right now. Eraserhead says nothing, just glaring at those bloodshot eyes in between the hand mask the villain was wearing, ready to activate Erase at a moment's notice when all 5 fingers are connected to his neck. But he also notices something behind Tamura, a troublesome boy with green hair and one hell of a quirk. Shota's eyes widened as Izuku was right behind Tamura, ready to deliver a smash right at the villain. Get away from him! Izuku screams as he throws his punch. Nomu! Tamura says before the impact, with a loud wham reverberating across the US. A cloud of dust blocked Izuku's vision, but he could feel something in his arm. It wasn't broken. My arm isn't broken. Did I do it? Did I manage to control one for all? I know that it's connected. It should. But Izuku's feeling of accomplishment was overshadowed by dread when he saw the dust settle, and it was revealed that the Nomu instead took the blow. It's fast. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Nomu, kill that kid. Tamura bluntly orders the creature, complying to his demands by lifting its enormous hand and balling it into a fist. Tamura goes after Minru and Tsuyu who were nearby, and as Nomu prepares to kill Izuku, enormous crash and a tremor knocks everyone off their feet. Izuku looks up, only for his blood to run cold. The Deviljo, now with its jaw covered in blood, stared at everyone at the plaza with voracious eyes. Under its enormous feet was even more blood, possibly crushed villains who were unfortunate enough to get stomped by this monster. The Deviljo craned its neck toward a rather large villain with a turtle shell mutation quirk. Oh shit! The villain cursed as it hid its body underneath his shell. This does nothing, sadly. The Deviljo simply picked up the shell with its enormous jaws and crushed the shell with a mighty bite. Muffled screams could be heard from the shell as it finally snapped, sending chunks of broken carapace and splashes of blood all over Deviljo's maw. Worse, it wasn't done yet. While the other villains looked at the creature in horror, the Deviljo took the initiative to start scooping them up and eating them as well. Izuku, well, he just wanted to hurl. Never in his life has he seen such brutality, such savagery, such predation before. This monster couldn't be underestimated under any circumstances, and Tamura realized that very well. Okay, you know what? Nomu, rip out that giant pickle's heart. Tamura pointed his finger at the Deviljo. The Nomu hesitated for a second, but its bioengineered obedience kicked it, and it roared in challenge as it charged toward the Deviljo at an unthinkable speed. The Deviljo turned its head upon hearing Nomu's roar, and in response, grabbed a giant boulder in its jaws and threw the rock at Nomu. Nomu was hit by the rock and was sent back but quickly recovered. The Deviljo did not cease, instead lunged toward the Nomu and bit down on one of its arms. The Nomu tried to pull back its arm, but Joe was too strong. The Nomu instead was lifted off the ground by the brute wyvern and slammed into the ground. The Nomu retaliated by punching the maw of the Deviljo, causing it to let go. Nomu then grabbed onto its head and tried to tear it off, but the Deviljo lifted its head up, along with Nomu, and slammed it back on the ground full force. The Nomu attempted to recover, but it was slammed once more into the ground. A large crater was being formed as the Deviljo kept on slamming the bioengineered mutant in the ground, and with one final hurl, the Nomu was thrown into a wall. The state of the Nomu was diabolical. Limbs were twisted in grotesque and unimaginable ways. Bruises and impacts peppered its entire body, even its teeth looked even more horrible than they already were. It looked like it wasn't going to go up again, but to Izuku's shock, its broken bones started to repair itself and its bruises were beginning to heal. A horrible realization then hit him. Izuku knew that this League of Villains had the goal of killing All Might, but how exactly? It was that Nomu thing. It was designed to be the anti-symbol of peace, specifically to counter All Might's strengths and quirk. Ha! That's right, you ugly pickle. Not only is Nomu as strong as All Might, but it's got impact absorption and super regeneration. Good luck trying to kill it. Tamura chuckles excitedly. The Deviljo instead chuffs in annoyance, before stomping on the Nomu, having it completely trapped under its weight. The Nomu tried to push the brute wyvern's feet off, but the Deviljo crushed the Nomu harder. Now, the Deviljo began one of its signature moves. It lifted its head up into the air and crashed down onto the Nomu, before biting down on its torso and heaving it up in the air, the Nomu still flailing around in its maw. Like a dog with a new chew toy, the Deviljo began to slam the Nomu around the USJ Plaza, crushing any unfortunate villains that were trying to hide from the Deviljo. The brute wyvern dragged the Nomu in its mouth across the floor, slammed it on hard rubble, and grinned it up in its own mouth. The Nomu struggled to get out of the beast's hold, trying to tear apart flesh and scales to make it flinch, But Deviljo has just as high a pain tolerance as the Nomu and continues to swing the creature around. Its regeneration wasn't doing as much now, as the Deviljo's corrosive saliva was wearing down its defenses and natural strength. With one final growl, the Deviljo slams the Nomu downward, crushing a huge crater and dust cloud to form. Everyone who was watching the ordeal were surprised to see the bioengineered Nomu lying on the ground in near defeat. In the aftermath of it all, there were stains of blood and corpses scattered across the plaza as if it were a slaughterhouse. The Nomu has met its match, and it knew. Ignoring the orders it was given, its survival instincts kicked in, despite being initially suppressed. It tried to escape, trying to crawl out of the USJ to live another day. But the Deviljo wasn't done. All that slamming made the Deviljo especially hungry, and it has just weakened its prey just enough for it to eat it properly. The Deviljo slams one of its legs down on the Nu's back, preventing its escape. Opening its horrible maw of sharp teeth, it began to devour the Nomu. It started out by tearing apart its limbs, swallowing them whole. But Nomu's regeneration kicked in, and it began growing back its lost limbs. But it wasn't enough. The Deviljo kept on eating and eating, the Nomu growling in pain and suffering as it was eaten piece by piece. Blood was sprayed across the floor as the Deviljo kept eating, trying to satisfy its endless hunger. Sooner or later, the Nomu's regeneration began to slow. It couldn't replace its lost body parts in time. Now there was only a twitching Toro left of the Nomu. The Deviljo roared before picking up the Nomu's body, chewing on it with its agonizing teeth, and was swallowed. Everybody was in shock, and nobody was more furious than Tamura. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. Tamura screams, clawing out his own neck. He went around kicking rubble and pebbles and even dead villains. God damn it. This isn't fair. This is hacks. No, it's a bug. This is all utter bullshit. Izuku witnessed Tamura's breakdown. This guy was a fierce and dangerous villain that almost took the lives of Izuku's friends and teacher. And now he was throwing tantrums like a child who couldn't get the toy he wanted. But right now, he had better things to do. Midoriya. Azui Mineta. A female voice calls out to them. Izuku turns to see a middle-aged woman with short dark blue and yellow hair. Her voice was dully familiar though. If the woman was a hero, she wasn't exactly in her costume. She was right now wearing a dark sports bra and leggings. It's me, 13. Quickly, help Mr. Aizawa here. W8? 13. That's her? She's hot. Minoru declares before being slammed into the ground by Tsuyu's tongue. She's right, we need to help Mr. Aizawa now. Rip. Tsuyu ignores 13's unmasked appearance and begins to hop over to her to assist. Izuku agrees, but he was very surprised to see the identity of 13. But there were matters to attend to. Izuku picked up Aizawa's legs as Tsuyu held up his torso and 13 his broken limbs. Aizawa, his arms and face. There. 13 gasped as she inspected Eraserhead's critical condition. We need to evacuate quickly. Before that thing eats us. Izuku used his strength to lift up Aizawa's body and carried him toward the entrance. Izuku saw that 13's back was scarred and bleeding, like something tore up her skin. But better to ask later, as he continued to carry Aizawa to safety. Miss 13, are you okay? Have you contacted the school? Izuku asks with Conran. There is a monster in the USJ. This is a job for the guild. Your class president has escaped the facility and has alerted the school about the villains. Reinforcements should be coming soon. 13 replied, as for me, don't worry. I won't let an injury prevent me from saving my students. Meanwhile, the villains' forces were scattered and disorganized, all demoralized from witnessing the rampage of the Deviljo. Tamura was especially enraged, as the Nomu designed to kill All Might was eaten by that said Deviljo. Now with meager forces and no secret weapon, Tamura has called it quits. Master Shigaraki, what shall we do next? Kurogiri asks. I give up, I rage quit. Tamura declares. Let's get out of here, Kurogiri. Young master, what of the other villains? Kurogiri questions. Forget them. All they were in the end were feed for that giant pickle. I'm fed up. Let's just leave, Tamura said. Kurogiri obliges by summoning a warp gate back to their lair, seemingly ready to leave the remaining villains and students with the Deviljo. But just as they were about to leave, the doors to the USJ entrance suddenly busted. A recognizable figure was seen coming into the USJ, a sight that brought tears of joy and relief to the students. Even the surviving villains saw him, and they knew it was over. Tamura looked back and saw him as well. It was All Might, the symbol of peace, and he was here. Fear not, All Might said, despite missing his signature smile, replaced with a deep frown. I am here. All Might. Everybody yelled his name. Oh, looks like we got a one-up. Tamura smiles as he turns around. Kurogiri, teleport me somewhere away from that giant pickle, but within the USJ. Understood. Kurogiri instantly formed a portal around Tamura and he was teleported to a nearby peak to watch over the USJ plaza. Master Shigaraki, if I may ask, what do you plan on doing? The Nomu has been defeated, what shall we do against the symbol of peace? Oh, we're not going to be using Nomu anymore. Instead, we're using that monster down there. Tamura pointed toward the Deviljo, a smile creeping up his face. If that monster is stronger than Nomu, who's supposed to be the anti-symbol of peace, then that thing is even stronger than All Might. Tamura begins creepily chuckling. All Might's going to be torn limb from limb. And I can't wait to watch it with a front row seat. The students all gave All Might cheers and smiles and some cried tears of joy. They knew that All Might will be the one to save them from the Deviljo, as the #1 hero and symbol of peace. But Izuku cannot be rest assured. He was the one who knew All Might's secret. He wasn't smiling and he looked like his movements were very labored. Izuku knew from the hero news every morning, All Might was busy doing hero work on his commute to UA. Additionally, 13 also held up 3 fingers when talking to Aizawa earlier today. Izuku grimaced as he realized that All Might had hit his 3-hour limit for today. All Might, why you're here? 13 also realized this as well. What are you? I mean, we're glad you came here, but dash. 13. I'm glad you're all right. All Might said to the unmasked 13. He then grabbed Aizawa and inspected him. But, Aizawa, what happened to him? It's the Deviljo, Izuku said as he pointed toward the monster in the plaza. I mean, when the villains attacked, they brought out this bioengineered creature thing that was designed to kill you. We got scattered by a villain with a portal quirk, and then that Deviljo came in and started killing the villains. That Nomu was the one who beat up Aizawa, but the Deviljo fought the Nomu and ate it as well. Izuku muttered through his explanation. Young Midoriya. That's quite enough, thank you for the explanation. All Might stopped Izuku, he then turned toward the Deviljo, who was busy liking up blood that was covered all over the plaza. All Might scowled. This foul beast shall be defeated in the name of justice. Don't worry. All Might then leaped down toward the plaza in a single leap. The Deviljo looked over toward the man. Another piece of prey had been spotted. As All Might began approaching the creature, he heard a groan coming from beneath him. All Might looks down to see a young villain, around his mid-20s, and with a mohawk on him. He was bleeding out profusely. A chunk of his torso was missing along with his right arm. All Might, the villain gasped. Please. Kill that thing. All Might grimaced once more, feeling nothing but pity for the young villain. Worry not, young man. You may be a villain, but nobody deserves a fate as cruel as this. I shall bring this beast to justice. Thank you. The young villain solely smiled before closing his eyes. There was no saving him, unfortunately, with the amount of blood he had lost. All Might clenches his fists and stares at the Deviljo, determination and anger shining in them. All Might saw the flames in the Deviljo as well. It was villainous, only filled with pure ferocity and hunger. A creature like this has no place here. You monster. Prepare to meet your defeat. All Might declares. For I am here. The Deviljo roared at All Might and charged straight at him. All Might simply stood his ground, prepared to strike the beast with a powerful blow. He rears his arm back just as the Deviljo opens his jaw. All Might smashed into the jaw of the Deviljo, sending the beast back. But it quickly recovers. stomping down on the ground to regain its footing. The Deviljo chuffs at All Might, liking the bruise on its jaw. All Might went on the offensive, leaping forward at great speeds and delivering another blow to the Deviljo's face. Leaping again, he delivered another blow, then another, bouncing off the ground multiple times and punching the Deviljo endlessly. All Might then crouches his legs on the ground before delivering a devastating uppercut that sends the Deviljo on its back. Look at All Might go! Minoru cheered as the hero continued to fight. Come on All Might! Turn the pickle into relish! As the other students cheered for All Might, Izuku was doubtful that All Might could fight such an absurd beast. The Deviljo ate the Nomu, which was said to Bedesigneto take down All Might. He made the same conclusion as Tamura did, that monster might possibly be stronger than All Might, especially in a state where his 3-hour limit is up. He saw the Deviljo get up from his back, shaking its head, then roar at All Might once more. This beast is tougher than I initially thought. No matter. All Might then ran toward the Deviljo. The monster raised its neck in response, but All Might dodged to the side as the Deviljo slammed its mouth into the ground. All Might then ran toward its back and grabbed its spiny tail, using all of his enhanced strength to lift the Deviljo off the ground and slamming it down on the ground. The entire USA shook as the Deviljo made impact with ground, causing another giant crater to form. Rubble and blood has now desecrated the once clean plaza. All Might frowned as the Deviljo once more got back on its feet. It was unreal, a monster of Deviljo's size should have their legs buckled to its own weight, yet it still stands stronger than ever. Alrighty then, this is getting a bit worrisome. All Might's not doing such a swell job damaging this thing. Tamura observes from his little viewing post, a wicked, toothy grin growing on his face. He may be faster than the pickle, but it's true then. All Might is getting weaker. The Deviljo roared into the air once more, ready to fight All Might. The hero on the other hand wiped a leak of blood coming out the edge of his mouth. He clenched his fists before launching himself toward the Deviljo's chest. How about this? Carolina. Smosh. All Might brought his hands into a cross position and swipes at the Deviljo's chest. The Deviljo groans before stomping back in pain. All Might's smile became a bit bigger. I see. Your weak side is your underbelly, isn't it? No sweat. All Might then ran just below the Deviljo's stomach and then delivered 2 powerful punches right on the Deviljo's belly. The monster roared in pain as he tried to get rid of the hero by hopping in the air, attempting to crush the human underneath it. All Might simply dodges out of the way before the Deviljo lands back down, sending tremors across the USA. All Might retaliated with another punch to its face, then another into its stomach. The Deviljo was now being backed into a corner. It's not landing a single blow on the human and it's now starting to take some serious damage. Within the onslaught of All Might's attacks, the Deviljo's adrenaline now spikes to abnormal levels. Blood flow starts to streamline, red muscles start to swell out of its skin as its eyes glow red. The Deviljo let out an enraged roar, before returning toward its prey. Uh-oh, this doesn't look good. All Might curses. The Deviljo backs up before lifting its head and breathing out a thick cloud of black and red. All Might was caught off guard by the mysterious attack and could only brace himself as he was hit by the black cloud. He was pushed back slightly but ultimately recovered. However, All Might felt red electric arcs bouncing off his body, and he felt weaker, much weaker. It's like he's using a singular crumb of one for all now. This is bad. All Might thought. Whatever this stuff the Deviljo breathed on me, it's weakening my quirk. The Deviljo now lunged itself toward a weakened All Might. Its aggression and power are now through the roof. All Might tried to dodge out of the way, but his weakened quirk made him run only as fast as a professional runner. He barely got out of the way when the Deviljo crashed onto the ground with its heavy body before rolling back on its legs again. Ready to disembowel All Might, the Deviljo scrunched its powerful legs, leaped at All Might, the hero once more. Barely dodging the attack. What's going on? Ochako worried. Is it just me, or is All Might going a bit slow? Something's not right. Izuku stresses, the mysterious element that All Might has been inflicted has greatly affected him. Izuku knew that if this keeps up, All Might could die to the Deviljo. There were many things that Izuku needed to learn, so many things that All Might had to teach to Izuku. So, with barely any thoughts, as if his body moved on its own, Izuku began running down toward the plaza. Midoriya, what are you doing? It's too dangerous. 13 tried to reach out toward Izuku, but he was too far away now. I need to help All Might. Izuku yelled as he jumped down on the plaza, before running toward the Deviljo. If All Might was weakened, maybe a full-powered blow from Izuku's own quirk might be able to turn the tides. One for All coursed through his legs and arms as he was ready to break his limbs and take out the Deviljo, but to the Grianet's surprise, a huge explosion engulfed the Deviljo. Get the hell out of my way! Katsuki screamed as he unleashed another explosion on the Deviljo. The brute wyvern staggered back from the blast, but it didn't seem to damage it. You're going to get it now, you ugly-looking pickle monster. Oh, that's one crazy-looking monster. Ejiro was right behind him as well, his hardening quirk already in effect. The Deviljo growled at the newcomers, but it felt something cold crawl up its leg. Looking down, it saw that there was ice rapidly freezing its leg to the ground. The Deviljo tried to pull its leg out, but to little result. Some monster like you isn't going to kill the symbol of peace. Shoto appeared, his right leg bringing out a chilling frost to freeze the beast in place. You need to get out of here. All Might shouted at the students here to save him. Sorry All Might, but I got a bone to pick with this thing. Katsuki smiled savagely at Deviljo. I'm not going to let some giant pickle on legs run around any longer. Guys, wait. Izuku stammered. That's a Deviljo. It's a brute wyvern with an extremely high metabolism. And meaning it's extremely strong. It needs to eat a lot in order to maintain that high metabolism. It's known to destroy and eat entire ecosystems because of its hunger. Sheet, is that true? Ejiro looked back at the Deviljo, who was still frozen in place. Then that means if this thing goes into the city, lots more are going to die. Shoto frowned as he increased the ice on the Deviljo's leg. That makes it even more important to take this monster down. Alright then. Time to kiss your butt goodbye, Joe. Katsuki yelled as miniature explosions pooped around his hand, but just as he was about to let out an attack, the Deviljo broke the ice off of its leg, seemingly unscathed as well. This surprised Shoto, which unleashed another wave of ice through his right foot. The Deviljo smashed its head through the ice and then unleashed another cloud of black vapor. Izuku gasped as he knew that they would all fall the same fate as All Might, but it was too late. The cloud had hit the students and were pushed back a considerable distance. Now red electric arcs bounced off their bodies, as All Might struggled to get back up from the attack. Sheet. That hurt. I'll kill you. Katsuki fumed at the Deviljo. He then pointed his arms back to propel himself through the air with his explosions, but when it came, they were weak and only made Katsuki jump a meter off the ground. What? This stuff. It's messing with our quirks. Ejiro looked at his body as he tried to harden it with his quirk. The result was some subpar, semi-hard skin. I can't harden. Mine too. Shoto looked at his right arm. Only a significant trickle of ice came out from his right side. A feeling of unease washed over him. What is this? It's the dragon element. It's dragon blight. Izuku realized. Everybody turned toward him as he muttered the answer. Dragon element is an ancient and mysterious element not even the guild could find the traces for. Those struck by dragon element have an effect called dragon blight, which makes their blows significantly weaker. Deviljo have the ability to breathe out clouds of dragon element. Izuku sweats profusely as he realizes what this meant. Since Deviljo itself and the dragon element are foreign to this world, it might have a different effect on the quirked with dragon blight. It's weakening our quirks. Dragon blight weakens our quirks. All Might and the rest of the students' eyes widened upon hearing this revelation. So that's why All Might was getting slower, and everybody's quirks aren't working properly. They now understood the unnatural feeling of the red arcs of the dragon element was causing their bodies and quirks to weaken. This is bullshit. Katsuki frowned, seemingly in denial. This dragon blight bullshit does nothing on me. I can take this species down. Katsuki tried to unleash a large explosion on the Deviljo, but a rather medium cluster of explosions only came out. FF dash. Young Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki and Midoriya. Leave this place this instant. All Might angrily berated, facing toward the Deviljo. Although my quirk as well is weakened by the Dragon Blight, I must fulfill my duty as a hero. Go with the rest of our classmates and wait there. I will confront this monstrosity. As much as I want to stay and fight. All Might's right. We gotta get out of here. We're in trouble if our quirks ain't working. Ejiro stresses. Bullshit. I can still fight. I dash. But before anyone could blink, the Deviljo ran toward Katsuki with its jaw dragging through the ground like a rototiller, causing ice and rubble to be shot up from the air. Katsuki tried to dodge the attack with his explosions, but they only moved him a short distance. Katsuki's eyes widened as the jaws of the Deviljo opened wide to swallow him whole, but the Deviljo's attack was blocked by All Might, who had barely held the mouth of the Deviljo from closing on the two of them. Why, young Bakugo? Get out of here now. All Might grunted as he tried to hold back the jaws of the brute wyvern. While Katsuki was shell-shocked by the experience, he was quickly picked up off the ground by Izuku and Ejiro. After regaining his senses, Katsuki yelled at the two of them to let go, and the students all ran away from the plaza. With the students out of the way, All Might can now focus on the monster in front of him. But it still caused some difficulties, as his quirk was still weakened by Dragon Blight. This Deviljo is strong. More stronger than that Lagiacrus. All Might thought as he still kept on holding back the Deviljo's jaws. It came to a point where the brute wyvern began to increase its crush strength, and All Might's can't keep up his muscle form along with being by Dragon Blight. Sheet. I might actually hit my limit here. From atop the plaza, Tamura was laughing with glee, seeing the symbol of peace struggling to not get eaten whole by the Deviljo. Oh, this is a laugh. I can't wait to see the look on those students' faces when they see their beloved symbol of peace getting eaten alive. Tamura cackles evilly, throwing his head back. The only thing that's going to be left of his remains would be a steaming pile of sheet. Hee hee ha ha. Izuku looked at All Might with concern laced on his face. Not only because of his dwindling health, but his quirk being weakened by Dragon Blight, Izuku knew that All Might could die in the face of the Deviljo. And even though he can't do anything about it, he's affected by Dragon Blight, and he could still be affected by the recoil of using One for All. With nothing to do to help properly, Izuku hoped. He prayed that the rest of the heroes arrived, or that the hunter from the guild could come swoop in and hunt the Deviljo. And that was exactly what happened. The glass walls of the USJ shattered once more when 4 individuals jumped off from their wingdrakes and swung their way into the plaza. The students and the rest of the surviving villains looked to see this unique quartet. These 4 wore armor and weapons crafted from the beasts they have slayed, specialized individuals tasked to ensure that humanity was safe from monsters. These were the hunters of the guild. One of these individuals was Keith Coleman, a stern and serious expression etched deep into his face. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. The hunters were here. Another individual came from the doorway instead. It was the guildmarm and handler Kimber. Kimber, you're here. And Keith as well. Izuku almost let out tears of relief. Sorry we're late. But it's all right now. Kimber exhaled before properly catching a breath. She looked at the Deviljo and grimaced. The reports were correct. A Deviljo has made its way into the unforeseen simulation joint on the populated ground of UA. A Deviljo, quite the foe we have. A young woman said before grabbing something from her pocket before throwing it at the Deviljo. It was a flash bomb. The bomb explodes into a bright light and causes Tay Deviljo to let go of All Might, being blinded. All Might recovers, grateful for the Deviljo to be off his back. All Might, are you all right? Keith rushes toward the man. Somewhat okay, young Coleman. All Might coughed out. He was almost out of time. You look like you're affected with Dragon Blight. A man around the same age as Keith said to All Might, seeing the red sparks on his body. He reaches into his pouches and reveals a blue fruit-like plant. This is a nulberry. It'll get rid of your Dragon Blight, just take a bite. All Might gladly accepts the fruit and takes a bite out of it. Instantly, he could feel the effects of the dragon blight wear off, and One for All was back to its former glory. Ah, thank you, young hunter, I feel as good as new. All Might flexed his muscles and showed his signature smile. My name is Norman Clark, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet the legend himself. Norman simply smiles. All Might, you go check with the other students, we can take it from here. He spoke. Are you sure, young Coleman? That Deviljo is a serious foe. All Might asks concerningly, after witnessing its power firsthand. Trust me, All Might. We hunters got this. Keith turns back and gives him a toothy, reassuring smile. All Might smiled back and nodded toward the hunters. I see. It seems that my job here as a hero is finished. I leave it to you, my hunter colleagues. All Might waves goodbye before lapping toward the entrance and with the rest of the students. Ha! This is gonna be fun. A Max Whitney, young energetic man with bone for armor stood forward and brought his weapon. It was a drum of some sort? Liven up, boys and girls. We gotta a Deviljo to hunt. Agreed. It requires our utmost attention to hunt the monster at hand. Beatrice Sigrid, a young girl with light blue armor and patterns reminiscent of a Legiana's wings, stepped forward as well, unsheathing her switch axe. Try to act like professionals during this hunt. Yeah, let's get this done. Norman simply states while stretching in his rather soft and puffy white armor with a captain's cap. He unsheathed his own sword, along with a shield on his left arm. You with us, Keith? Give us the order, Kimber. Keith yells as he unsheathed his greatsword, facing the Deviljo with unwavering conviction. Kimber stood up and nodded, just as the Deviljo regained its proper eyesight. The brute wyvern had calmed down now. Its muscles weren't swelling anymore, but that didn't make the monster any less dangerous. The Deviljo looks at the four hunters and growls, roaring at them in challenge. To ensure the safety of the students of UA, the guild authorizes you to hunt the Deviljo. Acknowledged. Commencing the hunt. Keith responded as he drew his greatsword and charged straight at the Deviljo. Hey, hey, hey. Tamura scratches his face upon looking at the four hunters, all facing the Deviljo. Who are these losers? Some heroes? They look different here. Master Shigaraki, I believe those are hunters of the guild. They are specialists in animal control, it seems. Kurojiri said. The guild? Animal control? I think I heard about them, just another bunch of losers who think their actions are heroic, but it's alright, they got nothing from this freak of nature. Tamura silently cackles as the four hunters face off against the Deviljo. Incoming! Max screams as the Deviljo leaps into the air with its powerful legs. Beatrice dodged the attack, but Keith and Norman blocked the attack with their weapons, pushing them back slightly. The duo retaliates with a slash to the Deviljo's face, as Beatrice comes from behind and attacks the Deviljo's legs instead. The Deviljo then swept its tail around to hit the hunters. Beatrice, Keith and Norman were hit by the tail swipe. Max then ran up the Deviljo before slamming his hunting horn on its face, causing a note to play as Max did various other swings that almost made him look like he was dancing. The Deviljo was about to attack Max, but the hunter then brought his hunting horn forward and kicked it, causing the hunting horn to blast out an invigorating drum tune and knock the Deviljo back a bit. Max bobs his head as the tune plays, enhancing his ally's defense. Thanks for the buff, Max. Keith thanks, then marches forward the Deviljo with his sword facing forward. The Deviljo glares at Keith before running toward him and opening its jaw wide to swallow him whole. Keith backstepped the attack and began charging his attack. He slashed once, but then he swung his sword in a wide diagonal swipe. The sword hit the Deviljo's jaw and caused it to flinch back. Deviljo retaliated with another bite. This time it hit Keith, and it pushed the hunter back. The Deviljo was about to crush Keith with his mouth before being struck in the head with a blunt force. I got you, Keith. Norman warned as he smashed his shield on the Deviljo's face. It gave Keith the opportunity to properly get back up on his feet. Max and Norman were focusing on the monster's head while Beatrice was focusing more on the legs and tail. Keith then sheathed his greatsword as he ran and gestured toward Beatrice. Beatrice! Upswing me! Keith shouted as ducked when the Deviljo swung his girthy tail. What? You and your idiotic ideas, Keith Coleman. Beatrice rolled back away from the Deviljo, before bringing back her switch-axe and swinging it upwards. Keith hit the blade with the soles of his boots and jumped upward with the swing. Keith was now above the Deviljo as he drew his blade right as he hit the back of the creature. The Deviljo yelped as Keith slashed its back before sheathing it once more and grabbing onto its back spikes. Keith has mounted the Deviljo. He grabbed his knife and began attacking the Deviljo's back. The Deviljo wanted to get rid of the hunter off its back, so it began by shaking its back and leaping into the air to try and loosen Keith's balance. But the hunter always braced himself when the Deviljo attempted to shake him off. The Deviljo then looks around to see a wall. It walks toward it as Keith keeps on hacking and slashing on its back. The Deviljo backed itself up before smashing its back on the wall, but Keith had already leaped out of the way. Keith was now on the head of the Deviljo, and the monster tried to get the hunter in its mouth as it struggled around. Keith then finally drew out his sword and with a mighty swing, the blade was embedded into the top of the Deviljo's neck. Keith gave out a yell as he used all of his strength to drag the blade across its hide. The Deviljo roared in pain as it fell down on the ground as the hunter leaped off the brute wyvern. Now the brute wyvern was falling on the ground, trying to get back up, and the hunters utilized this opening to use their strongest attacks on the Deviljo. Norman begins by taking a quick back step while preparing his sword and shield. After a short build-up, Norman attacks the Deviljo with a quick flurry of attacks, combining slashes with blunt sticks from his shield in one perfect rush. With an uppercut with his shield and a stab with his sword, he flung himself up into the air and delivered a chop on the Deviljo's back. Norman then flipped his sword back before leaping into the end, stabbing the sword downwards, causing a massive gash to form on the Deviljo. Beatrice begins by swinging her switch axe savagely from left to right, then performing a giant slam with her axe. In a graceful move, she then took a step forward while raising her weapon, which morphed into its blade form and slashed downwards. Beatrice swung her blade in a perfectly executed combo, the result of years of practice. The blade began to glow red with power. Beatrice then stabbed the blade into the Deviljo's back, as the blade began to hiss and dissipate all of its stored energy in a massive explosion. Keith began to build momentum with his greatsword by charging his overhead slashes. Once, then twice, each charged slash gave the Deviljo a new scar. Keith pulled his greatsword back once more, and with a mighty heave he swung once, hitting the floor and lifting up, before delivering his second and final slash, only to completely miss as the Deviljo got back up from the ground. Keith cursed out as he yanked his sword out of the ground. The brute wyvern was now covered head to toe with various slashes and bruises. It was time to get serious now. The Deviljo's muscles bulged as its eyes turned red once more. The Deviljo let out an enraged roar. Keith, Norman and Beatrice covered their ears, but Max was somehow unaffected by it. The Deviljo then brought its head back and breathed out another plume of dragon element. Luckily, the hunters recovered their hearing and dodged out of range from the breath attack. The hunters quickly went back on the hunt, running toward the Deviljo with their weapons drawn out. But this time, they didn't dodge the tail sweep the Deviljo did, knocking them all back. Norman and Max were able to recover, but Beatrice, she was stunned and helpless before the brute wyvern. The Deviljo began its retaliation with a mighty jump, but Keith ran up toward Beatrice with his sword drawn back. Beatrice! Snap out of it! Keith screamed as he pushed Beatrice away with the flat side of his blade. Beatrice was flung out of the way, leaving Keith being stomped on by the Deviljo. Keith spat out a trickle of blood. Luckily his armor was able to protect him from the blow. But the Deviljo then grabbed him with his jaws and gave him a crushing chomp, with Keith giving out a loud grunt of pain. The Deviljo then slammed Keith back onto the ground, with Hunter groaning in pain, as he was now covered in corrosive saliva that weakened his armor's defensive properties. The Deviljo raised its jaw in the air, preparing to crush Keith into a red paste. Keith, on the other hand, quickly grabbed something from his armor pockets and threw it at the Deviljo's face. There was a bright yellow flash, and the Deviljo was blinded once more as it flinched back. Keith quickly stood up and brought out a potion to heal his wounds, but once he was finished he drew his word once more and pointed it toward the blinded brute wyvern. "Keith, are you okay?" Beatrice asks the young man, concerned about his injuries. I think a few of my ribs are broken, but other than that, I'm all good. Keith grins toward Beatrice, despite a stream of blood coming from the top of his head. You all right yourself, Beatrice? You don't have to worry about me. Worry about yourself, you lughead. Beatrice flustered, drawing her switch axe again. I lost my amp mode. I need another opening to properly refill it. Got it. Max, Norman, give us some support. Keith said the other two. Max was busy swinging his horn around and playing beats. Said beats were then played with his horn, making an enhancing rhythm that gave the hunters an energized feeling, laughing in joy as he danced. But Norman acknowledged Keith with a tut nod. The students at the entrance watched the hunters in awe. The feeling was the same as watching heroes fighting villains in videos and online footage. The way they used all those oversized weapons was impressive, and they got the feeling they would use weapons like those to fight monsters. Izuku was feeling worried for Keith, but after seeing him mount the Deviljo, often getting hit by its attacks, yet still coming back up, the feeling of fear washes away as admiration and awe took place. All Might could feel the same way, just like how Keith dealt with the Basilgeese during the entrance exam. He was filled with amazement as the Keith and the other hunters were holding their ground against such a horrifying beast. But should he doubt them? After all, these hunters had years of training and hunted all sorts of monsters from their home world. Hell yeah! Hit him where it hurts. Ejiro cheers on the Hunters. You guys can do this. Go Hunters. Paco cheers back. Kick it in the crouch. Minoru screams as well. Can they really hunt such a thing? Mezu looked down toward the plaza. He turned his mouth hand toward Kimber. I mean, they got this, but that thing still ate some of the villains. Oh, don't worry. Keith and the others have hunted plenty of those Deviljo before. They shall be just fine. Kimber was slightly taken back at Mizo's quirk, but smiled in reassurance. But the boy gave her a quizzical look. You're telling me they hunted those things before? But I thought it was only a few months ago when the weird blue star appeared, along with the monsters. Mezu questioned. Kimber realized that she spoke too much, covering her mouth in shock. Along with Izuku and All Might, who gave Kimber a worried look. Sorry. I meant they hunted brute wyverns that are similar to Deviljo anatomically. Like Anjanath and Barath. Kimber quickly lied. They can't reveal the guild's origins to any of the UA students or staff. Well, I guess the Deviljo and Anjanath have the same body shape, I suppose. Nothing to worry about. Mezu shrugged. Kimber sighed in relief as she took the sweat off her brow. She gave a thumbs up to Izuku and All Might, which they replied back sheepishly. Back to our hunters, they were fighting tooth and nail with the Deviljo. Now it was enraged, it was fighting more aggressively, forcing the hunters to be more on the defensive. Is it just me, or is this thing even angrier? Not because it's enraged or anything. Like it's starving. Comments as he dodges the Deviljo's chomp. What are you talking about? Deviljo is always hungry. Norman replied, blocking a tail swipe with a grunt, digging his heels into the ground to stop him from slinging too far. It may be unfamiliar with its environment and can't find proper food. Beatrice speculates as she takes a backstep just as the brute wyvern was about to attack her. She then heaves an upswing with her axe, causing the Deviljo to grunt in pain. Deviljo retaliated by slamming his head on Beatrice, sending her flying and slamming on a nearby wall. We got to slay it before it goes full-on berserk and slaughters the nearby city. The Deviljo snarls in frustration. All of this fighting was tiring it out, especially with all the wounds on it now taking their toll. But it won't stop until the hunters are dead, it just needs a little snack. As drool was pouring out of its mouth, the Deviljo looked up to see a pack of humans yelling from the entrance of the USA. The Deviljo spotted its targets and without warning, made a mad dash toward the students. The hunters tried to stop it, but they were all trampled as the beast ran through them like nothing. The UA students all panicked as they saw the brute wyvern stomping up the stairs. They were gonna get eaten if they didn't move. No! 13 cried as she prepared her quirk, but she hesitated. Won't the monster get drawn closer to the students? 13 was also unsure if her quirk can accommodate an SCK up the full size of the brute wyvern, as she only really used her quirk on chunks of debris, not full-on dinosaurs. All Might was about to step in and fight the Deviljo, but as the beast was climbing up the stairs, Keith Coleman was already running across the stairs, being unimaginably fast. Keith then stood in front of the Deviljo with his sword drawn, charging his attack. When the Deviljo opened its horrid maw and lunged toward Keith, the young man swung his sword upward. The swing connected, and the Deviljo was flung backwards by the offset attack. The brute wyvern tumbled down the stairs like a log, rolling down while roaring in frustration. Keith then shot his slinger hook on the ground and yanked himself, giving him extra momentum as he slid on the stairs. Before he reached the end, Keith leaped up into the air and drew his sword out, charging it up before slamming down on the flailing Deviljo. The opening was there again, and once more, the hunters capitalized on it. "Now, everyone, give it your all!" Keith screamed as he drew back his blade and began to charge it up again. Norman once more used a flurry of strikes and slashes with his weapon in a perfect rush, along with destroying any wounds with a fierce stab of his sword. Beatrice, with her switch axe already in blade mode, began her onslaught of slashes. With a jump and a twist, she slashed the Deviljo twice, and her blades glowing amplified with each strike. Keith, on the other hand, was charging up his final true charge slash but stopped when he saw that the Deviljo was about to get up again. So Keith instead went for a charged wide swing as he yanked his sword in a horizontal arc. But the unthinkable happened. The Deviljo grabbed the great sword just as it was about to hit it, leaving Keith at its mercy. "Ah, crap!" Keith cursed before being thrown into the air by the Deviljo, holding on to dear life as the Deviljo savagely shook his head around. Keith screamed as the Deviljo let go of the sword and threw Keith onto a wall. As Beatrice and Norman were visibly worried about the well-being of their fellow hunter, Max was just dancing around the plaza with joyful laughter, occasionally swinging and hitting the Deviljo with his horn. But now, the Deviljo was now fully focused on the bizarre dancing human. The Deviljo was about to crush the hunter whose eyes were always concealer with his blonde hair, but as it was about to crush him, Max took a step back and braced his hunting horn, before slamming it on the Deviljo's face. The horn made a resounding and loud bang, as the Deviljo was once more taken off guard by an offset attack. The Deviljo this time recovered, but he was met with a hilt to the jaw as Max slammed his horn on the ground and spun it, causing a series of loud drumming noises to make the Deviljo confused, shaking its head to get the loud noises out of its mind. Never underestimate hunting horn hunters. Max grins before picking up his horn and slammed it on a wound on the Deviljo's face. Max then begins to play his hunting horn like a guitar. Each strum on his horn causes reverbing sound waves to impact on the Deviljo's wound. With the fifth and final strum, the wound is destroyed and Deviljo gets a concussion from all that noise, causing it to flail once more on the ground. "Nothing can stop my groove." "Max, thank you," Beatrice thanked out loud. She runs up toward the Deviljo while her switch axe is in blade mode, all amped up and ready to expel all that energy. Beatrice then moved the blade into the Deviljo's neck, before climbing on and releasing all of the switch axe's energy in a zero-sum discharge, a large explosion engulfing the Deviljo face. "I'm not done yet," Beatrice yelled out before grabbing her blade back and began charging up, the blade hissing as energy cackled along the metal. In a devastating attack while releasing energy, Beatrice swung the blade twice on the Deviljo, with more explosions engulfing it and greatly harming it. "Amazing, Beatrice!" Beatrice turned to see Keith running across the plaza to reach his team. "Now, it's my turn." Keith brought out his blade and delivered a charged slash at the Deviljo's face. Keith pulled his blade back for another charged slash, but the Deviljo had gotten back on its feet. Immediately, the Deviljo rushed toward Keith in an attempt to desperately get rid of that great sword hunter, but Keith braced himself as he slammed his shoulder into its jaw. The Deviljo reeled as its jaw was now broken and scarred. It was too exhausted and tried to see Keith charging up his greatest attack. Keith yelled with all of his might as he slashed once on the ground, lifting it up and while using the extra momentum, slashed the Deviljo's skull with a mighty true charged slash. The attack was enough for a giant dust cloud to plume into the air, showering everyone with minor particles of rubble and debris. The dust cleared, but to everyone's horror, The beast was still standing, a bit shell-shocked by the fearsome attack, but still standing. It now had a gruesome scar across its eye and face, now half-blind. The brute wyvern's chest expanded and contracted. It was out of breath, tired, and most importantly, hungry. The Deviljo roared and growled in hatred and dissatisfaction. It turned to see the 4 hunters ready to slay the beast, and for the first time in this monster's life, it decided to retreat. Run away to live to see another day, and maybe next time, kill those hunters that dared try to defy it. The Deviljo gave out a loud roar of warning before stomping toward the glass walls of the USA. The Deviljo smashed through the glass, the sharp material doing nothing on its hide as it crawled out and stomped away from the U. There was a moment of silence within the entirety of the USJ. They did it, a hiding villain found himself saying aloud, tears of relief starting to trickle down his cheeks. They actually fought it off. The students all cheered out for the hunters, 13, and All Might gave them smiles of relief and gratitude. The hunters have successfully repelled the Deviljo, but the hunt was not finished yet. We need to chase after it, Beatrice orders the hunters. We must ensure that the Deviljo won't hurt another civilian. The other 3 acknowledged their decision. I agree, let's take it down. Keith spoke up, ready to chase after the monster. But as he stood up, he stumbled as pain shot through his stomach. The hunters, seeing Keith in pain, immediately went over to treat him. Norman was inspecting Keith's body with a pat-down and came to an unsavory conclusion. His ribs are cracked, it's serious. We need to take him to the healers. Norman grimaced toward Max and Beatrice. No. It's all right. I can down a potion, and I'll be good to go. Keith protested, but he was stopped by Beatrice. You've done enough, Keith. It's time for you to rest. She said gently. We'll go after the Deviljo, have the heroes take you to the guild. Beatrice's stern stare was replaced with eyes of concern and pleading. Keith sighed in pain. He hates seeing his fellow hunters like this. All right, I guess that's enough hunting for today. That Deviljo messed me up really bad. But we need to go now, Max, Norman with me. Beatrice runs toward the newly made opening the Deviljo made within the USJ walls. Max and Norman followed the girl as they ran across the terrain and out into the wild, leaving Keith to the mercy of the heroes. Kidding. Me? Tamura grumbles as he returns to scratching his neck in annoyance. Those stupid hunters, they ruin my show. Nothing is going my way. I just feel like killing something right now. Tamura yelped in pain as his legs were shot, causing him to drop to the floor whining in pain. Master Shigaraki. Kurogyri immediately shielded Tamura from the incoming fire with his misty body. The teleportation villain then formed a warp gate around Tamura and the duo were teleported away from the USJ. Should have been quicker. Said shots came from a man wearing a cowboy hat and gas mask, belonging to the hero, Snipe himself. Besides Sniper were the staff of UA, who have arrived at the USJ alongside Ida. Everyone. It's safe now. I brought the heroes. Tenya shouts, but after looking around the USJ, it seems that things have calmed down already. Oh, has everything been resolved already? Ida. You wouldn't believe it. Bachako came up to Ida. When you were gone, this giant huge pickle-like dinosaur came out of nowhere and it began eating the villains, and then All Might came in and began beating up the monster, but it wasn't enough, and then the hunters and they began beating up the monster and then it ran away. Bachako explained, all out of breath from her rapid explanation. See, could you repeat that? Tenya readjusted his glasses. Keith. Izuku shouted as he ran toward the stairs and onto the plaza, where Keith Coleman was resting his injuries. Are you all right? What happened? Izuku stammered, worried about the state of his hunter friend. Just got a cracked rib, that's all. I was deemed unable to continue hunting for now. Keith somberly smiled. But a bit of rest and I'll be good as new. Need to get to the healers. Izuku didn't hesitate to carry Keith on his shoulders, getting the young man back up on his feet and helping him walk up the stairs, the hunter clutching his bruised stomach. Oh, thanks for the lift. Keith smiled as he walked up the stairs. But my legs aren't broken, you know? Just my ribs, ow, just hurt a lot. I should be thanking you. Izuku thanked the hunter. You saved us and All Might from a Deviljo of all things. You really were like a hero out there, Izuku smiled. Izuku, did you hit your head or something? I'm a hunter, not a hero. Keith laughed. Izuku kept on carrying Keith until he was relieved by paramedics who had arrived alongside the police. However, all things considered, All Might couldn't be happier for everyone to be safe, but he had definitely gone more than his 3-hour limit. Steam was coming off of him as he realized he might reveal himself in front of the students, the worst-case scenario. Hey All Might? You alright? You're kinda steaming over there. Ejiro tried to reach out to Toshinori. The man cursed the boy for his kindness and care for others. Luckily, a cement wall materialized in front of Ejiro, blocking his view from All Might deforming into Yagi Toshinori. Everyone, we need to make sure that you're all accounted for and unharmed. Please make your way outside the USJ please. Sentimas points toward the exit for Ejiro, with the student reluctantly nodding. Now that everyone was out of sight, Toshinori could safely deform without revealing his true identity. Thanks for the save, Sentimas. Toshinori silently thanked. In the aftermath of it all, Izuku and most of the students were unharmed, thankfully. Shoyuta, Ainen and Keith were carried off by paramedics for immediate medical attention. The local police have also arrived, and began their work by intercepting and arresting any villains that were still in hiding or were on the run near USJ. For some strange reason, the villains almost seemed relieved to be arrested, and they willingly gave themselves up to the police, not a single ounce of resistance. The students were interviewed by the police on what exactly happened at the USJ. Most of them were talking about villains emerging out of a portal, and while they were scattered across the USJ via a villain's quirk, a monster called a Deviljo infiltrated the USJ and started slaughtering villains that it came across. All Might and the hunters were able to repel the monster from the USJ and are still being chased down by hunters from the guild. The USJ attack would go down in the media as one of the most significant and bloodiest human-monster encounters. The emergence of villains attacking the school was overshadowed by the main story, a Deviljo wreaking havoc upon UA grounds and ending the lives of multiple villains. They may be dangerous criminals, but they were still human at the end of the day. Nizu simply hums as he uploads a video clip of the hunters fighting the Deviljo online. He knew it was a great idea to put surveillance cameras all around the campus. But he didn't know that the interference that the cameras were facing in the USJ were thanks to the works of a villain's quirk. Now that was surprising. But how did he get footage of the hunters fighting if the cameras were all jammed by a villain? According to eyewitness accounts of Momo and Kyoka, the villain whose quirk was jamming the communications and electronics in the USJ screamed like a girl before passing out upon seeing the Deviljo appear. Now that Nizu has secured raw footage of the hunters in action, he would submit it as evidence to the HPSC that the guild was legit. Oops. It seems that Nezu accidentally misclicked a few times on his computer, and the footage is now being uploaded online. Oopsie daisies. Now the public would get first-hand evidence on the hunters and their work. It was all according to plan. Nizu laughed evilly as the upload was completed. Within mere minutes, the amount of recognition the clip was getting was growing faster and faster, at unbelievable speeds. It was truly a coincidence that the principal was able to get footage of not only a villain attack but a monster attack as well. Well, lucky him. Although he may have to bump up his security now to make sure an incident like this won't happen again, it has completed a significant goal, having the guild earn public support. The video began to spread throughout the internet, being used by media outlets worldwide. It was the talk of the town. Forums, video sharing websites, news outlets, social media, everyone was talking about the USJ attack and the Deviljo. One thing's for sure though, if a terrifying threat such as the Deviljo can be fended off by this barely known organization and its members, the people have their full support. Meanwhile, in a rundown bar in a hidden location, a warp gate opened up before spitting out an injured Tamura Shigaraki. The villain was injured greatly and was huffing in annoyance and pain. The villain looked up to see a TV monitor and hissed, "Oh, Tamura, what happened at you? Did my Nomu not work as intended?" A mysterious voice answers through the TV. "Sensei, the Nomu was useless. It never even got to face All Might." It got eaten by some iffy pickled dinosaur. Tamura complained. Pickled dinosaur? It's one of those monsters that have been popping up lately. Interesting, Sensei paused, deep in thought. So, what else did that monster do? Eaten up those villains we hired, I presume? You're right, Sensei. The villains we hired were nothing but food for that thing. Everything went wrong. You lied, Sensei. Tamura scorned the screen. Now, Tamura. Forgive me. I was a bit over-enthusiastic about Nomu. It couldn't even perform its intended purpose, especially when an uninvited guest came and ruined the party. But we can use this loss to learn. Next time we hand-pick better villains, and we must have your influence grow, Tamura. This world will soon know of your terrifying existence. Sensei foreshadows, earring an eager smirk from Tamura. The HPSC was at a loss of words. They were angry at what the principal of UA had done, but they were too terrified to even mention it right now. Madam President was reviewing the clip that was released, or rather, leaked, to the public, showcasing those hunters fighting off the Deviljo and the beast's brutality. The public was now riled up because of this horrifying and amazing display. They were now making similarities of hunters to heroes, and the Hunters Guild's popularity skyrocketed. It also didn't help that it reached popularity among the masses all over the world as well. In response to this, the World Heroes Association had decided to meet up with the guild's leaders to discuss a collaboration between hunters and heroes. Madam President has a few concerns to this plan, unfortunately, especially when it comes to the status of the heroes. The HPSC is to ensure that these heroes remain in the public eye as credible, authoritative, and trustworthy, and in return they get tons of money via the media, sponsors, and licensing. Of course, this results in them having to constantly sanitize various narratives so ensure public trust. But it showed how brutal and dangerous these monsters can be. It is stated that the Deviljo most of the villains that have infiltrated USJ. Fear and some sympathy for the villains has flowed through the public, with many discussing that we could be next in line into becoming eaten. And even the villains don't deserve a fate like that. Madam President's eye twitched. Why couldn't All Might handle the situation? The symbol of peace was the HPSC's trump card. His words and actions are essentially the law to the public. But it seems that he had some trouble fighting off the Deviljo, but thankfully he had an excuse. The Deviljo spews out this substance called dragon element. Those hit by it gain an affliction known as dragon blight. According to the accounts of All Might and the students affected by it, they felt as if their quirks were weakened under the effects of the dragon blight. Not only did this fearful new and mysterious element deeply trouble the public, but Madam President as well. It was coming to a conclusion where ordinary heroes weren't enough to protect the public properly. Madam President decided that if the situation was too severe to try and fix it, at least spin the narrative a bit. She closed her laptop and sighed. She looked down at the city in her glass office. Now the goals of HPSC were clear in this new age. They must cement the idea that the heroes are still superior compared to hunters, no matter the cost. Out of the 72 villains that have appeared in the USJ, only 23 individuals have been arrested, or should I say in this case, survived. Naomasa Tsukachi reports to the staff of UA, who have all gathered around in their meeting room, sitting at their respective tables. Not including the two who have escaped, the one with a decaying and teleportation quirk. I scoured the online quirk records on them, but I couldn't find anything, unfortunately. That is particularly strange. Nizu took a small sip of his tea, yet it is also very interesting, they were able to keep their quirks somewhat confidential. In addition to them actually infiltrating the school in a coordinated and well-thought-out attack, this League of Villains does not seem like the average run-of-the-mill gang you find on the street. I should also note that these villains we have arrested are all third-rate thugs. You can find them in the back alleys of the city. This Tamura Shigaraki seems to have either bought or convinced these villains to swear allegiance to him and his cause. Naomasa continues, sadly, I can't get more out of them. They all are psychologically scarred from witnessing that monster. The detective shudders when he thinks of the Deviljo. How could a creature like that even exist? Very unfortunate. But in a way, the Deviljo seemed to have stopped whatever plan Tamura Shigaraki had. Yagi spoke up. The students said that they had a creature, a Nomu. They heard from him that it was designato kill me specifically, countering my quirk and all. Another problem we should address, the Deviljo. Nizu said, even mentioning its name made the staff uneasy. It took an entire day to scrub the blood out of the USJ Plaza, and we're still trying to identify the victims via their remains the Deviljo haven't eaten. Gosh, this really turned dark, huh? Present Mike frowned. I mean, why the hell does that thing even exist? Eating entire ecosystems? This guy is like Satan's greatest soldier or something. Although its nature is unorthodox and savage, it performs an important niche to nature. Zimmerman, who was also part of this meeting, spoke up. Its ravenous appetite ensures that the wyvern population doesn't grow too large to start threatening other creatures and/or ecosystems. They are occasionally struck down by stronger monsters or succumb to their wounds due to their rampaging. Nature has to balance its books somehow, as they say. Nizu states, surprisingly casually, talking about a monstrosity such as the Deviljo. By the way, Commander Zimmerman, have you managed to hunt down the Deviljo from the USJ incident? Zimmerman grimaces. Unfortunately, our hunter scoutflies are still unfamiliar with the urban sense of the cities. We were unable to properly track the Deviljo, but an investigation is still underway to hunt it down. Man, I'm still amazed that you know all this stuff. Present Mike said. It's been what, a few months since that blue star appeared along with those monsters? And you guys managed to learn all of this stuff in that short amount of time. Talk about impressive. You are too kind, Mr. Yamada. We were simply a group of biologists that took on the mantle of the guild when we heard of these unique creatures starting to appear. Zimmerman states the practiced excuse. Still, the problem is apparent. The villains within the shadows of society are planning something, and monster activity near human settlements is increasing. Nizu turns toward Zimmerman. Mr. Zimmerman, I think it's now time to give the students their hunting weapons. Mr. Nizu, it's still been weeks since the students are training within the hunter program. I still believe they need a bit more time before they can train with weapons. Zimmerman expressed his concerns. You have forgotten, my friend. This is UA, the top hero academy in Japan, and our emphasis is on students breaking past limits and adapting. Plus ultra. I agree with the principal here. The students will sooner or later be facing off against threats such as villains and monsters, aren't they? It's best we prepare them for what's to come, Vlad King stated, with the other teachers agreeing as well. Very well then. I shall see to it that the students of UA are now being trained with weapons. Zimmerman states. This also means that they will be outfitted with armor and equipment the guild shall provide for them. Is that acceptable? Go right ahead, Zimmerman. The students are all yours. Nizu affirmed, before adding, be sure to train them extra well, especially with the UA Sports Festival coming up. Speaking of the UA Sports Festival, it's happening soon. Shota muffled to his class, covered from head to toe in bandages. UA Sports Festival. We completely forgot about that. The entire class shouted. The class of 1A had just got back from their little day off after experiencing the League of Villain attack the unforeseen simulation joint. However, while the villains were causing mayhem, the students were attacked by a monster, the fearsome and dreadful Deviljo. Thankfully, the students were relatively uninjured. The same cannot be said to Eraserhead and 13, however, with the latter still recovering in Recovery Girl's office. The USJ incident has certainly both shook up and enlightened the students. They got a taste of what pro heroes and hunters do on a daily basis. Safe to say, they knew that they had to be ready for this kind of work. And what better way than to prepare for the UA Sports Festival? The UA Sports Festival is what overtook the Olympics in quirked society, replacing physical strength and skill for quirk strength and skill. It is the most televised event per year, with millions, if not billions, tuning in to watch the next generation of heroes. Since many pro heroes will be observing the sports festival as well, it provides a great opportunity for UA students to get internships and further enhance their portfolio. The UA Sports Festival? Are you sure, Mr. Aizawa? Won't the villains try to infiltrate the event? Tenya asked. We're not going to postpone the sports festival just because villains snuck in. This is the biggest event of all of Japan, the world, and for you guys too. Aizawa mumbled. We're confident that our security will handle anything that could happen, and the guild will ensure no more invaders will barge right in. 3 chances, 1 opportunity every year. If you wish to climb high on the pro hero ladder, this is your chance. With that said and done, the class was left to discuss their plans before they moved on to hunter training later in the day. Hey guys, did you see the news? Mina practically screamed, jumping out of her seat. We were on it. Well, our faces were only shown for a little bit, but still. Gosh, I'm still really spooked about all that. Kirishima holds up his arm. I still feel the goosebumps from the Deviljo. No. Please don't remind me. Minoru holds his head as his teeth clattered. I don't want to be reminded of that giant pickle. That's the main reason I didn't sign up for the hunter program. Everyone in the class stops and looks toward Minoru as if he just said heresy. The tiny pervert was quick to explain himself, however. Oh, come on. Do you really expect a tiny guy like me to hunt monsters that are 5 times my size? Minoru screams in dismay. That's why I'm sticking with the hero course. No thank you. Well, I guess there was an option to decline to partake in the hunter program. Tenya accepts Minoru's reasoning. But what do you do when we're all training with the hunters? They just give me extra lessons and stuff. It doesn't make anything easier. Minru sighs. Except social studies with Midnight? I can't believe they really let her teach in that outfit. Hee. Ignoring the pervert and his perverted thoughts. The class was discussing what was going to happen in their hunter's training and their excitement for the UA Sports Festival. I'm getting hyped up now. I'm gonna train real hard for the sports festival. Hanta pumped his fists in the air. I can really feel the tension now. Let's do this. Ejiro was just as fired up as well. Wow, looks like everyone's pretty pumped up, Izuku said. Of course we are, I'm going to do my best as well. Ochako is seen with her very serious, game face, etched deep into her skin, and freaking Izuku out a little bit. I wonder if there's going to be any differences in the sports festival, ribbit. Sayu wonders in curiosity, since UA is collaborating with the guild, do you think they're going to add some hunting stuff as well? We're most likely to learn more about it during hunter training, Fumikage said. The class's discussion was interrupted by the bell, signaling the time to go to your next class. Speaking of hunter training, it is time to go to the field. Tenya readjusts his glasses and raises his hand. We shouldn't prattle on, as the distance to the hunter training field is much longer. Oh, it's hunter training? Pochako's facial expression returned to normal, but to one of disappointment. Oh man. I hope we don't do anything too exhausting. Who knows, Uraraka, maybe something exciting is going to happen. Izuku said. Alright everyone. The principal of UA has seen fit to outfit you all with armor and a weapon of your choosing. Richard bluntly said, and the combined hunting class of 1A and B were ecstatic. Izuku was actually excited despite having prior experience in using the great sword. Ochako took a serious expression again, but her excitement was still there. Tenya was slack-jawed with his glasses almost falling off his face. He wasn't expecting to use weapons this early. About time. Katsuki gave off a wicked grin, stretching his legs. Time to bring the pain. Hell yeah. This is it. Ejiro enthusiastically pumps his fists together. Can't wait to get my very own weapon. Come on, Mr. Macaulay. Show us already. Tetsu showed the same enthusiasm as Ejiro. Now, calm yourselves. All of you. Richard spoke. First of all, we need to give you armor. It may not be as comfortable as your hero costumes, but they're essential when it comes to hunting. Another man makes an appearance. This man was wearing a worn-down leather apron and various tools and tech strapped along his belt. This man was also wearing a very primitive-looking welding mask. This man was none other than Smith Smithson, the smithy of the guild. All right, you yahoos. Form 2 lines, boys and girls, separately. He points a gloved finger at the mass of students. I'm taking measurements, you don't gotta strip either, just let me do my job. But sir, didn't we already send our measurements to the support department for our costumes? Why don't you use those? Tenya asks. Like I give a rat's but about those measurements, I'm not trusting them. If you want something done right, you better do it yourself. Smith ignores Tenya's banter, much to the spectacle-wearing boy's shock. Now get movin', who's up first? Eventually, 2 lines were formed, one of boys and one of girls. Because the students were complaining about privacy, Smith reluctantly put up a barrier between the two, but not without complaining a lot about it. Smith then brought out a worn-out measuring tape and began measuring the bodies of the students. He did his job almost silently and quickly, going through the combined class very quickly, making some comments about the students' physique along the way. Nice abs, Izuku, keep it up. Smith said as he measured his waist. Oh, thanks Mr. Smithson. Izuku awkwardly thanked the compliment. Momo Yayorozu, right? Nice melons. Smith measured her elbows. Excuse me? Momo said, blushing and stuttering. Don't worry, I can make armor that can fit. But I've seen bigger. Smith finished measuring the girl. Next. Wonder why he wears that mask all the time. Mina asks the girls from both classes. Do you think he's hiding a scar or something? Maybe it's a handsome face underneath that mask. Pony giggled like a gossiping schoolchild. I think it's just a normal face, Yui said simply, her tone flat and plain. The hell are you girls gossiping about? Smith asked as he poked his head from the barrier. Oh no, nothing sir. Mina awkwardly laughed. Whatever. Smith shrugged and went back to measuring. After a while, Smith has successfully gotten the measurements, and he is out to forge their beginning armor. Originally, the students were given a choice between 3 in the slip of paper when they had to decide whether or not to join the hunter program. Those 3 being chainmail, leather, and hunters. Smith went to the forge to make the students' armor, but now, it was time for the weapons. First and foremost, these weapons are strictly to be used on monsters. These weapons can very easily hurt and kill another human being. If you were to use your weapon on another human, even if it was against a villain, there will be dire consequences. Richard sternly said, his facial expression unreadable like a rock. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Everyone agrees. They know that as hunters, they are hunting monsters and not humans. Just like how their quirks can easily hurt or kill another. Good. As if on cue, Smith came back and took off the cover that was hiding 14 weapons all on display. They were all simple iron weapons, but they were the perfect tools to help trainees be familiar with their chosen weapons. Everyone was eyeing the weapons, anxious to choose the right one for them. This shall be your very first weapon and set of armor to hunt monsters. As you progress through your hunter's training, you shall be granted a hunting license, and you may take on quests to hunt monsters. Your hunter's rank shall increase with each successful hunt. With that, you can take on stronger monsters, take their parts to forge even more powerful weapons and armor, a symbol of your accomplishments. Now come forth and choose your weapon. Once you have decided on using a weapon, go to the corresponding room to be trained on it with our hunters. All the students eagerly looked at the 14 weapons displayed before them. Some of them have specifically caught their eye. Ejiro's eyebrows perk up seeing the massive shield of the lance. Katsuki smiles savagely when his eyes fall upon the heavy bow gun. Tenya was staring intensely at the bow with interest. Ochako was busy looking around at the weapons, but stopped when she saw the hammer among them. Izuku has already decided long ago. He stares at the leaning greatsword with resolve. If you have made your decisions, then proceed to the room with the corresponding weapon you wish to use. Richard said. Then the students were off to their respective rooms. The group of 39 students had been divided into groups of 2, 3, and 4. Izuku Midoriya on the other hand walked through the door leading to a smaller training field. There was a training machine that looks like the equal dragon weapon but smaller, and a wooden post with a tough monster hide wrapped around it. Izuku's instructor is none other than Keith, who had bandages wrapped around his waist as he was supporting himself with a crutch. Oh, Izuku, what took you so long? Keith smiled. Why, you're okay. Izuku's eyes widened, but he was actually surprised anymore. Keith could survive any injury and come in the next day like nothing happened. Is it just you and me? Or is that orange-haired girl going to join us as well? Keith points to someone behind Izuku. The greenette turns around to see Itsuka Kendo also arriving in the field. Midoriya? You're going to use the greatsword too? Itsuka asked him. Me? Well, yes, but I'm more surprised about you learning the greatsword as well. Izuku counters. Itsuka awkwardly chuckles, looking at her hands. I thought that I could use my quirk with the sword to increase its power, you know? Oh right. Your big fist quirk. Of course, the size of the sword shouldn't be a problem for your quirk, but could you hold it properly? Dude, you're mumbling again. Keith frowned, catching Izuku out of another mumbling spree. Oops, sorry Keith. Izuku scratches his head in embarrassment. Is it just the two of you then? Alrighty then, let's get to work. Keith lets out a loud whistle with his unoccupied arm. Hey Broca. Come out with the swords. A door opens to reveal a black cat with bits of gray hair, standing on his hind legs wearing some armor. The cat pushes a handheld cart, which contains sheathed iron greatswords. Izuku's eyes went wide, as Itsuka tilted her head and cooed at the cat. WWO. Is that cat standing on its hind legs? Izuku stammered. Ah, it's so cute. Itsuka found herself saying, but the cat did not like that, giving Itsuka a sneer. Don't call me cute. I'm a ferocious feline. The cat Broca hissed at the duo. Izuku and Itsuka almost fell on their backs after seeing the cat speak. Oh, I forgot to mention all this time. This is my Palico, Broca. He's sometimes a bit ferocious, but he's a reliable guy. Every hunter has one of them. Keith introduced, with Broca huffing his fluffy chest with pride. Palicos? Those feline you hunters keep talking about. Izuku realized. So, palicos, are they like pets? A pet? Listen here human. I ain't no one's pet. I'm Meowster's companion, battle buddy, partner, and housekeeper. Call me a pet one more time, and I'll claw your eyes out. Broca threatens, unsheathing his claws. Okay, Broca, that's enough. Thanks for everything you do. Now get on to the equal dragon weapon. Keith comforted the Palico by petting him softly, causing him to calm and purr in delight. Broca then ran toward the EDW, and stood on top of it, awaiting further orders. Izuku and Itsuka walked over to grab their greatsword. Izuku huffed as he heaved the heavy sword. Itsuka on the other hand was caught off guard by the sword's tremendous weight, but thanks to her hellish physical training, she was able to lift it on her second attempt. Whoa, no kidding. This thing is heavy. Itsuka carefully walked around with the sword. Keith chuckled at the redhead's reaction. That's what makes it special. The greatsword is all about power. It's heavy, so for every swing, you gotta commit. No hesitations once that blade is falling. Got it, Itsuka said as she tried to adjust the position of her feet. Since I can't really use a greatsword right now for a demo, Izuku will teach you how to use it, Keith said. Wait, Midoriya, you used this thing before? Itsuka asked in shock, almost dropping the sword. Huh? Yes, I actually have used it. Keith helped me train with it before the entrance exams. Izuku confessed. I got it. Itsuka slightly used her quirk to lift the sword up better. Okay then Midoriya, what do you want me to do? Well, it's all about controlling its weight. Izuku explained. Wide slashes, charged slashes, upswings, you need to use its weight to achieve maximum damage. Yeah, that's the spirit. Don't flail the greatsword around like some regular old sword. Each slash needs to be a promise that the monster is gonna bleed when you swing. Keith points out. But it's pretty slow, how can you exactly hit anything with this? What happens if the monster moves? Well, you don't start swinging then. It's all about patience and finding the right opportunity. Use hit and run tactics if you have to. Slash then sheathe. Keith instructs, with Izuku practicing the mentioned slashes on the ground. There are about 3 levels for charging. 1 is barely a tap, 2 will break something, and 3 will knock a Rajang's socks off. Keep it in until the right moment, then release it. Izuku releases a fully charged slash that causes a notable slash and dent into the ground. There are ways to fight back against the monster if you're caught in a rough spot, you know. While you're charging, you could just use that strength and tackle any attack, give it a good shoulder bash. Roars, fireballs, and slashes shoulder bash through it. It'll keep you in place and keep your charge up. Okay, I think I'm getting a good idea of this thing. Itsuka states as she tries a few times to swing the sword. How about defense though? Well, a good hunter will always dodge out of the way of an attack, but you can always use the sword itself to block attacks. It'll dull the blade if you do so be careful about that. Keith states, the equal dragon weapon starts its motor, as Braco was operating it from atop of it. Let's put in some practice swings, eh? Get used to the weight. You have chosen the long sword, good. Itachi Shikudo, a long sword hunter, greets his students. They were Denki Kaminari, Shirhai Kuwaro, and Juzo Hananuki. His Palico has already brought the students their long swords. Whoa, so cool. Denki grabs a sword. It was pretty heavy, yet it didn't stop the boy from trying to unsheath it. It's pretty tough getting it out. Be patient, Kaminari. The long sword is all about flow and perfect timing. Qualities I hope you don't lack. Itachi unsheathes his own long sword from his back. A weapon with quick movement and combos, you shall set forth a storm of slashes to your foes. You must be a river, flowing the current, nothing interrupting you, counter attacks before they hit you, and resume your onslaught. I get it. But forgive me for saying this, but it seems kinda weak. Juzo wiggles his long sword a bit. I understand your question, Hananuki. The long sword has range, speed, and technique, but you must know the core of its strength. The spirit gauge. Itachi then faces toward the mini-equal dragon weapon, with a series of mixed slashes and stabs. With each successful hit, the blade begins to glow a dull white. With each successful hit, you build your spirit gauge, then you release, sharpen, and refine it. Then you have empowered your attacks further. The students stared at the glowing blade in awe, but Itachi was not done yet. When your blade starts to glow red, it has reached the apex. This is when you can utilize powerful moves, such as the Spirit Helm Breaker. In a demonstration, Itachi braces himself as he stabs his blade into the EDW, before leaping into the air and slashing back down, a large gash now apparent on the EDW's front. Use the Foresight Slash to predict your opponent's next move. Or punish them with the IAI Spirit Slash. This shall increase your gauge further. One greedy swing, and it shall cost you. Remember, it is all about flow. Put all of these moves together, perfect it, and you shall be untouchable. Hey folks, I'm Norman Clark, and I'll be your instructor for the sword and shield. Norman states like a fax machine. His students were Mishiro Ojiro, Kojiro Bondo, and Hantasiro. Wait, I recognize you. Mishiro points at Norman. You're one of the hunters that fought the Deviljo in the USJ. Yeah, that's right. You're Ojiro, correct. Norman points at the tailed user. Cool, now let's talk about the sword and shield, or SNS as we hunters like to call them. It's basic, sure, there's nothing special about it, but it's a jack of all trades. It can do one thing that every other weapon can do in a way. Norman grabs his blade on his back and prepares for his demonstration. You're not the flashiest or the strongest, but you're always moving. Simple slashes allow you to position yourself on the go, always moving even while attacking. Norman starts by slashing at a wooden post all while taking steps in different directions with each slide. You can block with your shield and use it to bash the monster to try and KO it. You can fling yourself airborne with specific moves. You can even use your items while your weapon is drawn, drop traps, items, and whatever mid-combo. Quick rolls and side steps allow you to reposition quickly and effortlessly. When it's time to get in some real damage, the perfect rush will fulfill that role. Norman demonstrates as he delivers a flurry of slashes on the post, before finishing it with an airborne downward slash. Do you guys have any questions? Mina Ishido, Taguru Kamakiri, and Setsuna Tokage stood witness as a slender and nimble woman dances across the field, her fluttering with her like a ballerina's dress. She takes a nimble bow before revealing herself to the students. Greetings to the fine men and women of UA. My name is Carissa Hood. I shall be your dual blades instructor. Carissa unsheathes a pair of sabers from her back. Oh, I already love her already. Mina squeals excitedly. The three students also grab their own pair of dual blades. She's got the spirit and enthusiasm, I like her too. Setsuna nods in agreement. You have chosen the dual blades. This means that you are not afraid of getting up close to the monster. Your main weapon is speed, my friends. Hit fast and dodge faster, leaving the beast bleeding before they knew it was us who wounded it. Nice. I like these things already. Tagaru swings the blades around a few times, liking the lightweight weapons. But I have a question, what do we do when we get hit? As if that's because you are never getting hit. You are simply too fast for the monster to hit you. Carissa spins her body around as she slashes her blades in demonstration. When it comes to fighting the creature, pick a spot, a leg, the head, or tail and focus on it. If you spread your little hits around, you shall do nothing but focus your damage to one spot, and that is when you start to shine. Carissa then crosses her blades in the air as her body and weapons start to glow ominously. Enter Demon Mode to increase your damage and speed. But beware, Demon Mode shall thoroughly take away your stamina, so watch yourselves. Once you deal enough damage, you may enter Archdemon Mode, where your speed, damage, and technique knows no bounds. Cariesa performs a graceful dance of blades upon the target. Keep up the pressure on your monster, and by the end of it, they shall be riddled in cuts before they could ever blink. Be a storm of blurs and steel. This was the first time Ochako Uraraka had met Juroda Shishida and Manga Fukudashi. Safe to say, she was very curious about the two Class B students. Hi there, I'm Uraraka Ochako, glad to be working with you guys from now on. Ochako smiled. My name is Shishida Juroda. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Juroda politely introduces himself. The name is Manga Fukudashi. Manga said, despite having no mouth. It's nice to meet you all. Let's do our best. Ochako pumped her fist into the air. Yes, the feeling is mutual. But I'm afraid to ask where our instructor is. Juroda looks around the field and sees nobody. But imagine their surprise and horror when a vibrant laugh of a madwoman was heard, making the students quake in her boots. Oh sure dash, Manga said. No, it cannot be. Juroda feared the worst. It sure. Ochako shivered in fear. Rochelle Dieter leaps off from the catwalk and stomps on the ground, her wicked smile as wide as a mile. Hello, maggots, she spoke with a promise of pain and hellish torture. You know me and I know you. Let's skip the pleasantries and talk about the hammer. Rochelle unsheathes her hammer and slams it into the ground. The hammer can be described in 3 words. Blunt. Force. Trauma. You need to aim for the head and specifically for the head. Cave the monster's skull in, and give it a good concussion. Knock it on the ground and open up an opportunity for even more damage. Rochelle lifted her hammer and began charging it. The hammer's got charge levels the same as the greatsword. The more you charge, the more bang for your buck. Here's a tip, maggots, you can charge your hammer on the go. The key is mobility, charge while you dodge, then strike the monster when you see your opening. Rochelle slides down on an elevated ramp as she continues. Better yet, become a meteor of destruction. Go airborne into a spinning bludgeon. Rah! Rochelle screams as she somersaults through the sky, slamming her hammer on the ground and causing a crater to form on the field. Rochelle heaved her hammer off the ground and hoisted it on her shoulder. Listen up, maggots, and listen well. I'm about to turn you all into warriors of mass destruction. Prepare yourselves, I, Rochelle Dieter, will make sure of it. Kyoka Jiro, Koji Koda, and Pony Tsunatori have arrived in the hunting horn training field. Their instructor, Max Whitney, was dancing on the field. Is there something wrong with this guy or something? Kyoka looked at Max with a skeptical look. Koji looked very nervous and kept his silence, but Pony was the only one who was vibing with Max, nodding with him from a distance. I don't know, but I like his vibe. Pony smiles. Who are you guys? Max stopped dancing and stared at the trio of students. Oh, you guys want to learn the hunting horn, right? Feel the groove of the hunt? Look no further. Max unsheathes the hunting horn on his back, slightly swaying his body left and right. Tell me, why do you guys want to learn the double H? Yeah? I just have some prior experience with instruments. Jiro embarrassingly curls her ear jacks around her finger. And also because I think it's cool. I want to use it 'cause it's a horn. Just like the horns on my head. Pony was like a cupcake with teeth, her smile so bright it caused Koji to shy away from her. Koji tries to mumble something in response, but the boy's shyness kept him from saying anything louder. I understand. Welcome to the Hunting Horn Club, everyone. Max smiles. The hunting horn is your war drum, your instrument in playing the symphony of the hunt. Let me show you how your weapon works. Each swing of your weapon will play a note, like a real instrument. Put those notes together in specific combos to play melodies, empowering you and your team. Max swings his horn around the air, then swings it back as a melody plays through the air, giving the students a buff. Hey, I kind of feel more energized. Kyoka looks at herself, flexing her hands. So, it's a support weapon or something? Did you just call my horn a support weapon? Max leaps toward Kyoka and gets up to her face, catching the girl off guard. Not cool, bro. Minus points for you. Don't confuse that support for weakness, bud. Max steps back from Kyoka. We hunting horners have been worshipped since ancient times. You don't see your teammates complaining when you're giving them health regeneration and attack up. Max does a dance, swinging around his horn as he does so. Swing for notes, then play melodies. Some like the echo wave and the offset melody can be used to really hit those monsters hard. Max pulls the hunting horn in the air and does a twirl, forming a field of sound around him. And then put up some echo bubbles for maximum damage. Each hunting horn will have different notes and melodies depending on the monster. Come on, boys and girls. Let's get grooving. Tetsu, I'm glad to be working with you, man. Ejiro gives Tetsu a hardened hand. Likewise, dude. Tetsu nodded, returning the handshake with a metal fist. Can't leave my bro hanging. Alright, let's do this thing. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Mr. Richard, please teach us your ways. You two have picked the lance. I shall keep it simple. Richard showcases his weapon, a lance and shield made from the red shell of a Rathalos. The lance is not for the impatient, it is a slow and methodical weapon that emphasizes defense. With a proper guard, you can defend yourself and your allies against all manners of attacks. But defense is not all you can do. Richard demonstrates some quick jabs into the wood post. Your jabs need to be quick and safe to execute. Instead of dodging, you shall use short hops to reposition yourself. Use a multitude of blocking techniques to withstand the monster's attacks, then counterattack. Richard braces himself as the EDW attacks the shield. He returns the attack with a powerful move. Wicked. Ejiro smiles. Do we get to run with it too? Like a cavalry charge. Yes, you can. Richard confirms. Ejiro pumped his fist. Best weapon ever. Rikido Sato and Sen Kaibara were getting along just as well as their classmates. The two actually had lots of things in common, such as their favorite snack being Endeavor's protein bars. Their conversation was interrupted by an enormous shadow hovering over them, both of them looking to see Jesse Tuttle, their hulking frame and armor overshadowing them. Hello there, sir. Rikido greets, waving his hand awkwardly. Jesse muffles in their helmet, relaxing their speech is impaired by the helmet. They take it off, revealing a flow of absurdly long dark blue hair that fades to a slight purple at the ends. My braids. They got taken off again. A light, feminine voice shouts out, surprising Rikido and Sen even more. Oh, I'm going to need Beatrice to help me again. Ma'am? Is everything all right? Sen asks the giant of a woman. Hello. I'm Jesse Tuttle, I'm going to be your gun lance instructor. This is so embarrassing. Jessie's face was as red as a tomato, hiding it behind her gloves. It's okay, Jessie, calm down, okay? The woman returns to a stern demeanor as she unsheathes her gun lance and shield. Many of you may think that the gun lance is a better version of the lance, but that is where you're mistaken. You are a siege engine. You need to get up close and personal with the monster, Devastate it with stabs and shelling attacks, and block incoming attacks. Shelling is your bread and butter. You can shell as you sidestep. It can be used to unleash devastating bursts as well. Jessie swipes her gun lance as she releases a burst fire, before quickly swinging it with a quick reload. Make sure to reload when you run out of shells, of course. The blasts will also chew your weapon's sharpness like a jagras in a puggy pen. It's all about rhythmic bombing. There are also several types of shells depending on the gun lance. Normal is of course normal, but good for bursts. Long shells give you more range, especially for wyvern's fire. And wide is for close-up powerful blasts, good for charged shots. Jessie reloads her gun lance and unleashes a full burst combo, before slamming the wormstake cannon into the wooden post, drilling into it before exploding. Wormstake cannon and wyvern's fire is where you really put in the damage. It won't just hurt the monster. It'll erase it. Jessie said enthusiastically, smiling joyfully as a purple flame began charging at the end of the gun lance, before unleashing a powerful explosion that engulfed the wooden post. And that's how you gun lance. Jessie cheers, but blushes in embarrassment as she collects herself. That's so embarrassing. I'm sorry everyone, I'm just so eager about the gun lance. Shoto Todoroki, Yui Kodai and Hiryu Rin have chosen the switch axe. Beatrice Sigurd gives them a haughty huff as she explains her weapon. Listen carefully, as I shall only explain things once from now on. The switch axe has two forms, axe form and blade form. Axe form is for mobility and reach, blade form is for close-up annihilation. You shall know how to use these forms and how to execute the moves accordingly. But, which form is better? Yui asked Beatrice, but the woman gave Yui a glare. Don't bother with these moronic questions. The two forms complement each other. Axe shall let you be mobile and nimble, with slashes and swings to keep the pressure on the monster. Blade mode, however, is where you shall deal most of your heavy damage. Allow me to explain. Beatrice showcases her weapon, pointing to a tiny vertical gauge on the switch axe. This is your switch gauge. Attacks in the blade form consume it. Use axe mode to charge it, and blade form to unleash it. With successful attacks in blade form, another gauge will begin to fill up. When it is completed, your blade shall be in an amped state. Beatrice demonstrates by morphing the blade, and with a flurry of slashes, the blade begins to glow an ominous red. In this amped state, you shall unleash the stored energy in attacks such as the zero-sum discharge and full release slash. Beatrice stabs the blade into the wooden post before chagrin releasing a powerful explosion. She pulls it back for another devastating attack, savagely slashing the wooden post 2 times while the blade exerts energy. Beatrice slams the switch axe back down. It has returned to its axe form. I don't wish to waste any more time now. Let us now practice. So, Bruce Maestro looks at Fumikage Tokoyami, Yosetsu Oways and Reiko Yanagi with a lazy expression. You kids want to use the charge blade, huh? Yes. Mr. Maestro, please, bestow upon your vast wisdom. Fumikage gave him a respectful nod. Don't do that, kid. Okie dokie, let's see. To put it into words, the charge blade is about storing energy in your blade, putting it in files, and using it to charge up certain aspects of the weapon and to use it on real hard hitters. Here. Bruce throws each of them a hard copy of a significantly sized book. It was the Charge Blade Owner's Guide and Manual, written and published by the Guild. Study up on the weapon first. This thing is the most complicated machinery you will ever touch your hands on. So study up, kiddo. Excuse me? Slot 1? Shield acting as a scabbard? Switch the gear from 4 to 6. Yosetsu was struggling to understand the book. See, could you give us a hand here, Mr. Maestro? I didn't get any help on this thing, and so will you folks. Come in, plus ultra, am I right? Bruce said. This guy is so spooky. Reiko looked at the lazing man with a darkened expression. How so, Yanagi? Tozetsu looked at Bruce and saw nothing but an unkempt man, like Aizawa, except he's taller and way more muscular. I don't know. I just feel like he's got a dark past, Reiko mumbles. Bruce yawns in boredom, but Reiko could see it. There was something in his eyes that made her uneasy. Momo Yaoyorozu, Yuga Oyama, and Nito Monoma have chosen the insect glaive, but the latter was busy trying to start a fight with the two Class 1A students. Well, if it isn't the vice president of Class 1A? Of what do I owe the pleasure? Nito mockingly greets her. Momo opens her mouth to respond, but she is interrupted by Yuga. Do not talk to my vice presidente like that. Yuga defends her while striking a dramatic pose. We will shine together, with or without you. Ah yes, Class 1 as Disco Ball. Have us blind the villains and monsters with your twinkling. A genius tactic, I'll admit. Nito mocks, and sapping all of the confidence Yuga had, the French boy sulking to the ground. Monoma, that's unnecessary. Being in different classes shouldn't differentiate us. Momo places her hand on her chest. What matters is that we work together. She's right, you fledglings. A voice calls out to the trio. A hunter was flying through the air with a glaive. She gracefully lands near them. This girl was Aiko Tanaka, a free-spirited hunter who is also a thrill-seeker. Her short, unkempt red hair fluttered within the wind. You fledglings ready to take flight? Introducing the insect glaive. Say goodbye to the ground. With this baby, you'll be an aerial predator. With this glaive, you become a living helicopter, whatever those things are called, flying through the sky while lacerating the monster's back. She twirls her weapon with a small flourish. The supposed wind that was blowing her hair was blowing harder now. I have a question. What is the insect, part of the insect glaive? Momo asks. Now that's a good question. You see, you're not alone. You'll fight alongside your kinsect. Aiko showcases the kinsect on her hand. It flutters around occasionally, inspecting the students with curiosity, before returning to its owner. The kinsect has one job, getting extracts from the monster. Send him out to a part of the body, and depending on the part it hits, it'll extract the extracts that will buff you. Red's for power, white is for speed, and orange is for defense. Get all together and you'll be unstoppable. Aiko pets the kinsect, the bug twitching its wings in delight. Different kinsects have different types and effects. Some are speedy, some drop powder when they harvest extracts, and some do blunt damage. Now hurry up and grab a glaive, and build up your nausea tolerance. You're going to need it. All right, settle down, rookies. Weston O'Keefe yells to Tsuyu Azui, Kozai Tsuburata, and Kinoko Komori. But the trio haven't really said anything but side chatter when they entered the room. I'm Weston O'Keefe, and I'm going to teach you all the light bow gun, or LGB for short. I hope you know how to shoot a gun. Sir, I have a question. Kozai spoke, raising his hand. What's the difference between a bow gun and an actual gun? Good question. And an answer that I don't got. But it doesn't matter. The Japanese government doesn't quite officially recognize these things as firearms, but that's good enough for us. Weston points out. He brings out his light bow gun. The LGB's got two things. Speed and ammo diversity. Get up close and personal with the monster. Shower its face with rounds. We got normal, pierce, and spread. Use them accordingly within the situation. Dodge and roll when the monster attacks, then get back to shootin'. Weston begins his demonstration on the active equal dragon weapon, dodging its attacks while firing bursts of rounds into it. You may not be the heavy-hittin' large bow gun, but you got something they don't. A whole batch of ammunition to make the monster's day into a bad one. Paralysis ammo to lock it down. Exhaust ammo to sap its strength. Sleep ammo so you can potentially put it to sleep forever. And even better, put down Wyvern Blast mines to make that bad day into a worse one. Weston placed down Wyvern Blast mines near the equal dragon weapon, before firing a few sticky rounds that exploded spectacularly with the Wyvern Blast mines. That ain't all, folks. Bow guns can be customized with mods. Muzzle mods for more power, reload mods to get more shells up and running, and recoil suppressors to keep it accurate. No two bow guns are the same, so mix and match to your style. Hope you got your trigger fingers ready, kiddos. Why the hell do we have to wait? Katsuki Bakugo yells, causing Mizo Shoji, Toru Hagakure and Nairenjiki Shoda to flinch from the blondes yelling. Just give me the gun already. I'm ready to fight monsters. Abigail Zundov looks at Katsuki with a judging blue eye, considering that her left eye has been shut with a large, vertical scar. Her long pale blonde hair tied into a ponytail, she stands up and stretches. Bakugo, shut little mouth. She spoke in an accent similar to that of Russians, despite the country not existing in her world. You know, you remind me of little brother. This will be fun. Abigail stood over Bakugo, and she smiled. The boy was barely at chest height. She wrapped her arm around his neck, much to the boy's protest, and gave him a noogie. You shall be little brother from now on. Haha. Abigail laughs, but Bakugo is screaming bloody murder. OMG, Bakugo is being petted like a Pomeranian. It's so cute, honestly. Toru giggles. Not to bother you, Miss Sundov, but shouldn't we be learning how to use the large bow gun? Mizo asked the hunter. Let's begin, no? Abigail threw Katsuki back into the group, his hair sufficiently rustled and ego broken. There was a slight blush and embarrassment as he tried to fix his hair. Tell anybody about this and I'll kill you all, Katsuki threatens. Heavy bow gun is powerhouse. You do not swing. You plant feet and shoot, it shall kill monster for you. Abigail brings out her large bow gun. It was enormous and heavy. This looks very unwieldy to use. Won't you be significantly slowed by it? Nairenjiki questions. Only if you're weak, tiny man. Abigail barks, causing Nairenjiki's jaw to drop. Katsuki slightly snickers. You have powerful ammunition at disposal. Cluster, slicing, and wyvern fire, use at the right time and all shall be destroyed. You can also have shields to block attacks. Reload, reposition, repeat, that shall be your mantra. Abigail brought out a complex device and slammed it into the breech of her bowgun. Heavy bowgun can use special ammo. It can be wyvern heart, wyvern snipe, wyvern counter, wyvern piercer, or wyvern cluster. Use it while the monster is groveling beneath you. Abigail began unloading the heavy bowgun with a wyvern heart ignition, coating her target in holes. Also, you can customize bowgun with mods, extend magazines, reduce recoil, and increase damage. Use what you wish. Abigail concludes, sheathing her heavy bowgun. Some might say heavy bowgun is slow, too risky. Maybe. I have yet to meet monster who is not dead at feet. Tenya Ida and Ibra Shiozaki together have chosen the bow. To Tenya, he believed that Ibra was an eccentric girl, often speaking in a graceful, religious undertone, compared to his own blunt tone. But as they were discussing the topics of the hero course, a graceful woman with shoulder-length, straight cut, black hair landed near them. She had a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back. My, you two have chosen the bow? I wasn't expecting so little. Oh well. Eve Fletcher gave the two a bow, as in dipping her head towards them. The most particular thing about this nimble woman is that her eyes were close shut for some reason. My name is Eve Fletcher, a hunter of the guild. I primarily use the bow. Let's get along well, shall we? We'll be in your care, Miss Fletcher. Tenya returned the woman's a curtful bow. Teach us the ways of the bow, Miss Fletcher, to smite the foul beasts that have dared bring harm to the innocent masses. Ibra spoke passionately. Oh, I like both of your enthusiasm, good. Eve gave them a gentle smile. She then brought out her bow and began drawing it back with an arrow. The bow is pretty simple to use. You draw, focus, charge, then release. Eve lets go, the arrow flying through the air before striking the wooden post with a thunk. The bow is a lightweight weapon. You shall be always on the move, dodging the monster's attacks while pulling back your bow. Eve slides to the side, then delivers a power shot to the wooden post. Always make sure to have your right hand near your quiver. You must send those arrows toward your foe with intent. In a burst of speed, Eve fired arrow after arrow at the wooden post, her arm not tiring in the slightest. With a combo of charged and power shots, she then grabbed an arrow with a rocket attached to it, sparking a flame by dragging it in a circular motion across the ground. She then pulled back the dragon piercer arrow before releasing it, the arrow going through the wooden post and landing in the ground on the other side. Tenya and Ibra were amazed by Eve's finesse and strength on using the bow. The hunter wipes her brow to get rid of the sweat collecting there. Although, the bow will drain your stamina a lot, so we must work on that. Incredible! Even using a physically intensive weapon such as the bow, and Miss Fletcher here was able to utilize it to the fullest. Color me impressed. Tenya praised, with Ibra nodding in agreement. But that's not all, folks. Eve smiled as she slapped a container on her bow. You can use various coatings to coat your arrow in various ways. Certain bows will have some of their coating functionality locked and unlocked. Power coatings for raw force, paralysis coatings to stop it in its tracks, poison coatings to sap its strength, and close-range coatings if you want to get up close and personal. Eve twirls an arrow around the air before launching it with her bow. For a brief moment, Tenya and Ibra thought they saw Eve open her eyes slightly. Your arrows shall find their marks, so let's get to practicing, shall we? After a couple of hours had passed, all the students were practicing using their weapons, mostly attempting to properly lift them due to how heavy they were. Izuku and Itsuka spent the whole day trying to hold the great sword and moving around with it. By the end of the practice session, Izuku and Itsuka were exhausted and sweating profusely. Itsuka falls to the floor in exhaustion, her lungs heaving after the harsh workout. Man, I'm exhausted. I need a drink of water. Hey, great job you two. Keith smiles and gives both of them a thumbs up. We made some pretty good progress today. You were pretty good at using the greatsword for the first time, Itsuka. Thank you. Itsuka nods as she receives a canteen of cool water from Broca, the Palico also giving one to Izuku. Man, I never knew the greatsword would be this hard to hold. Yeah, it's definitely slow, alright. Izuku notes, taking a sip from the canteen. But the raw power it delivers is nothing to scoff at. I guess that makes it all worth it then. Itsuka smiles as she stands up. Looks like we're done here. I gotta go take a shower. I'm drenched here. Oh why, I guess we should head to the L locker rooms to wash up. Izuku stammers, trying his best not to look at a girl with sweat clinging to her frame, shielding his face with his hands. Ah. Itsuka notices Izuku's stammering and a blush crept up her cheeks. Why I should ASAP. Nervously ruffling her hair. If that's the case, you guys are free to go. Keith encouraged. You guys both did great today. See you all next time. See you later, Keith. Izuku waved back. Yeah, see you later, Mr. Coleman. Itsuka waved back as well. The two walked out of the training field and were met with their fellow classmates who have also returned from their weapon training sessions, in varying degrees of conclusions. Some were barely even exhausted, like Ejiro and Tetsu, who each slammed their hardened skulls together in celebration for a successful training session. Some were dead tired, like Mina, who was face flat on the floor. We don't know if the puddle around her is because of her sweat or her acid. The Charge Blade group seemed to have donned glasses and were all busy studying on a thick book. Fumikage and Reiko were talking in regal jargon as they discussed the book and their commonalities with the paranormal. Yuga and even Nito were busy barfing their guts out in a nearby trash can as Momo awkwardly looked away. It seemed that everyone had a very productive training experience, more or less. Deku. Izuku heard the voice of Ochako from nearby. The usually cheerful brunette looked absolutely drained, with her gym clothes also covered in sweat, much to Izuku's embarrassment. I shouldn't have picked the hammer. I had to train with Miss Dieter of all people. She was so scary. Ochako whined as she fell to the ground in exhaustion. Uraraka, are you all right? Izuku yelped, only getting a mumble as a response. Yikes, Rochelle really did a number on you. Izuku looks to see the other members of the Hammer group to be equally tired and traumatized. Hello there, Midoriya and Uraraka. The voice of Tenya caught Izuku's attention. I see that your training was just as productive as ours. Tenya congratulates. Ida, it looks to me that you did pretty well yourself too. Izuku smiled. Oh no, I've lost all feeling in my right arm, but compared to that numbness, I'm quite fine. Tenya laughs as he puts his left arm on his waist, his right arm still too weak to do anything anymore. All in all, it was a very successful practice session, with the students now familiarizing themselves with their chosen weapons. Pretty soon, however, they shall be using said weapons against various monsters, big and small. This is the starting line of their new roles as hunters. They will face and overcome many foes, both villains and monsters. The students now continue to train eagerly as the UA Sports Festival inches closer and closer. Izuku stares at the wooden post with determination, pointing her great sword at it. With a deep breath, she clenched her grip and bent her knees. She threw her great sword on her back as she began charging her attack, her blade glowing to slight red. She then begins her attack, takes a short step, brings the sword down with a downward chop, the power of the move lifting her off from the ground. Capitalizing on this movement, she twists her body and with one final overhead cleave, she hits the true charged slash on the wooden post, another large gash now marked on it. Izuku grunts as she tries to remove the sword from the post. Using her quirk and with heave, she yanks the sword out of the post. Great job, Kendo. You're getting really good with the great sword. Keith gives her a thumbs up. His ribs were now all healed up. Hunters can heal from their injuries surprisingly quickly. Thank you, although this move always makes me nauseous. Izuku sighs as she clutches her head. You'll get used to it, it's one of the greatsword's most powerful moves, you're bound to always use it when the time is right. Izuku said as he took some notes in his notebook, now filled to the brim with not only quirk analysis, but monster drawings and ecology as well. Is that it for today, Mr. Coleman? Izuku asks Keith, leaning on her weapon. I kinda want to practice my quirk for the sports festival, if that's alright. Keith gave her a nod of approval, and the orange-haired girl began enlarging her fists and practicing against the equal dragon weapon, operated by Keith's palico, Broca. Say, Izuku, how are you getting ready for the sports festival? I heard it's a super big deal. Keith asked Izuku. Well, I'm still trying to figure out a way of controlling my quirk. Every time I use my quirk, I'll always break my bones. I'm trying to figure out a way of utilizing my quirk without any bone breaking. Izuku said as he flexed his hand. Is that so? Keith put his hands on his chin. Well, it kind of feels like you're only using one part of your body then. What are you talking about, Keith? Izuku asks. Well, when you use your quirk, it seems to me that you're focusing all your power to one singular point, like when you punch. Keith stretched his arms. If that's the case, why can't you spread that power more further out in your body or something? I think you're onto something. Izuku smiles in delight. Things are clicking in his head like jigsaw pieces falling into place. Really? Me, a quirkless guy, helped you on your quirk? Keith points a finger at himself, a bit doubtful of his advice. Izuku stands up as he braces his body. For all this time, I've been thinking of the egg in the microwave not exploding, when I should have been thinking of the heat coursing through the egg. Izuku said as he activates One for All, but this time, instead of using 100% on one part of his body, he let the power flow throughout every part of his body. Now we're getting somewhere. Izuku toned down the output by 95% so that his body can still survive any backlash, but the power that was flowing through his body was significant. Parts of his skin crackled with green arcs of energy. Whoa, Izuku, look at you! Keith points out Izuku's glowing body. Midoriya? What's with the glowing? Izuku turns to see Izuku, the greenette having a determined yet excited look on his face. Izuku moved his fingers and swung his arms around. He jumped in place a few times, each of the jumps being significantly higher than a normal person's. This is my quirk at 5%. Izuku then looks toward Izuku, assuming a stance. Mind if we did a little sparring session, Kendo? Izuku smiled, fully facing toward Izuku with her enlarged fists closed. Bring it, Midoriya. Broca, bring out the popcorn. Keith shouted. The two were going to face off against each other, with Izuku still doing a few warm-up jumps to get used to the feeling of his newly dubbed move, full cowling. This is great. I feel my strength and speed have significantly increased, and without the need of wrecking my bones. All I have to do now is learn to move around and fight in this form. Izuku then faces toward Izuku, before launching himself toward her at speeds the teen couldn't have imagined. However, he didn't really know what to do mid-air, and was promptly blocked by Izuku's open palms. Izuku pushed himself back, but no after stumbling on the ground but quickly recovering. Izuku once more launches himself at Izuku, still getting used to the speed of what full cowling offers. Once again, his attack is blocked again. Is that all you got, Midoriya? Guess I'll have to go on the offensive. Itsuka then runs toward Izuku with her right arm raised back, but Izuku jumps away just as the attack hits him. Izuku then didn't stick the landing and stumbled to the floor again. Dirt and dust was clinging to his P uniform now. Itsuka was relentless, going for another enlarged punch. This time Izuku blocked the attack, but he was also pushed back across the field. Damn it. Nothing's changed. Just because I finally learned how to control one for all, doesn't mean I'm actually good with it initially. Izuku thought, but was forced to dodge again from an attack by Itsuka. Stop running away, Midoriya. Keith shouted. Come on, punch her in the face. I mean, be sure to not hit her that hard. After putting some significant distance from Itsuka, Izuku this time leaps forward with an arm pulled back. He then delivers a punch to Itsuka's palms. The attack was blocked. Izuku leaps back, but once more attacks, his punch being blocked by Itsuka's enlarged palms. Izuku was getting frustrated as he began to act defensively from Itsuka's attacks. Kendo's big fist quirk covers a lot of area. I can't get a good punch in. I might need to up my game a bit. Izuku looks toward the nearby walls, utilizing full cowl. He leaps onto the wall and pushes forward at Itsuka's side. This time, he uses his legs for a kick, and his strike successfully connects to Itsuka's side. Izuku smiles triumphantly while Itsuka grunts in pain. She retaliates with a backhand that sends Izuku to the floor. Izuku tries to get up but his legs start to limp, biting his teeth. He hoped his leg wasn't broken as he looked down. Luckily it wasn't, but he wasn't quite used to using full cowling, so it might be a bit painful for him to properly land strikes. Izuku leaps into the air once more to deliver another attack on Itsuka, but the girl was prepared. You won't get me twice, Midoriya. Itsuka said as she clapped her enlarged hand together, sending a large blast of air toward Izuku while his ears winced in pain. Izuku hits his back on one of the walls on the field as he chokes out. Izuku wipes out the spit off his mouth and begins formulating his next move. Kendo's clap not only caused my ears to ring, but it sent me back with that wave of air. I can use that too. Izuku then brings out his arm and holds his finger back, the same flicking move that he used on the Pukei-Pukei and the villains in the USJ. I can use that move too, Kendo. Izuku shouts out as he flicks his fingers, sending a significant wave of air toward Itsuka, but not enough to push her back. Itsuka covered herself as dust and air pummeled her face. Izuku used this opportunity once more to leap toward Itsuka. The big fist girl raised her palm once more to block, but Izuku feinted his attack, instead going for a low sweeping kick that kicked Itsuka off her feet. Itsuka whelped as she was suddenly on the ground, and now she was at the mercy of Izuku, who had another finger flick at his disposal. Do you yield? Izuku asks Itsuka with a smile, knowing he won this fight. Heh, alright, you got me, Midoriya. Itsuka nods, signaling her surrender. That's game. Keith announced as if he was the referee, while also having a mouth full of popcorn. Kendo surrenders, meaning Midoriya is the winner. Izuku helps Itsuka off the floor, with the latter dusting her clothes off. Those were some pretty sweet moves, Izuku. Itsuka praises. That sweeping kick definitely caught me off guard. I couldn't really see you because of my big fists. Thanks, Itsuka. Honestly, you had me on edge. I couldn't properly hit you because of your blocking. Izuku hisses slightly as he caresses his fists, slight bruises appearing on them. I'm just getting used to this form. I still need lots more practice if I want to properly utilize it. I should also consider a variety of moves I should perform, such as the flicking move I use. Not to mention that this is still at 5%, maybe with more training I could increase the percentage? Also, in theory, full cowl should allow me to better use the greatsword, as my enhanced strength should come in handy when I'm handling the weapon. Maybe I should ask Dash. Izuku, you're muttering again. Keith slaps him on the back, causing the green teen to yelp. Izuku, you're my friend, I love you and all, but that mutter's pretty creepy. Learn to do that in your head, bro. Sorry again. I'm just thinking of all the new opportunities that have opened up with my new form. It's okay, Midoriya. Seems like to me that you really found a revelation with your quirk. Itsuka then looks down on her hands. Plus, it was beneficial for me too. I opened up my eyes on what I need to improve on my quirk, so thanks for that as well. As Izuku was smiling over Itsuka's gratitude, Keith looked at the time and it was time for a new lesson in hunter training. Hey guys, time's up for weapon practicing. Keith announced. We got something else planned for you guys, so gear up in your armor and meet us at section 3. Really? We got our armor? Izuku asks Keith, surprised that they were able to quickly produce it for the students. Yeah, Smith broke his back forging all of it, so you better be grateful. Your armor should be in your respective lockers in the locker rooms, so gear up and meet up, it's going to be pretty fun. Keith's grin went from ear to ear, while also snickering slightly. But Izuku didn't pay any attention to that, all of his excitement was about getting his armor. After saying farewell to Itsuka, Izuku and many others made a beeline to the locker rooms, anticipating wearing their armor. Izuku went to his locker that he chose, and there he opened and revealed his freshly forged armor, an almost exact replica of Keith's armor. It was the same set that Keith uses, and a proud expression glowed from Izuku. His very first armor set was here. After taking a few minutes to properly put the armor on him, Izuku was ready. The armor was slightly weighing on his body, and it fit him to a T. But other than that, he felt very practical about it, enough to withstand simple blows from an attacker. Many other boys were wearing their armor as well. Ejiro and Tetsu were both wearing chainmail armor. Tenya was giving orders as he was wearing leather armor, but it was slightly modified to ensure his engine outlets weren't blocked. Todoroki and even Katsuki were wearing the same hunter's armor that Izuku was wearing as well. Once everybody was suited up, they went to Sector 3 as specified from their instructors. Oh man, I wonder what this is going to be all about? Ejiro said as he pumped his fists in excitement. Maybe we're going to be hunting monsters now? Like for real? Why would we have our armor on then? Rikido questions. I'm going to crush them. Grind their bones to dust, Katsuki declares as he slams his fists, causing a small explosion. I'm not afraid of any monster. Izuku nervously inches away from Katsuki. His enthusiasm was definitely something to take note of, and to avoid. But as he was wondering about today's lesson, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Deku, there you are. Ochako greeted as she waved her hand. All the girls were wearing their armor as well. Ochako has chosen to wear leather armor that perfectly fits her as well, unlike her skin-tight hero suit. Check out my armor. It's super flexible too. I honestly think this is better than my hero suit. Oh wow. You look nice in it, Uraraka. Izuku stammered, looking like his stammering mode turned on after seeing Ochako in a different outfit. Thanks Deku. Ochako smiled, but her eyes were replaced with a fiery will. Let's do our best today. We'll overcome all challenges. It seems that Uraraka is still pumped about the sports festival. Yes, I certainly favor your enthusiasm, Uraraka. Tenya also agrees with the brunette. Settle down, all of you. Richard announces his presence, causing everyone to be quiet and face the man. I know you have plenty of questions, but I'm going straight to the point. We will randomly pick 4 students today to hunt a monster down in the arena. Richard then leads the group of students to an area where they are overlooking a large circular field, covered in scratch marks and disturbances. This is where you will be fighting monsters in a controlled environment. Rest assured, if things get too dangerous, or we decide it's enough, we shall intervene. Richard points to a nearby Keith and Weston. Oh, put me in please. I want to see if monsters can see me or not. Toru raises an invisible hand. Put me in. I'll kill whatever moves down there. Katsuki screams from the crowd. Richard ignores their cries and pleas as he draws from a box, filled with paper slips with names on them. We have Tokoyami, then Hananuki, Tokage, and finally Midoriya. Grab your weapons and prepare yourselves for the arena. Izuku gulps as he stands beside Tokoyami, Hananuki, and Tokage, all stretching and trying out their weapons. Tokoyami was wearing a scarf that flows with the wind along with his chainmail armor, talking about the true potential of the charge blade and how he understands it now. Hananuki was busy sharpening his long sword, even if it was already properly sharpened. Setsuna, on the other hand, had a much more interesting quirk. She can split her body parts and remotely control them freely across the air, the quirk that has truly caught Izuku's attention. Setsuna was juggling her dual blades by dislocating her arms and swinging them. "Are you prepared, Midoriya?" Pukei-Pukei asks Izuku, already brandishing his weapon, a simple iron charge blade. "I think we have to be. Unlike hero training, the monster isn't going to be holding back. It's going to fight as if its life is on the line," Izuku mumbles. After encountering a few of them himself, Izuku got a pretty good understanding on how they act. These were animals, not villains or heroes. "Agreed. We must be prepared for anything that may happen." Pukei-Pukei nods. "But rest assured, I have overheard that those 2 Class B students are among the recommended few. We should be in good hands." "Those 2 are recommended students? Like Todoroki and Yaoyorozu? Interesting." Izuku mumbles from his breath. Izuku takes another glance at Setsuna, who noticed the greenette staring and gave him a playful, toothy smile. The greenette looked away in embarrassment. "If everyone is ready, proceed into the arena." Richard's voice was heard in the earpieces given to all of them. When they all responded with a yes, the gate leading them to the arena began to open. Izuku squinted his eyes as sunlight began to pour from the opening. He then began to walk toward the light, and then, as his vision was adjusted to the light, he saw the arena. It was a simple, rough, flat, dusty plain, with various scratch marks and dents all over the nearby metal walls. From across the arena is another gate, most likely holding Izuku's monstrous opponent. "You can do it, Deku." Izuku heard the voice of Ochako from above. Looking up, he could see not only Ochako but the other students from Class 1A and 1B on an observatory catwalk that spans around the arena. Izuku can also see Rickard, Keith and Weston watching from another part of the catwalk. The students and Keith were cheering as if this was some sort of gladiatorial match, which it technically could be considered one. Izuku wasn't quite sure about this attention, but he didn't care right now. He was much more focused on his opponent than the attention. Since the group wasn't told what monster they were facing, Izuku needed to quickly identify it and its weaknesses. "Midoriya, Tokage, Hananuki and Tokoyami. Your opponent for this hunt shall be a Barath." Richard announces. A loud horn rings as the monster gate begins to open up. But immediately after the opening was large enough, a significantly large bipedal creature bursts out of the gates. It has a variety of rough, brown-colored scales, as if it just came out of the mud. It had wide feet and powerful legs, perfect for running across swamps. The most notable feature, however, was its giant, crown-like ridge on its head. The monster was also covered in scars, caused by the previous hunters that have captured it. It waddles around before setting its eyes upon the 4 little hunters in training, recognizing their similar stature to the ones that have captured it. The Barath roars at its opponents, ready to crush them like a train. Barath. Classification: Brute Wyvern. This theropod has this huge giant crown on its head, but you see those holes on it? Those are actually its nostrils. It lives in the desert, but to cool off, it will cover its body or submerge in some nice, cool mud. When intruders come into its territory, it'll give them the Pain Train special, charging at them until they're eliminated. "Let's do this." Setsuna smiles as she draws out her dual blades. "Here it comes," Juzo said as he threw his arms onto the ground, his quirk already taking effect, causing the ground to become liquefied. The Barath began to walk toward the hunters, but was caught off guard as the ground it once walked on became unstable, slowly sinking it in. "Cease our chance," Pukei-Pukei said as he ran toward the Barath with his charge blade in hand. "Right." Izuku shouted in agreement. He grabbed his greatsword and activated full cowling. He quickly ran across the arena to deliver his attack, but unfortunately, Izuku too got stuck in the liquefied ground from Hananuki's quirk. "Oh, Hananuki, disable your quirk. We need to be closer to the monster if we want to attack it." Setsuna yells at Juzo. But in the confusion, the Barath realized that what it was in was essentially mud, its most favorite thing. So it began to roll around in it, covering its body in liquefied ground. But just as Juzo deactivated its quirk, the liquefied ground hardened back to normal. But the mud on the Barath didn't harden. and now it was covered in its signature mud armor. "Oh no, this isn't good," Izuku said as he got off the ground that was once liquefied. "The Barroth is now covered in mud." "Well, sort of, but we're going to have to crack it open if we want to deal meaningful damage." Izuku turns toward Juzo. "Hananuki, please try not to use your quirk again. The Barroth is adapted to moving in muddy terrain." "Alright, got it." Juzo got his hands away from the ground and properly prepared his long sword. It seems that Hananuki's quirk has backfired. Tenya inspects the battle. Below. "Hey, did you see that?" Ochako asked. "It kinda looked like Deku's whole body was glowing for a bit there. I wonder what that could mean." Izuku activates full cowling, drawing his sword back and running toward the Barroth with determination. The brute wyvern begins by delivering a side bash to Izuku. The green net was such a force that he was sent back a significant distance and forced him to drop his weapon. Izuku. Rookie mistake. Keith shook his head in slight disappointment. A hunter never lets go of their weapon. That's a death sentence. Fumikage, on the other hand, took this opportunity to slash at the Baratha's legs, giving him first blood. But the mud was defending against Fumicage's attacks, and had to be chipped away eventually. The Barroth raises its head toward Fumikage and slams its crown at him, but Fumikage blocked the attack with his shield. Juzo and Setsuna also attack as well, slashing the Baratha's other leg with their weapons. The Barroth swung its tail. The two students dodged the attack, but the tail swing was also slinging mud across the arena. Fumikage delivers another strike to his legs, but the Barroth stomps him away. "Let's try this." Setsuna grins as she throws her dual blades at the Barroth, her hands still attached to them as they fly through the air. The blades struck the Baratha's crown, bouncing off harmlessly. Setsuna clicked her teeth as the hands returned back to her body. Juzo was elegantly slashing with his long sword with wide, practiced strokes, each slashing chipping a bit of mud as they hit. Izuku finally grabs a hold of his weapon and faces off against the Barroth, but as he locks eyes with the creature, his feet lock in place. Memories flashed from his near-death experiences with the Lagiacrus and the Basilgeese. Even after all this time, Izuku still hasn't gotten over the frightful experience, the feeling of death. "Yo, why is Midoriya freezing up?" Ejiro asks as Izuku hasn't moved from his spot yet. The Barroth makes a loud, high-pitched whistle as air blows from its nostrils. Like a steam train, the Barroth then charges at full speed at Izuku. Fumikage, Juzo, and Setsuna dodged out of the way, not wanting to be flattened by the brute wyvern's charge. Izuku just had a split second to get his bearings straight before blocking the attack with his greatsword, but the Baratha's power was too powerful, flinging him painfully across the ground and hitting a wall. Izuku grunts as he hits the metal wall of the arena, groaning, but slightly grateful that it wasn't painful as a broken bone. The Barroth chuffs at Izuku and faces toward the other three hunters, swinging its head around to try and crush the hunters. "Damn it, Izuku." Keith grabbed the catwalk and attempted to jump down, but was pulled back by Richard. "Hold it, Keith," Richard said. "We can't help them, they need to learn by themselves." Keith hesitates and grimaces, pulling back and saying nothing. "Oh my god, is Deku alright?" Ochako gasps. "That must have hurt, get hitting like that." "He's gotta be. Come on, Mito bro. You got this." Tetsu screamed from the catwalk. "Get up, Midoriya." Itsuka screams for support as well, along with many others. Fumikage. Meanwhile, Izuku was fuming on the ground, gripping the dirt in frustration. "Nothing changed, hasn't it? I'm still weak, I haven't learned anything. I learned how to control my quirk, but I'm still afraid. I've always had someone save me in the end. Uraraka, Keith, and even All Might. Now my classmates are fighting without me. Don't you feel pathetic, Izuku? You need to change, I gotta get up." Izuku reaches again for his weapon. This time, "I need to make a stand. If I want to be a hero and a hunter, I can't let fear get a hold of me. This time, I'll be better." Izuku stands up, he stares at the Barroth who was smashing its crown on the ground. Izuku then looks at the ground, and picks up a decent chunk of stone. Izuku, using full cowling, threw the rock at an unreasonable speed and it shattered on the Baratha's eyes. The Barroth growls in pain, throwing his attention toward Izuku, who has his great sword pulled to his side. The Baratha's nostrils flared again as it whistled. The Barroth charged toward Izuku, but this time, the teen was barely feeling anything. No fear, no nervousness, no anticipation. He begins to charge his greatsword that was pulled to his side. He activates one for all 100%, the power coursing through his muscles like a roaring river. I'm not scared anymore, Izuku thought as the Barroth was several feet away from him. Izuku roared as he threw the greatsword upward in a mighty upward swing, the kinetic power of one for all now flowing to the greatsword. The blow connected, and there was a thunderous impact as the air pressure caused everyone to close their eyes. The Barroth was struck with such force that its ridge on its head was actually broken off. It was flung onto its back with some significant distance. Izuku grunts as he realizes what he has done. He recklessly uses one for all at full power to strike the Barroth. Izuku was expecting his bones to be broken from the backlash, but he realized that they seemed completely fine, except for the feeling of numbness in them. But unfortunately, his great sword was the victim of the backlash. Izuku's eyes widened as the blade was non-existent, only the hilt remained. Looking around, he saw the greatsword's broken blade stabbed into the ground, along with Baratha's broken-off ridge. Fumikage, Juzo, and Setsuna, along with the observers, were in a state of shock. What was that? Denki shouted, flabbergasted at Izuku's show of power. It's like the time Deku punched that Basilgeese. Ochako's eyes glowed, the second time witnessing one for all at full power. Holy shit! That's one hell of a hit! Ejiro exclaims. He even broke off his sword. Katsuki was in a state of shock. How dare that useless Deku one-up him again? Frustration and resentment boils his blood. Katsuki was going to accomplish much more than Izuku. The Barroth, on the other hand, was sprawling on the floor. The blow has sent it off balance. Confused, hurt, and frightened, the Barroth would rather run away now after its lovely crown was blown off like nothing. Once the Barroth was up on the ground, it took one sight at Izuku and roared, not an angry one, but a fearful one. It carefully walked backwards away from the human, keeping a watchful, hostile glare on Izuku. The Baratha's nostrils were increasingly sending puffs of air. It was weary, it was scared, but not afraid to fight back. Excellent strike, Midoriya. Fumikage thanks, let us handle the rest. Fumikage slams his head into his blade, and he went to his axe form, but it wasn't fully expanded yet. I must have forgotten to press a lever here. Juzo and Setsuna also were about to attack the Barroth until Richard's voice pierced the air. That's enough. Richard yells, as Weston brought out his light bow gun and peppered the Barroth with sleeping rounds. The Barroth tried to fight back, but it succumbed to its effects and fell asleep. I've seen enough, I'm satisfied. Richard claims. Izuku, you have demonstrated immense power, but at the cost of your weapon. It seems that you have yet to fully control your powers. I understand, sir. Izuku sighs, looking at the broken hilt of his former greatsword. Hananuki, Tokage, and Tokoyami, your performance was adequate. But you need more training combining both your quirks and weapons. Dismissed, Rickard lectures. Understood, sir. The trio shouted, sheathing their weapons and making their way out of the arena. Although Fumikage had to forcibly shove the blade down into his shield, before the blade sprung out and almost hit Izuku. Apologies, Midoriya. Fumikage pulled his blade out of the ground, this time correctly putting it away. I still need to familiarize myself with the charge blade's mechanics. No worries. Izuku waved off, the same can be said for me. I put too much power into my weapon, and now it's broken. Izuku gulps, looking at the broken blade that was across the arena. What? Smith is gonna have your hide for that one, Izuku. Keith looks at his broken sword, leaping off of the catwalk. Izuku gulps once more, fearing for the worst. The Barroth was now safely put back into its enclosure by Keith and Weston. Fortunately, there were enough captured monsters for everybody. There was a great Jaggi, Velocidrome, great Izuchi, Bulldrome, a great Jagras, and even a Celtas, which caused many girls to scream. Katsuki in particular especially wanted to go up against the great Jagras, vowing to kill them all. He was forced to work with Ejiro against a great Jaggi. Ochako, on the other hand, got a nasty bruise when the Bulldrome's horn struck her back, but not before flying the fanged beast into the atmosphere with her quirk and weapon. There were additional injuries in the training, such as scratches and bruises, but no major injuries were inflicted, luckily. After a long day of the students' hutning, they all returned to the locker rooms to rest, all while discussing today's lesson. Ouch! Ejiro cried, touching one of the bruises on his body. I never knew that Velociraptor thing was good at kicking. I gotta get to the Recovery Girl's office for this. I think we all need to go to Recovery Girl's office, Denki states, looking at his bandaged cheek in the mirror. Even with this fancy new armor, we all got banged up in the end. It could be worse if we didn't wear the armor, think about that. Cozy Eye from Class 1B chimed in. You know that giant bug? The Celtas? If it wasn't for my armor, that thing could have spared me. The conversation turned toward Izuku as he walked in. Almost all the boys went up to him, congratulating and praising him for his incredible power display. It's nothing really. I'm just glad that I didn't break my arms this time. Izuku stammers. Your power really is like All Might's, Midoriya. Nobody can make an attack that powerful. Ejiro priuses, which causes an eavesdropping Shoto to look back just as he was about to leave the locker rooms. Shoto also catches sight of Keith entering the locker rooms, especially tired. Man, I'm beat. Keith shouts, trying to find his locker in his fatigue. Oh hey guys. How's everyone doing? Mr. Coleman. Greetings. Tenya was immediately there to greet Keith. Thank you for your hard work today. You're welcome. It's no biggie really. Just doing my job training you guys. Keith said as he digs something from his pouches. I have some potions here. They're bitter, but they'll heal your cuts and bruises. Whoa, thanks Keith. Izuku expresses his gratitude. He grabs a green bottle and drinks down the bitter contents. The herbs used in these guild-approved potions are filled with blood-clotting and healing accelerators, giving a huge boost to the natural healing process. Let me take a can too. Ejiro said, opening one and drinking it, but ultimately caught off guard by the foul taste of the potion. That's bitter. Hey, don't pee out just because your medicine is better. Tetsu comes along, also drinking a potion to heal his many bruises. A real man never complains about drinking their medicine. As the boys were hesitantly drinking the potions, Keith began to take off his armor. Izuku realized that he hadn't seen Keith without his armor on. As Keith took off his armor, his underwear was there, a pair of boxers and some sort of bizarre shirt that showed his chest. But the most prominent feature was that his body was covered head to toe in scars, large gashes, indented bruises, even a nasty burn on his back. Whoa, Ejiro stopped and looked at Keith's scars, shocked and concerned. Dude, look at all your scars. Oh yeah, these things? Yeah, they're scars from monsters. Keith tells them nonchalantly, as if it were a regular occurrence. Geez, just how many times did you get hurt? Yosetsu cringed. Let's see. This is a Narkaruga slash. Keith points to a long gash on his elbow. Serigio's talons. Keith points to 3 small, yet deep parallel cuts. Giro's bite. Keith points to 2 identical-looking scars on his leg. And this one is a Rathalos fireball. Yeah, that one hurt like absolute hell. All this was caused by monsters? Izuku asks, a bit nervous. But that's what you get for being a hunter. You should see Richard or Bruce. It's not skin anymore, I tell you. But Keith's expression turned solemn. But you should be afraid of them. Sure, it's painful to remember them, but each scar is a symbol. A symbol of your resolve, will, and achievement. Each scar is a monster that you proudly fight and slain. Keith then runs to his normal, happy-go-lucky demeanor. Plus, talking about them is a huge source of campfire stories. So don't be afraid if you get them, be proud that you fought the monster that gave them to you. All of the boys grinned at Keith, acknowledging his words as their resolve was fueled up once more. The sports festival was coming up soon, and they needed every scrap of improvement and training for it. Izuku looked at his hands. He needed to control one for all even more. Full cowling is useful, but he needs to make it more efficient. With these thoughts to strive for improvement, the boys of the hero course continued to further hone their skills. Now then, Midnight whacks her whip onto the chalkboard, staring at lone Minoru Mineta intensely, the only student in the room. Describe to me a situation in which a licensed pro hero might be legally prosecuted for the misuse of their quirk. Minoru hesitated, putting too much attention on Midnight's sultry outfit rather than actually paying attention. Damn it! I should have taken the hunter course.